Morning.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all our participants. And of course, good morning to our keynote speaker for today. I'm sure everybody is really interested to hear a lot of great things from our keynote speaker. But first, let's start this beautiful Saturday with a prayer.
Lord of wisdom, source of intelligence, we welcome you to this auspicious gathering, an august moment for the pursuit of knowledge that is offered for the glory of your name. We do not wish to ask you more than just you joining us today, but we look forward to your heavenly grace. to amplify the desire for truth, to look up for and become prudent to learning. Keep us grounded in your love and mercy as we traverse a challenging path to keeping the inclination of understanding you and your most awe-inspiring creation. Be with us, O Lord, and descend your Spirit on us to maintain an earnest desire for knowledge, truth, and understanding you, the guide of the wise, the stronghold of the learned. This we ask through Christ, our Lord. Amen.
So once again, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Wow, this is really a beautiful day to start by introducing to you our keynote speaker for this morning. To those who have questions later on after he finishes his talk today, please feel free to ask questions. Now, it is a great honor and privilege to introduce to you our keynote speaker for this morning. He happens to be the 2021 finalist, Metrobank Outstanding Teacher, and a faculty member of the Philippine Science High School, Western Visayas. Please give a big round of applause to Dr. Aris C. Laudel. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
Morning, Doc.
I'm actually requesting for permission to share my screen.
Doc, you may start sharing your slides or your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, Doc.
Okay. So first and foremost, I would like to thank the organization for having me once again. And thank you for that introduction. Unfortunately, I ended up first runner-up, but of course, it was an honor to be chosen as the finalist of the Metrobank. But today, I will be talking more about the things we have been doing so far. And hopefully, this would give an insight or probably several insights to our participants why we have to pursue graduate education, because my talk will explore on the impact of graduate education in calibrating the uh, institution's quality policy. So please allow me to share my screen for a while. All right. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Please bear with me. I'm I'm looking for the how about this time? Can you see my screen? I can
Okay,
see
that's enough.
now that it
Okay,
is shown. All right.
okay, that's
So
fine. Thank you.
as mentioned, this talk is actually to provide the insights to the participants that due to the difficulty brought about by the pandemic, we should keep on pursuing um, our desire to be a graduate student. So this is entitled as Exploring the Impact of Graduate Education in Calibrating the Institution's Quality Policy. The Master of Ceremony mentioned that you can have your questions later, but feel free to type your question anytime so that I can look at it later and then answer as much as I can, because I don't think that I have all the answers in this word. So, exploring the impact of graduate education in calibrating the institution's quality policy. So, there are things that I would like to remind everyone that my positionality is different, probably in such a way that first, I just had finished my graduate education, and second, I took my graduate education abroad. But of course, I am cognizant of the fact that I am familiar of the situation here in the Philippines, because I also serve as an adjunct faculty member of the Graduate School of West Visayas State University College of Education in the main campus. So these are the talking points. First, we need to um, consider the common ground of the measure of impact. So for now, probably as a student or as a faculty member of the graduate education program, we should consider actually what is the impact. And then, of course, the measures of this impact was taken from a study of lack, which is described in terms of perception and values. And then, as you can notice, why it should be abroad and what is the essence of that, because not everybody gets the chance to study abroad. And finally, to capture the calibration of the institutional quality policy, I will be introducing to you the so-called 6 Ps. So when it comes to the measure of impact, this was taken from the paper of Flack, that impact is measured in terms of results or effect. At the same time, the results or the effects, these are synonymous in meaning. It could be individual, it could be institutional, societal, or of course, we have the so-called international relations. So I will be talking on these 4 dimensions, but I will be focusing more on the institutional impact of the graduate education program. So the perceptions and values will be discussed as far as the individual, institution, societal, and international relations. Now, when it comes to the impact of the graduate education, for me as an individual, so there are what we call perceptions. And the prevailing perception is a master's degree is enough. So normally, people would tell you that as a secondary school teacher, because I happen to teach in a public high school, then a master's degree is already enough. However, there are things that people value, and later on I got to value, because I have to be honest that at first I did not actually intend to pursue a PhD degree. So the value could be in terms of promotion. That's one. Second, that is for the consultancy, and then the so-called value added qualification. So of course, in the Philippines, a PhD degree would surely give you that promotion. And then when you have that so-called PhD after your name, then you are expected actually to provide the insights to others. So that could be in a form of research advising, or to contribute to the issues in your field of discipline. All right. And what is the value of the PhD? Later on, you would realize that having a PhD does not really mean that you know everything. So a PhD is simply a dent on a body of literature. So like for example, in this case, I I have probed probably on one aspect of knowledge, but you keep on pursuing the frontiers of knowledge. So even if you are a master's degree holder or a PhD degree holder, then what really matters that you have actually caused a debt in that body of knowledge. So we need to keep on pushing the frontiers of knowledge. And then, of course, another value is you get to be invited as a visiting researcher to other universities. And then at the same time, you get to present ideas as far as your expertise on that particular field of discipline. So this is the poster posted in the university when I had to present my perspective on the math and science education in the Philippines with regards to the school where I am affiliated right now. And then there are also workshops, like for instance, in this case in South Korea, that would allow you to work with other PhD scholars. So this is in Iwa Catholic University. So, but of course, the individual value of having a PhD or a master's degree can be more than what I have presented. However, as mentioned previously, I would rather talk more on the institutional value, because you need to tell your admin or at your principal why they should support your quest for higher learning, since I think every semester you need to file a permit to pursue higher studies, and why they should contribute um, to to this particular goal. In fact, if I were to decide, all teachers should actually pursue higher studies, not because I'm teaching in the graduate school, but because there is an institutional impact, which is the core of my talk today. So what is the perception? The perception is, can't you learn it here? And I would like to emphasize here. Probably in your school, there is also a graduate school. So when I mention about the abroad in quotation, I refer to something which is a new place. So for example, you might want to pursue your master's or your PhD in another place. If not abroad, then probably in the Philippines, just to provide an additional challenge on your part, because there are what we call shadow education, or we can have this so-called wired learning. So can't you learn actually, or can't you pursue that um, in your own locality? However, there are what we call values. When you have pursued your master's or your PhD in your locality, of course, no offense to those who don't have any choice but to pursue higher studies in your own locality, that is valid enough. But probably we can advise also others that there's another perspective or value towards it. So the first that I have presented here is the comparative education. So my positionality is about comparing the Japanese education as and that of the Philippine education. And then the practices can be best observed when you are exposed actually to that school, other than the so-called school visit or checking the website of that school. Unless, of course, if there's a published article describing these practices. And then we have this so-called leveling. So more or less, it captures the idea that you get to benchmark the kind of education that you are having from that school over the education that you have in another school. And these are the two cases that I would like to present, but will be described towards the end of my presentation. The case one is about pasunaid. Pasunaid is a Hiligaynon word, which means being considerate. And case number two is pasanyog, which means it is roughly translated as continuous improvement. So these are the values that I have acquired while studying abroad. So in that case, the concept of pasunaid, about being considerate to others, and combining it with pasanyog resulted to the publication of a school-based research journal. So you may check the work of our scholars in publicscience.org. So 4 years ago, we decided that we have to share the work of our student researchers to other young researchers. And so we have this school journal. You may check it. And then this month, we will be releasing the fourth volume. So unlike other schools, which end their research process by binding the thesis, so ours is being summarized into a journal article, and we combine it with other articles, so that becomes the research journal. This is open access, so everyone can actually look at it. But the other two papers and previous papers previously done by our scholars are not accessible because it can only be published in one journal. You can learn more about it by visiting the website. And then, of course, we have here a series of webinar, just like what we are having right now, by inviting scientists to come to our school. But this is during the face-to-face. I will be showing to you what our current practices are in the new normal. And then this active learning, which is usually observed in Japan, I have it done here also in the Philippines. But there is a pasadyog, like for example, the use of available material. So we employed the scampering technique using the S in the scamper acronym. where S stands for substitution, C for combination, adaptation, modification, put to another use, elimination, and of course, we have the reverse process. So we actually go to school and hold the activity. This is during the face-to-face. Later on, I'll show to you how we continue this practice even under the new normal. And of course, before, we used to have these events attended by hundreds of elementary learners. And of course, this is also shared to other secondary school learners here in the province of Iloilo. Now, I'll give more about the institutional impact later, but please allow me to provide first on the societal and the international relation. When one has studied abroad, the perception is, or probably this is just my own claim, will they come back to serve? But then the values that I have is, where do help come from? So of course, we have the non-governmental organizations and then the Filipino organizations. My exposure abroad has opened actually opportunities for me to be the ambassador of the Philippine Federation of Panay Islands in Japan, where on an annual basis, they would come up with a project. And since I'm the ambassador here in Panay Island, so I'm the one receiving the money, and at the same time, I'm the one implementing the project. So for 300,000 yen, we have this Balay Tulunan in Capiz. This is located in Taganghin. And this is being used by the indigenous people in Taganghin. And then another one is the furnishing of school infrastructure. And this has actually led me to a more specific concern that right after this, we have decided to rechannel our project on water. Because at the end of the day, in the school, what really matters is water. And I would like to call the attention of everyone that if there is one thing or an infrastructure that must be provided in all our schools would be the availability of water. Number one, the learners don't have to carry the water. Second, you have to ensure, you can ensure rather that you can have a cleaner comfort room. Then, of course, when it comes to sanitation, kids can also wash their hands. So I have noticed that if you would like to increase the performance of the school, just check the kind of water that they have. So is it accessible up to the classroom? So this is one is in Batad. And then eventually, when we had to conduct our outreach in Guimaras, I ended up in this island. So this is in Panubulon Island in Guimaras, when the organization decided that we should have an outreach. We do it province by province. So in Antique, we have a classroom. Same is true with the Capiz. But then when we had it in Iloilo as well as in Guimaras, we decided to shift to water. Now, how did I arrive in this island? Because I can actually implement the project in the province or in the mainland. This one would require actually 20 to 25 minutes of boat ride, which exposes me to the risk actually of of drowning if ever. Hopefully, nothing happened. So first things first, as a researcher, I have to narrow down. So first, I have to check the data in the rural health unit of the municipalities in Guimaras province. That gave me an idea that in Guimaras, it is in Nueva Valencia which has the highest incidence of waterborne diseases, uh, waterborne related diseases. And then out of this, from this municipality, we decided to check which one has the highest incidence of waterborne related diseases in the barangays. And then I found out that there are already 3 barangays. And these barangays happen to be island barangays. So the I went to these 3 barangays, and then I found out that the other 2 barangays are having projects with other agencies except for this island. And so we decided to settle in Panubulon Island. All right. And eventually, from an outreach project, we came up with this paper, which is the technosocial feasibility analysis of solar-powered UV-LED water treatment system in a remote island of Guimaras, Philippines. So take note that all outreach activity as a function of an educator in the state university, this is expressed in terms of research instruction as well as extension. So take note that extension comes last. So it should be research oriented, like for example in the selection. And then of course there must be an element of instruction which is from the journal article. So prior to my teaching in the Philippines, I mean pre-graduate education, the usual reference would be textbook or whatever can be outsourced from tertiary information. This has led me actually to change my paradigm in terms of sources of information being offered to the learners, and of course the international relation with these co-authors. I still do the sky watching activity. I had been doing it before, but then I happened to study in a laboratory focusing on the cultural studies in science education, which has led me actually to sort of conveying the cultural aspect of science. I had been doing it actually before, but it has provided me a concrete philosophical view of why it has to be done the way it should be. This one is in Boracay and this is open to everyone. During this pandemic, except of course that we have this ECQ. However, in other previously when it started, I would still cater, but now I think we need to observe the health protocol, especially the variants of COVID that we are having. And then the concept of engaging stakeholders and benefactors. This one is the Pagwaragwag in 2019. In publicscience.org, we will be posting the details of a community-based science research congress. I believe that there are only few campuses in Pisay, and we are the first to do it, that our research congress is not only technical one. This is being publicized. It is actually reported to the public. And in our case, our number one definition of what is meant to be public is to share it to the elementary learners. Now, for the international relations, so the perception is the question about the so-called internship, because the impact in international relations would be the engagement. So for example, I can collaborate with other scholars in other universities because of this connection with friends and at the same time acquaintances. So this has opened also opportunities to my learners whenever I invite them. So for example, for the internship, we had sent actually students in the Okada laboratory of the University of Tokyo. Then we can participate in the ISS Science Seminar. And then before the pandemic, we have the Kumamoto University. This is as far as my connection. However, our school has internship opportunities in other laboratories, not necessarily in other universities abroad, but in science laboratories. Now, this is the typical internship in the Okada lab. So it's just a 2-week internship laboratory. And the internship has resulted to the publication of this paper. So that student intern went to Japan. I happened to stay there in Japan also because I served as a visiting researcher. So we went to Japan in 2017. And this person, the Juan Paulo Lorenzo Gerardo Barrios, is one of the 5 student interns. When he came back to the Philippines, he worked rather on multi-junction solar cells. And before graduation, we were able to publish this paper. All right. And then from time to time, we have visitors coming from our host agency. This one is in Kumamoto University. Now, going back to the institutional impact, I would like to present to you the so-called 8 Ps of the Philippine Science High School. And when we speak of the 8 Ps of Philippine Science High School, actually there are 6. This would call on the aspect of calibrating the school's quality policy. So what is the impact of my training in the graduate school? And you also have to contemplate about your possible impact as a master's or a PhD degree holder in calibrating your institution's quality policy. So in our case, I happen to be in a specialized science high school program, which is similar to ESIP school or engineering science education program of the Department of Education and the regional science high school, but they are under the Department of Education. Philippine Science High School is under the DOST, and we have this function as a specialized science high school program. So these are the 6 Ps expected of us, and I will be presenting how my degree has somehow contributed to our mandate in people, services, places, policies, publications, patents, and products. So I'll just give you an exemplar on how I do it. Now, in people and services, one of the things that DOST is advocating is for us to pursue higher learning so that we can be research oriented. I happened to study abroad, and this is during my graduation. This was taken by the official photographer in Japan. By the way, they have a short graduation, and only the number one in in the in the college. So for instance, in my university, this person is representing one college. In my case, I am representing the Graduate School of Science and Mathematics Education. So there are hundreds of graduates in the master's and the PhD, but no one and not everyone can actually come up the stage. So only the number one can actually represent the entire college. So for example, if there's a college of fire science, yung number one rin, only the number one will represent the entire college, so that it becomes shorter. Now, in terms of people and services, since I value the pursuit of higher learning, we also initiated the pursuit of graduate education, or the opportunity to study abroad by having the so-called Filipino international researchers and scholars training and symposium. So the goal of this activity is to gather all the scholars abroad for them to present their work, even the preliminary output, and for them to give insights to other scholars what is the opportunity available for them if ever they would like to pursue higher studies or short-term courses abroad. So this is me during the first, and then we have 5 installments of the Filipino International Researchers, Scholars, and the Trainees Symposium. So ayan. Now, these are the challenges: produce more graduates in science, the promotion of science careers, engagement in the training of other science teachers, teach in the graduate school, and obtain a postdoc position. So for those who are PhD degree holder, there is still something that we have to achieve, and that is to have a postdoc position. Since it is expected that if you are teaching in a PhD, you should have at least a postdoc position. Now, for the places, our school has a planetarium, which is I think the only one among secondary schools in the Philippines. So this is how it looks like in our school planetarium. And this has opened also opportunities for our scholars to participate in international Olympiad. Ayan. So we have to maximize the use of the planetarium. And how is this being done in the new normal? The training of science teachers and the sharing of facility to wider audience. In terms of policies, I have contributed in the policy forum conducted by UNESCO. This is for the post-disaster recovery efforts. So I'm one actually of those who prepared the report on psychosocial first aid for secondary school age learners. So this is being used by DepEd. So you can learn more about this in and then in terms of publications, as mentioned, this is the one shared by by me with my students. So I serve as the advisor. But this one, I serve as a collaborator. And finally, when you are already a PhD degree holder, the graduate education should teach you supposedly to perform independent scientific research. It is only recently that I was able to publish a, a paper which is ako na lang talaga. I mean, for sole authorship. So this is peer-reviewed and at the same time an invited one. It's not actually the usual na you get to submit your work, but this was solicited from me. So probably to honor my expertise on scientific inquiry or in giftedness. So feel free to ask me about it later about this paper. Yan. So we have to be prolific and contribute at least one. So in my case, I self-imposed that I should publish at least one paper or materials in science for teachers and learners use. In this time of pandemic, of course, a journal article may not be useful to educators, especially the classroom practitioners. So I focus more on publishing materials for teachers and learners use. And this is mainstream in the courses I'm teaching. So I have this book chapter on the natural forces and the mangrove forest. And then at the same time, there is already a patent on the self-evaluation checklist, which you may also use to identify those who are gifted in science among your learners. And in this time of COVID, as a product of mentoring topic, we came up with a story coloring book. Now, as you can see, only the cover is colored, but the rest of the pages are not colored. This is intended for 7 years old and below. And this storybook, unlike other storybook, is a result of our extensive review of science information about the COVID and how to present stories to children. So it's not a creative work, but it's more of a scientific work. And then we have here the products or the process. So in terms of product, the UST should supposedly trumpets the idea of a commercial value. Our book, we decided because it's funded by the government, it must be publicly available. So for us, this is our innovation because this would somehow inspire other secondary school age or young researchers that research is possible at a young age of 16. Ayan. So you can check the published science. This is how it looks like. So we have volume 1, 2, and 3. And for this month, we will be releasing the fourth volume. And these are, by the way, the pictures which can be found inside of. So, for example, volume 1. This is the image of the veins in chicken when we applied it with the I forgot the substance, but we check the effect of that substance and we reverse the image so that we can actually check how it grew in the yolk of the egg. The second one is this one. This is about harnessing the potential energy every time we walk. So one student came up with this research. And the third one, This is just the inverted image of what is inside the rotary evaporator. So, ayan. Hopefully, you'll join us in the launching of the fourth volume. And currently, this is the first time that I will be presenting it to the public. So, next month, we will be launching officially a handbook of scientific practice for young researchers. For example, one of the things that we would like to share is spectrophotometry. But we have so many methods in store for young researchers. So we actually produce materials for other secondary school age researchers. However, everyone is also expected to come up with your own. In fact, there are so many materials that can be compiled and be published. It only requires creativity to come up with your own published materials. A published material doesn't have to be a journal article, although this is what is being expected from a PhD or a master's degree holder, or to anyone in state colleges and universities. All right. Now, there are only 6 P's, but I would like to present the 7th P because I believe that there should be 8, not 6. The concept of P, or pagpasanyog, in Hiligaynon, the rough translation is becoming a better version of oneself. So the outputs that we are producing is a product of pagpasanyog addressing the circumstances of the situation. So for instance, during the face-to-face, we found out that the paper we are publishing cannot be accessed by us unless it is an open access. And it's difficult for us to share it to everyone. And so we decided that if we are capable of publishing our work, why don't we come up with our own and then share it to others? So, padayon versus pasanyog. Padayon is just, it's another Hiligaynon word, which means to keep on doing what you're doing. However, the difference is in pasanyog, you keep on doing it, but you keep on improving at the same time so that it's a better version of itself. Someone cannot hear anything. I hope everyone can hear me. And so, in the conduct of the Community-Based Science Research Congress, dubbed as Pagwaragwag, we had it combined, and the scampering technique allows us to improve our current practices. Of course, I cannot provide the details for now. What are the aspects? So, for example, combining, mainstreaming, engaging stakeholders in the conduct of the activity is a form of pasanyog. Or for example, the pagbahin activity which we conducted in Iloilo, first, second, third, and in the fourth installment. So you can see the change of the venue. And of course, in the research events, which used to be face-to-face, is conducted now virtually. So no sound. Someone is and of course the 8P. P is para sa bata, which means for the children, para sa bayan, for the motherland, and P para sa kanila, which means for others. So collectively, this is the 8P. That the last P is about working for others, and it is for others. And so in the new normal, we decided together with my students to release an activity guidebook because we cannot have a face-to-face skywatching activity. So how are we going to address the gap that we can't have a physical contact with our learners, especially to our school feeders. So we have this project Talampad. So it's a modular approach that a learner can actually do astronomy related activities using available materials at home. So basically this only requires scissors and papers. And for this issue, we have comets, meteors, and asteroids, moon chart, planetary model, star clock, star map, sundial, and the making of the sun-earth-moon model. So expect that with the pagpasanyog, we will keep on improving this guidebook by adding more content or materials, but keeping to the essence of the guidebook, that it must be doable with minimal support from the knowledgeable others. So this is one of the activities on the solar system, and this is about the moon chart, so that a learner can tell the time. So then we have the Panilag. So this is a bird survey in Iloilo province and Bacolod City. I would post this in my Facebook so that we can engage in citizen science. So hopefully you can encourage your learners to participate in our Panilag. And then the face-to-face webinar with what used to be a face-to-face is now a webinar, because we cannot bring scientists physically, so we can bring them to our school virtually. So this is just one of those activities we held, and we collaborated with the PSI org of the University of the Philippines in the Visayas. And then we always make sure that this is free of charge, because it is covered by our sponsors. So we also had this event, Tanaraw. We collaborated with university students of Japan to bring science engagement in the respective homes of our benefactors learners. So sila rin yung mga benefactors namin, so that we can ensure that we can provide free resources to our learners. So this is our guidebook, and we actually meet them on a weekly basis. And all of these are patterned after the MELCS competencies of the Department of Education. And we still have other activities, but for now, I decided to provide only those which are already done. But we still keep on doing it by, of course, the so-called pasanyog. So in summary, when we speak of the impact of the graduate education, why we have to pursue it, I hope you won't forget that we are not pursuing graduate education simply because of its individual value, the institutional value, the societal value, or simply having a network, but because we need to equip ourselves of the skills and knowledge necessary to address concerns of our society. At this time that there is a pandemic, it is actually a responsibility to contribute, so that we may not be able to serve as a frontliners to cure the sick, but it could somehow alleviate the suffering of others through us. And with that, I would like to thank again the organizer of this conference for having me today. So I think it's already 10:08. I'm now ready to entertain your questions. So I think I have here some of the feedback already in the chat room. So, hi Sir Aris, Miss Ninyo Pasono. Hi Ninyo. I can't hear anything, no sound. Can't you hear me?
Yes, definitely, Doc. We can hear you.
Ah,
Anyway, well, okay, let's give you a little break, Doc, now while our participants are still preparing for the questions. Now, again, we want to say thank you to our keynote speaker, Dr. Lauder. He's now waiting for your questions, guys, so feel free to ask questions. Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, that's it.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So now while we're waiting for your questions, okay, Doc, we'll give you some few minutes to take a rest. No. So again, please to all our participants, please answer the evaluation form that was sent to your respective email last night, and to all our participants, again, please mute your microphone if you have any questions. You may raise your hands or comment it to our chat box. And at the same time, your certificates will be given only to those who paid the registration fee. So that's a very important things that you have to consider. And then before we move on to the questions, Sir Aris, how have you been doing?
I'm thriving well.
Mhm.
Thank you for asking. I hope you also do.
Okay. So again, participants, please get ready with your questions. We have already some participants who have come up with some questions. So I'm sure Doc Aris is ready to entertain your questions.
Or should I be the one to ask the questions today?
Yes. Okay. They're now formulating their questions, Doc. So please bear with us for a few minutes.
Sure.
Mhm.
Probably we will allow comments or insights from our participants. It doesn't have to be a question.
Okay. Mhm.
Mm. Happy watching according to Janice Villanueva from Dumaraw.
Doc Aris, we have here one question. Now, this is all about getting their master's degree or going to the graduate school. Now, normally for college, it should be in a vertical level. Now, what about those who are from the elementary level? Should it really be the vertical level or another way can be possible?
What do you mean that our elementary teachers should pursue a graduate education?
Yes, something like that.
Mm, I think it's for me, the perception is if you are elementary teacher, you don't have to pursue a master's degree because your bachelor's degree is enough. However, the idea of graduate education is not simply because for your learners, you have to treat it as a system that having a master's degree or a PhD degree in the elementary would allow you to equip yourself with the skills to address concerns, not only classroom concern, but it could be a school concern, or it could be not necessarily national concern, but somehow the graduate education program should teach you to become an independent researcher. And then a researcher would always look at any problem in the field as an opportunity to be of service. So as an elementary school teacher, it's important that you should pursue master's and PhD, not simply because for your own learner. So I think it's more of limited scope. So you have to widen your vision when it comes to having a degree. Just like what I mentioned, if I'm teaching high school physics, then it's enough that I have a bachelor's degree in physics to teach and deliver the course. So why should I pursue master's in physics education or even a PhD in education? Others might actually dismiss that you keep on learning the same thing from your undergrad to your master's or to your PhD. In fact, it's not. You keep on learning, but the kind of learning that you'll have depends on you. So although it's a plus factor to pursue it in a particular university, but take note that every university has its own strength. So you cannot actually dismiss a school as ay diri lang, or it's only here, or things like that. And of course, it is also critical if you have a good panel or a research advisor. So in my case, for example, I happen to work with a science, a professor emeritus. So what does it mean to have a professor emeritus as a research advisor? That means that I get to, I got to be acquainted with other professor emeritus also, na teacher. So whenever other, like for example, I would like to remind everyone that graduate school is also an opportunity for you to form networks with others. Who knows that your classmate right now will become supervisor or principal. So it's a networking thing. I'm just glad that Sir Romy would actually invite me and provide me opportunity to be with other people, because I don't have network actually in the Philippines for that matter. So ayan, no one would actually tell us that pursuit of higher learning is a demerit. It's always a plus factor. In fact, every time you have to wake up for your master's or your PhD, and every time you pursue, you can actually take it as a burden, or you can actually take it as a means to check how you are as a person, what are your values, and others would simply give up. So I would like to remind you, when it is already difficult, just seek for help, and then you are free to rant, but don't post it in Facebook about your struggles. You can ask for help, because help is there when you ask for it, and hopefully you persevere and find ways on how to obtain your degree. There's a question here. I hope I have answered your question. So it's no longer a question if you will pursue or not. It's yours. because you'd like to serve others, not simply because of promotion. There's a prevailing notion that when elementary teacher would pursue master's or PhD degree, it already equates that one is desiring to be promoted in a supervisory position.
Okay. Doc, there is one question here raised by Sai. Is there a tendency that the least requirement for a one-step promotion will be a doctorate level basis? What is your personal opinion?
Come again. The
Is
personal
there a tendency that the least requirement for a one-step promotion will be a doctorate level basis?
It's actually a plus factor because by obtaining a PhD degree, you cannot actually help but increase also the probability of productivity. Of course, educational attainment, just like any other criteria in promotion, is only one aspect of the promotion. So for example, if you have obtained if you have attained a PhD degree or a master's degree, that's only, I think in our case, it's only 25%. We still have consider other aspects because we are supposed to be taken as a holistic individual rather than be determined by our degree. Degree is one thing, but productivity is another thing. So I think what rings true to all promotion criteria would be educational attainment, and then your tenure. We cannot just allow anyone to be promoted after 1 year of service in one school unless it's a special case. Then of course your productivity and your service. Productivity could be publishing of material or production, but then you also have to show that you can be of service to others, because our schools, especially the public uh, universities and colleges, these schools are funded by people's money. And so we have the responsibility to ensure that we serve after obtaining our degree. In fact, we cannot also wait for the degree to be obtained to be of service. All of us, I believe, are bachelor's degree holder. You already have your own skills. If you have to come to think of it, everyone has the capacity to be of help. However, by pursuing higher learning, your approach in solving a problem and your project implementation becomes a better version also, especially your connection.
Okay. Thank you, Doc. Now, here is another question raised by someone. Now, in your opinion, what do you think are the expectations of our community from somebody who is having a master's degree or has finished a master's degree? It's all about community's expectation. What do you think?
For me, the community's expectation, I don't actually go outside
Okay.
and roam around, but I would only hear that from other people. There is what we call expectation coming from the community because you need to address. I don't know if this is true for those who are engaged in their community and what is the definition of community. I happen to be a resident and a voter of a municipality. However, I am teaching here in the city of Iloilo. So, which is my community? Is it the community where I came from, my birthplace, or is it my workplace, the immediate community around my school? So for now, And then the question is, why did I implement it in Guimaras when in fact I'm not from Guimaras? My answer to that is, it's important that you have to define the scope of community and what qualifies to be a community. For me, a community would be the humanity. So whenever I serve rather as a visiting professor in another university, it doesn't mean that I don't serve my country. I'm actually trumpeting the country. When I serve an island, so it is not a disservice to my immediate community or to my birthplace. As long as you do it for others, I think that for me qualifies as a community. That community doesn't have to be defined by the common notion. You can redefine your own community, and you are only accountable to yourself. If you are happy what you are doing, and because others are emancipated from their own circumstances, then I think that is where community is. Community is more than just the physical aspect of it. It's not even geographical. Community could be this one. Like for instance, since we gather here in the name of this conference and to learn and hear from each other during the presentation, that is our community. That is why in literature we have the so-called research community. Here we have a community also. And I think this is the third time that I am part of this community. So community is just a social construct. So the community may expect from you, but at the end of the day, it's about you contributing to it, not because of that expectation. You cannot expect from the community. It will only lead to overthinking, but rather you have to expect only from yourself and try to discern what really can you contribute, because your existence as an individual and finding other people whose interest connects with your own interest, that becomes a community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Here is another question being shoot by Ireneo V. Bataga. Good morning, Doc. Very good topic. By the way, Doc, is it possible to apply a master teacher not in line to your specialization? Just like, for example, you're a graduate of PhD major in educational management. In fact, you're a biology major during your undergraduate studies.
Okay. I think this can be answered by knowing your positionality. Supposedly, what is expected based on the CMO, if you are, there is what we call verticalization. I don't know with the DepEd, I can only speak for Philippine science. Since I'm a graduate of physics education as a major, supposedly I should pursue physics education for my master's. However, the university does not prevent me if I will take up special education. You have to check that with your human resource management. This is my technical answer. But then again, if you pursue educational management, you have to examine yourself. What was your motive in enrolling in that particular master's degree program? And that would, if it was for promotion, then you should follow the guideline of the promotion rather than insist that you have a master's degree. So for instance, if I took PhD in educational management, which is not in line with science education or physics education, then it won't be credited. So with regards to applying, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. But then what would be its value to you? And what would be the perception of others? I have a colleague who has 3 master's degree. He is a bachelor's degree in physical education, but he has 3 master's degree. One in educational management, in physics education, and in special education. The reason for that is because it's his personal value to take this master's degree rather than enroll in a direct PhD program. So you have to check your desire. I think I would like to cite Buddha. Our desires are the cause of our suffering. As long as we are fully aware of our desires and we are willing to suffer because of that desire, proceed. I'm a graduate of PhD in science education. So it's still vertical. But for you to, I think you can still, if you are a major in bio during your bachelor's degree, you can still take up masters in biology education to make it vertical. If that is for the promotional. For the tertiary education or in universities and colleges, I think there is a CMO and you are in the transition period. I think the implementation plan would be 2022 or 2023. I don't know. But you can consider that for the promotion. There's a question here about I want to read and learn more about your works. How can we obtain a copy of your work? So you can actually obtain a copy by checking the journal. But if you have issues in obtaining a copy due to other reasons, I will type now my email address so that you can send your request. I would be glad to send a copy of the paper. So it's already in the chat room. Is there a tendency that the list requirement for a one-step promotion will be a doctorate level basis? I think the degree is just a means to be promoted. But again, let us all examine our motives. There is what we call motivation when it comes to pursuing graduate studies. It cannot be helped that the number one motive would be for promotion. However, if you are no longer interested of promotion, then what happens to you? So for instance, if I have to speak in vernacular, what if makasandad ka sang isa ka milyones karon? Will that keep the desire of obtaining a PhD degree? How about if you happen to receive a fortune? If you will win tomorrow in Lotto, will you still pursue higher degrees? So for instance, others would say, no, I don't have to take a PhD degree because I think my husband can sustain me, because their value when it comes to higher degree is simply because of that. If we have more than that, then good. But let us all re-examine, why are we taking up graduate education program?
Any other questions to be clarified by Doc?
There's a comment here for me pursuing to become highly competitive as a teacher. Graduate education program is actually a qualification and at the same time a means of obtaining competency. So competency is a skill. So for instance, in state universities and colleges, they would like to hire a master's degree holder or a PhD degree holder to teach in the college or in the university. That is qualification. But it's another thing to be competent. Competent means that you can actually deliver after having this degree. So take note, qualification and competence, it must go hand in hand. That by having this qualification, you are also becoming competent yourself. There's a question from Realme C3 posted 1 minute ago. I have a bachelor's degree in education, major in social studies, and already passed comprehensive exam for master's degree, major in social studies. Did I take a right path, Doc? It saddened me to know that you're asking this question, but I really admire your honesty, confirming your doubts probably. Looking at it, you took the right path. I mean, you are taking the right path because your major is social studies and your master's degree is in social studies. It's a right path, which is a verticalization. However, I don't want to categorically say that just because you are social studies and then your master's is in guidance and counseling, it is not a right path. Who can tell you if your path is right or not? Do you need someone's idea to confirm that your path is wrong or right? No, you alone can tell if your path is right or not. In terms of verticalization, you have to check, again, examine your reason for taking up a graduate degree program, whether it in master's or in PhD. What's your reason? If it's in line with your reason for doing it, no one would question you. How would you think my classmates would react that I am a physics major and then I am enrolled in a special education course for my master's, or for a PhD degree holder taking another master's degree, or for an education major to pursue law instead of a PhD. I have colleagues enrolled in law program as a means of developing themselves. So for me, whatever the career path that you would like to pursue, the society or the community may dictate otherwise that it's not the right path. What really matters to me is for you to answer your question yourself. Do you think you are doing the right path? So if the answer is yes, then I can also resonate that answer that it is a right path. You alone can answer that question. I believe so. You are welcome, Ma'am Maria Antoinette Bataan. Yes, we always have to start as a new pipe. Hello, Doc Aris from Sir Neil Cortuna. Realme, thank you, Doc, for the enlightenment. You're welcome. I feel like a shining star because you are enlightened.
Thank you very much, Doc. Anyway, Doc, I guess all the questions have been clarified and been answered by you. So again, thank you very much for sharing your expertise and your time, especially during this pandemic. I know most of our participants are really eager and have been looking forward to hearing something special from you. So, Doc, again, thank you very much and keep safe as well. And looking forward to seeing and learning from you again in the near future. Thank you very much, Doc.
By the way, the articles I shared with you, these are all available in online. But in case you have issues in accessing them or obtaining a PDF copy, I have provided my email address. And again, thank you very much. Can we have one last question dito?
Yes, Doc. Please go ahead.
Good morning. What are the current trends and issues in PA? What is PA?
public administration?
Ah, Honestly, I cannot actually answer questions on public administration because I'm a classroom practitioner. Probably those who are into public administration as a major and probably those who are in admin position can actually answer this question. Thanks for sharing. Anyway, thank you very much once again to the organizer and Sir Jim. Thank you very much.
Yes, Doc. Final statement to all our participants.
Okay. Final statement. So, as you try to obtain your master's or your PhD degree in your university or college of choice, please always remember that you will entertain several times the question if you have to continue obtaining that degree. Please take note of that. Every week you will be confronted, most especially when you are already writing your research, you will be confronted, I think, even if you are half awake or even if you are sleeping, you will actually dream about should you continue pursuing just to obtain that PhD or master's degree. Please remind yourself that you have to check again your motives, your intention, and then do not forget the 8P. That 8P is you have to sacrifice a lot because others are expecting so much from you when you have already obtained more than the promotion, more than whatever benefits you can get from it. So just think of it, what benefits others can gain out of the degree that you have. And with that, please pursue higher education and encourage others also in pursuing their desire to higher learning. Thank you very much and bye-bye everyone.
So there, guys, thank you very much again to our speaker. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you for sharing your time and your knowledge to everybody, to all our participants. Thank you, Doc. Keep safe. So we're going to
Thank
have a
you.
little break before we showcase or present to you our two research presenters at around 11 o'clock. So keep your mood planted to all our participants. In a few minutes, we're going to present to you and have the two researches. So again, enjoy the rest of the day. See you at around 11 o'clock. Let's have a little break. We're scheduled to be back at 11 o'clock, so we'd like to call the attention of our two presenters. Please get ready at 11 o'clock. We have Professor Nora H. Palma. I'm sure you are ready to present something special today, as well as Renee Lara Bahade. We will be presenting your research at around 11 o'clock until 12. Thank you. So again, good morning, everyone. It's time to introduce our two research presenters. So I'm sure you guys have learned a lot of things and piece of information from our keynote speaker just a while ago. Now it's time to formally introduce two of our research presenters. The first one will be presenting to us a topic entitled Impact of Dishwashing Gardening Extension Activity During the COVID-19 Pandemic. We would like to introduce to you Sir Jeffrey G. Magbanwa. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. All right, so am I allowed to start my presentation, sir?
Yes, please do.
All right, thank you so much.
Ready.
All right, thank you. Okay. So I'll be...
excuse me for a while, so Jeffrey, let me have a little recheck. So we have Dr. Dali Rose Timelo, Dr. Bona S. Palma, and Dr. John Erwin P. Pedrosa will be giving their feedbacks after you are done with your presentation.
All right, that would be great, sir. All right, let's see. Okay, let me just first share my presentation. Please bear with me. Thank you. All right. All right, can you see my presentation? I just want to confirm, sir.
Yes, your slides are now being shared. It's perfect.
All right, perfect. Thank you. First, I would like to take this opportunity to, of course, thank the organizer for giving us this opportunity. Today, I will be presenting our research, our study on the impact of dish gardening extension activity during the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, I would like to acknowledge our lead researcher, Professor Nori H. Palma, together with my co-researchers, Professor Josephine G. Diases, Instructor Revenly Galapin, and Instructor Azeline Y. Estelo. So I will be presenting our research. My name is Jeffrey G. Magbanwa. All right, so on 2019, there is a global crisis that started at China, specifically Wuhan. And we are all aware about this, and this is what we call a coronavirus. A year later, actually several months later, on 2020, the virus reached the Philippines. And rapidly, in a short time, this virus spread all over the country. Because of this, our government, as well as the government across the countries in the world, imposed and implemented strict health protocols, such as wearing of masks and face shields, social distancing, community lockdowns, and home quarantine. Because of this, or because of the pandemic, businesses are closed or are forced to close or operate in limited time, which consequently results people are losing jobs and source of income. People become vulnerable to anxiety, paranoia, stress, and depression. However, despite of this, still Filipino resilience dominated. In the midst of pandemic, there's another trend, a craze for greenery in plants. We call this plantdemic. It emerged in the mid-2020. According to TAN, ML 2020, plantdemic is a new word used to describe people discovering the views of or the joys of gardening during the pandemic. Because of this, we have now new words like plantitos and plantitas. Also, with the pandemic, the demand of greenery propelled the prices of the plants, which gives opportunities to relieve stress and anxiety for the hobbyists, as well as earning an income or starting a business. Now, here GSC or Guimaras State College, College of Teacher Education come in. With the effort of the College of Teacher Education and the Extension Services Office, the CTE formulated and organized and implemented the dish gardening amidst COVID-19, a community extension activity at Barangay San Roque, Buenavista, Guimaras on April 5, 2020. The dish gardening extension activity was implemented successfully. However, the College of Teacher Education wanted to determine the impact of this gardening extension activity to its beneficiaries or clients. And this is where our research came to life. As researchers, we conducted an impact study on the gardening activity during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, how about the methodologies? Of course, first, the research design, with respect to the research design, we actually have employed a qualitative research study. This is a qualitative research study, and we make use of a grounded theory, emergent design. So our informants, the informants of this study were 15 randomly selected beneficiaries of the Dish Garden Extension activity of Guimaras State College, College of Teacher Education on August 5, 2020 at San Roque, Buenavista, Guimaras. Actually, and the instrument, the validated researcher made interview guide was formulated, utilized to gather necessary data needed for this study. It has two parts. Part one, gather the personal data of the informants. Part two, collected the statement, feedbacks, and testimonies of the informants on the impact of this gardening extension activity to their lives. How about the methodology on collecting data? First, randomly selected informants. So based on the attendees and the participants, the clients that we have during the Dish Gardening Extension activity, we randomly selected 15 informants. And since this is, or the study was implemented or conducted during the pandemic, our second step is the coordination with the Barangay LGU to ask permission to conduct the study, as well as to ensure our safety and the safety of our clients and our informants in conducting this study. Next, we ask consent from the informants. We explain the aim of the study, or we give the overview of the study, and we ask them to become the informants. Upon their approval and permission, we collected the necessary data. We actually have implemented or used direct interview in FGD. Interview was done both face-to-face and virtually. The data were collected with strict adherence to confidentiality and health protocols. So we also have conducted some follow-up interview for additional points that we wanted to tackle on the previous responses of the informants. For the data analysis procedure, first, the collected data were transcribed. After transcription, it was compiled, or the transcribed responses were compiled. After which, we actually have implemented this process. Again, the process that will follow can actually go back and forth until we reach and we determine the impact of this gardening activity or extension activity. So thoroughly read and analyze the responses, compiled. Next, we form initial categories or codes. Next, we identify categories and subcategories. Next, we formulated the coding book in the raters table, which will be used by two selected or purposely selected experts to rate the coverage of the categories and subcategories, and of course, to establish the inter-rater reliability. After which, we classified, or one of the experts, the researcher, classified the entire set of impacts of the disc gardening extension activity. We didn't use frequency count and percentage to ascertain the number of informants who responded in every item or in every subcategory. And finally, we have established the impact of the disc gardening extension activity. So this is actually the data analysis procedure. Again, we can go back and forth here. We can rate and re-rate. We can code. We can create codes and then again read through the transcribe responses again. So apparently this is a little bit tedious part of the analysis. So here are the results. The impact of the Guimaras State College of Teacher Education, this gardening extension activity can be classified into 8 categories or into 8 classifications. First, this garden as a plant collection hobby. 86.7% of our respondents have stated responses related in this category. Next, this garden as knowledge and skills development. 80% of our respondents responded under this category. We have this garden as a recycling initiative. This garden as a relationship builder. Again, that is 67.7%. That is actually 2/3 of the respondents. This garden as a source of income, 53.3% of the respondents responded in this item. This garden as a physical and mental therapy. 7th, this garden as a sense of gratitude. 60% of our respondents responded in this category. And the last category on the impact of this garden extension activity is this garden as a sense of fulfillment. Again, 60% of the respondents responded in this category. Discussion. First, this garden as a plant collection hobby. This include impact of this gardening activities that ignited, rekindled, or motivated the participant to start their plant collection hobby. The participant emphasized that they started collecting plants after the disc gardening extension program, while others who already started collecting plants prior to the extension activity emphasized that they have a boost in collecting more plant varieties after this gardening activity. They also have emphasizes the different ways they have collected their plants. 4 ways of expanding their plant collection include: first is purchase or purchasing of plant. Second, through propagation. Third, through barter or exchange of plants. And fourth, receiving free plants from friends. Next impact is that this garden as a knowledge and skills development. The disc gardening extension activity provide participants sufficient knowledge and skills and the components, considerations, and procedures in making this garden. Moreover, they gained knowledge in properly handling their plant collection. They also indicated that they have maximized their knowledge and skills by imparting them to their family and friends. While some of the participants are asking for advanced trainings on gardening to further expand their knowledge and skills. Third, this garden as a recycling initiative. The disc gardening extension activities provided knowledge and skills in recycling usual household materials and waste into useful materials and improving their disc garden. The participants or informants are now storing. They actually have indicated that they are now storing and using previously thrown materials like broken cups and bowls, empty containers to be used for their disc garden projects. Some participants highlighted that they are now thinking about the possible creative use of these used materials. And they support the result of Smuts et al. 2014, stating that the rhythm of the gardening year and the recycling resources can actually help to ground people natural cycles and promote more general feeling of well-being. Impacts of this gardening, this will be the fourth, this garden as a relation builder. The impact of this gardening extension activity that strengthen the relationship as a family. The participants are spending more time together. This is actually based on their responses. The participants are spending more time together as a family that share common interests in collecting plants and creating these gardens. Some participants stated that they have built strong relationship with their kids, grandchildren, and siblings through gardening. Moreover, the participant accentuated that they gained more friends and connection with their locality and through social media platform because of this gardening. Finally, in the review of literature of Smuts et al. 2014 and Songa et al. 2021 signified that gardening improved alertness, cognitive abilities, and social and community interactions. Some elements of gardening trigger positive emotion in people. As Haviland Jones et al. 2005 in a review by Smuts et al. 2014, they indicated that plants are powerful positive emotion inducer and have immediate and long-term effects on emotional reaction, mood, social behavior, and even memory, both males and females. Number 5, this garden as a source of income. Many participants lost their jobs and source of income upon the implementation of strict health protocols due to COVID-19 pandemic. However, because of this gardening extension activity, majority of the participants indicated that they started making and selling this garden and plants in their locality and through different social media platforms. The significant increase of demands and prices of plants become an alternative source of income for most of our participants. Some participants even stated that they gained more in selling plants than their previous jobs. Participants that usually stay at home, like housewives and elderly, find gardening as a great opportunity to earn at home. And finally, the literature review of Suma et al. 2021 indicated that gardening positively affects an individual's source of income, livelihood, and employment opportunities, and life satisfaction and quality of life. Number 6, this garden, or 5 still, this garden a source of income. Many participants lose their, I think this is, all right. Okay. Number 6, this garden as a physical and mental therapy. The participant emphasized that gardening alleviates boredom, feeling of isolation, anxiety, and stress from the pandemic and the implementation of strict health protocols. Some even indicated that staying at home occupied by the kids' school activities and learning tasks with limited finances made their physical health suffer and elevate the level of stress and anxiety. However, they stated that gardening becomes an outlet to relieve stress and anxiety. They become more focused on gardening that lessen their time spent in worrying. And finally, access to restorative spaces. This actually related studies that support this statement or this result. Access to restorative spaces like garden helps to restore people's directive attention on tasks and thereby improve mental acuity. This is according to Verto 2005 and a review by Smuts et al. In 2014. They also emphasize that the expansion of the plant collection and earning the income in selling plants optimize their physical health and significantly lessen their anxiety. So here are some of the literature that support the study. Garden as well as the activity of gardening have been shown to have, let's see, to have a positive impact on people's health, well-being, and the result of both the physical activity and the use of garden as a space for mental relaxation and simulation. This is based on Smuts et al. 2014. And still on the review of Smuts et al. On different studies, perhaps the most effective way to reduce stress is to combine the effects of work or exercise in a natural or green setting, and exercise in such a setting certainly seems to have greater effects than exercise alone or exercise in unnatural or even unpleasant settings. Next, wait. In the experiment conducted by Van der Bergen cluster in 2011, they highlight that the findings provide the experimental evidence that gardening can promote relief from acute stress. Still, this is also stated in the review of Smuts et al. 2014. Number 7, this garden as a sense of gratitude. The impact of the Guimara State College of Teacher Education, this gardening extension activity manifested by the appreciation and gratefulness extended by the participant to the college. They have highlighted their utmost sense of gratitude to the training extended to them and the gratefulness and the result that they have experienced from the This Garden extension activity. Some participants expressed their positive feedback toward the extension program. They also indicated their intent to participate on other extension activities, especially advanced gardening activities. And last, this is the 8th impact. This garden as a sense of fulfillment. The impact of this gardening extension activities that emphasize the participants' sense of fulfillment, happiness, and enjoyment. They indicated that they enjoy the entire process of gardening and collecting plants, from planting, propagating, learning, and teaching the characteristics of plant, selling and bartering plants, watering, or by simply looking at them. This is evident as a number of people who simply like to sit in their gardens at the weekend because it allows them to feel connected to nature, the role of connectedness to nature. This is according to Mayer et al. 2008 and the review of Smuts et al. 2014. The participant also indicated that their interest in collecting plants is continually expanding. And based on the research of Ambrose et al. In 2020, they concluded that household or gardening is strongly associated with increased emotional well-being and positive emotions such as happiness and meaningfulness. So we also have formulated a diagram showing the interrelationship of the impact of this gardening to the extension activity. This is shown here in figure 1. As you can see, we actually put the core category as the plant collection hobby. And this is amplified by the knowledge and skills development provided by Guimara State College through the This Garden extension activity. So it is evident the core category is the participant plant collection hobby, which was ignited, rekindled, or boosted by the knowledge and skills development provided by the This Gardening extension activity and expanded by their experience. Furthermore, the knowledge and skills developed manifested in different recycling initiatives that the participants employed in their gardening works. Gardening and collecting plants develop stronger relationship between family members and individuals by sharing and spending time together. As a unit, participants and family members collect plants together, optimize the physical and psychological health as they continually engage in gardening. Consequently, the hobby of collecting plants and making dish garden proceeded as a source of income. With this evident positive impact of the dish gardening extension activities, the participants recognized and expressed their gratitude and appreciation to Guimaras State College of Teacher Education. Ultimately, the dish gardening and plant collection activity provided them the sense of fulfillment, happiness, and enjoyment to the participants. So that's actually the end of our presentation. Thank you so much. And we are ready for the insights that could actually help us improving our future work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey, and congratulations to the rest of the research team members. Job well done. So I'm sure you guys are now ready to be not exactly criticized, but to be given a piece of advice for our panelists. So we are Dr. Dolly Rose DeMello, Dr. Bona S. Palma, and Dr. John Erwin P. Pedroso. Let's find out who's going to start the ball rolling. Good morning to all our panelists.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Who goes first? Ma'am Dal and Ma'am Bon?
Would you like to, Doc Pedrosa?
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Dali and Ma'am Bona. Sir Jeffrey,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you
Good
for
morning.
a very detailed presentation regarding the initiative of GSC in utilizing dish gardening as a community extension in COVID or during the COVID-19 pandemic. First, sir, I would
Yes,
just
sir.
like to look into the statement that you have said a while ago that in the methodology, you utilized the selection of your informants. How did you go about it, sir?
You are asking about how did we randomly select our
Yes,
informants? All
yes,
right, sir.
yes, sir.
Actually, we have the list of our clients
Yes,
on the attendance. So before they can be considered, we actually set criterias. Number one,
yes,
they should complete or they should have attended the extension program, and they should have
yes,
completed the entire course. So from the list of all those clients who actually have qualified or satisfied the requirements, and based on the records of our lead researchers, the dean, Professor Nori H. Palma, we randomly selected those participants.
So how many of them were involved in the inquiry?
Actually, sir, I I as I remember, it's roughly more or less 30 participants, and from there we only take 15 because it would be so actually it's really tasky, sir, to
Yes, that's true.
to develop or to get 15. Actually, I'm in planning to get just 7 or 8, but
Yes,
I started we decided to get 15 just
yeah,
to at least have a um wider data. Yeah, so we decided to get 15 out of almost or more than 30 participants, sir.
yes. It is because that you are anchoring onto the methodology grounded theory that
Yes, sir.
this kind of attempt would be a little tedious on our parts as researchers because we will be
Very, sir,
swimming
very
in an
tedious.
ocean of information and likely were stifled by the COVID-19 pandemic. But congratulations that you were able to implement the said extension activity. And with this ingenuity, you were able still to gather a good amount of data that you were able to theorize what and how dish gardening is a very good extension activity to at least ease the many concerns and issues in which your clients in the extension activity are actually facing. Now, sir, I have been clarified with the so-called inclusion criteria and how you go about or went about the selection. But I would suggest to you that when you write your transcript, you as well make the discussion on what are
Mm.
these different criteria that you have
All right.
included. Like, for
I see.
example, that there might be participants whom you have chosen that they actually have only 5 plants, and then they have already called themselves Pantita because of the so-called they were finishers of the extension program. At least there could be a varied way to look into on how you made a good qualification of your informant. So that is where that I would actually would be appealing to you to include in your discussion. Okay,
All
the
right.
other one,
Yeah,
sir,
yeah, sir.
I would as well like to commend that you presented a while ago these pieces of literature that you were able to condense, and you had made a good positioning why gardening is a very good alternative onto the so-called world of therapy, world of extension services, or probably wellness activity for the people, especially we are confronted by the COVID-19. And that is already a good positioning onto that part. And you as well have mentioned a while ago that right after the interview, you took the initiative of coding their different responses. Did I hear you well, sir, for
Yes,
that
sir.
statement?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
very good. You did. And you as well have quantified their resources that probably you have made a tally of their responses and you were able to come up with a particular theme. Is that
Yes,
so?
yes, sir. Actually,
Oh,
after the coded, we identified the categories and subcategories.
yes, yes,
We identify the core categories and become the themes, and the specific
yes,
responses we actually put it in the uh, raters table where the coding book where
yes,
the coding book of course include the themes where their corresponding description to
yes,
help
correct.
aid the raters in
Yes,
rating the responses.
yes.
We
And that
also
is as well.
establish the yes, sir.
Yes, that is a very feasible move that you did to at least come up with a frequency of these different responses that you
Yes,
were
sir.
able to come up with a majority of the picture on how do they suggest in terms of the responses on dish gardening as an extension activity. And I commend you for that because it doesn't mean that if you make a tally, it would eventually turn the whole table upside down to becoming a mixed or probably a quantitative research. But it was your attempt when you were already doing the coding, and it's good that you have included it in your presentation. Now, sir, this is my main point onto the use of grounded theory. Did you as well follow the proposition of how grounded theory done by Barney Glasser and Anselm Strauss in conducting your data gathering and analysis?
Yes, sir. Actually, I those
Yes,
are stipulated on Chris
yes,
Wells' work. So I actually read on this two design, the
yes,
systematic design and the emergence design. However, I see
yes.
that systematic design is somewhat one directional. So I we opted to use emergence design of the grounded theory.
Yes, that's true. And since that you were able to go about with this kind of proposition on grounded theory, I would just like to test if you were able to do so in an effort to confirm to the audience that you scientifically followed the so-called grounded theory. And it would be really be worthy for us to make ourselves belabored in this kind of contention. Sir, did you start with the grounded theory as your methodology that when you gathered your data, you did it inductively? It means from the specific going to the
General.
general idea? Yes, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, you did. Very good. Was there a posing of hypothesis during the period when you were already analyzing your
Um,
data?
Prior to the analysis, sir, we actually don't have any theory because apparently the theory that we need to make should be grounded on the data. The theory
Yes,
was actually formulated right after we have already have submerged ourselves to the data and we're able to
yes,
analyze the data. So
yes.
from there, sir, we made the theory.
But but that is already the general theory that you were able to come up with a very good picture and how uh, Dish gardening is a community extension was implemented and how it generated the data. But I could sense that along the way, you as well followed the stipulated suggestion of Strauss and Glasser on the so-called grounded theory and how it is conducted because you were able to come up with a good theme and these themes are all the manifestations of the so-called coming up with a handy hypothesis. And lastly, you as well relied on the insights generated from the data. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Because, yes,
Even
as it
this,
is shown now in your discussion part, that you came up with the interconnectedness of everything. But this
yes,
is one suggestion that I would like to share to you that these arrows are coming back and
yes, sir.
forth. I would like to suggest that you just do not put the arrowheads and
Arrows.
make it
All
like
right.
a very generative
Ah,
theory
okay.
on how people would start well and so on and so forth. That makes it
Hmm.
a more impactful picture that you were able
All
to
right.
condense everything from the data that you were able to do so. And lastly, sir, you
Yes.
you included uh, in your title impact of dish gardening as a community extension in COVID-19. I am just being taken aback a little with the term impact because
Yes.
as I am into a qualitative research, probably later on, Dr. Dali could
Mhm.
probably provide a further explanation on onto my own proposition that
All right.
we can already go about with a beautiful statement dish gardening as a community
Mm.
extension
Mm.
activity in COVID-19 like that. Because if you use the word impact, there might be a numerical connotation that upon hearing it, I was trying to decipher that you will say that the impact of that is high impact, outstanding, low, very low, average, and so on and so forth, because it sounds like very quantifiable. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
So
I get your point, sir. Yeah, that would be a
yes,
great. Yeah, yes.
yes. With the word of impact there, I get to picture out that there is something like a quantitative approach on how
Mm,
you were
yeah.
able to come up with. But since it's qualitative, it's now more beautiful to make it more uh, in words because the words itself would already paint a beautiful picture and produce a beautiful garden. Does it sound
Yeah.
fair, sir?
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
sir. Actually,
yes,
you remade my imagination run earlier. It's a great
yes.
insight. Yeah, yeah.
And
I think
probably we
impact
can.
gives. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. And probably we can as well ask for Ma'am Dali on how her idea onto the so-called word impact, as she is very good in number. And then Ma'am Bona
Mhm.
as well would probably come up with a confirmation if I am having a very good proposition. Thank you very much to the group. I was able to see a beautiful garden out of your study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the insights.
Thank you, Doc John, for those insights that you were able to share to Sir Magbanwa and, of course, to the rest of the members of the group. At the outset, I would like to say congratulations to Sir Jeffrey Magbanwa and, of course, to the rest of the members of the team who was able to come up with this particular research study. I was captured by the way you mentioned the new words that actually came about as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, such as the plantdemic, the plantito, and the plantita. So that's actually an additional words to my vocabulary. First and foremost, I would like to make a commendation to the suggestion that was made by Dr. Pedroso with respect to our research title, sir. But I know very well the reason why the word impact and impact was actually included as part of the title. Perhaps because you were thinking that this is actually trying to deliver two results using exactly one operation, that is hitting a target in extension and at the same time hitting another target sa research. But you don't need to write down the word impact in the title for a research study to appeal and to appear like it's an impact study. So we can do away with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, basically, of course, there are some of the qualitative na mga aspects that might be connotated with respect to the use of the word impact. So I agree with the suggestion that was made by Dr. John Erwin Pedroso. In order to further enhance the manner on how the rationale is presented, I would like to suggest, sir, if it's okay with you, to
Yeah,
present
absolutely, ma'am.
data as to what had happened to the extension activity of the Guimaras State College, specifically of the College of Education during this COVID-19 pandemic. Because if we would be able to provide a data that there indeed is a, for example, decrease in the manner on how extension programs are and projects are being delivered to the community. So that is a very good manner that will justify the establishment of the gap in the conduct of the research study. So that's one of my suggestion. Sir, may I just ask, what division from the College of Education do the researchers belong?
What's that again, ma'am? Sorry.
What division from the College of Education of GSC do the researchers belong?
Actually, ma'am, the researchers is under the because CTE has actually have the research department, College of Teacher Education Research Department, that is spearheaded by instructor De La Rama, and this is under the supervision of our dean, actually the lead researcher as well, Dr. Nori H. Palma, ma'am.
Because I was quite interested at looking into what motivated you to conduct an extension program that is actually anchored to the dish gardening as an extension activity of your college. So perhaps someone from the department, someone from the division, or someone from the college could have been expert on that particular field. And that I will
actually, ma'am, this is the trainers actually are, this is working with our lead or the program head of our BTL Ed, and this is in coordination and participation of GSC TESDA, yung TESDA department, yung parang ano ng sa GSC. So this actually, ma'am, a collaborative works with extension services, the office of the dean, the program head of the BTL Ed, and TESDA. So as well as the LGU of Barangay San Roque. So there are actually 5 different institution or organization that work together in the implementation of this COVID-19 the extension activity.
Kasi one of my concerns is the expertise of the people who are actually spearheading the conduct of the activity. So now I am quite confident that the deliverables were delivered excellently because this is actually in cooperation with other units of the college.
Yes, ma'am. And we actually have presented this, ma'am, to Simeo, this activity.
So that's good to hear. I would like as well to catch up one of the recommendations that was made by Dr. Pedros earlier. I think, sir, it would be more appealing on the part of the researcher later on if this study will be submitted for publication if we do away with random sampling technique as the manner that was utilized in the selection of the samples. Why? First, because the study is purely qualitative. And
Yes,
when we talk about random sampling technique, that actually requires a minimum sample size. So hindi na siya parang like we just get the amount, the value of the N in a manner that is pleasing to us as a researcher. So there should be a sampling interval. So sige sir, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, ma'am, I think we just misuse the word random sampling, because if I will go back to our process, we actually have set criteria before we selected those 15. So I think this is actually a purposive sampling, but somewhat a multi-stage sampling, wherein we set first criteria to purposively define the people or the informant that we can actually consider as our informants. However, since we have more than 30 and we are working with grounded theory, we made the decision to limit that. And since those 30 people or informants or possible informants are all qualified, all satisfied the set rubrics or criteria, we just randomly selected 15 out of those selected. So I think this is somewhat a on the actual note, ma'am. I think this is somewhat a multi-stage sampling wherein we have set a criteria using purposive sampling, and then we randomly select from. I not that, ma'am. I hope you can actually like.
It's actually
purposive
because inclusion criteria was taken into consideration. So every
yes.
we use a sampling, an inclusion criteria in order that we may be able to carefully identify respondents or informants for a qualitative research study in that case. So that actually falls under the
Thank you.
of a purposive sampling. So I think purposive sampling is much cheaper to use. Another thing, sir, kasi there was a mention of inter-rater reliability, and I do appreciate that this was actually considered as part of a research study. This will somehow enhance the validation that indeed the data was carefully gathered from our respondent. But my suggestion, Sir Jeffrey, and to the rest of the team would be, if we were able to have it computed, say for example, using, did you use a rubric sa para sa ato na
Kuhens kappa, ma'am.
Okay. So if you were able to identify the inter-rater reliability of your...
Yes, ma'am. The inter-rater reliability was established to be substantial at 0.781 as far as I remember. And we actually have computed that using the Kuhens kappa. So kappa
I suggest, Sir Jeffrey, that it will also become part of our reporting, because
all right, ma'am,
it will somehow validate our claims that the process on how the data was actually gathered, analyzed, and interpreted is actually in place. And I do not question you about that. I am banking on your credibility and of course to the rest of the members of the team. What I would like to simply suggest is to include it as part of our report. One last, I know it's not one last because I have three more. Sir, kasi it's purely quali. I do not know if it's okay with you and the rest of the team. Kay it sounds like redundancy on my part that the themes were presented quantitatively and then later it was once again presented qualitatively. So if you use grounded theory, if you follow the protocols of doing qualitative research, I don't see the necessity of actually presenting the result of a frequency count and percentage.
Okay.
That is my point as a statistician. Why? Because the exact words that were actually used by our respondents during interview and FGD are not definite as to the codes and as to the themes that were actually utilized by the researchers. So if we take a look into frequency count and percentage, it has something to do with quantitative because it has to be very objective. while a qualitative is somehow subjective. So if you do not see the necessity of actually looking into the result and placing the result of frequency count and percentage as part of your data analysis, I think we can leave that behind. Anyway, the manner on how you were able to present the qualitative findings was very good. It was exhaustively discussed. It was very well delivered. So that's why I cannot actually see the necessity of having the frequency count and percentage. And it has, of course, underlying impact on the use of a quantitative measure as well.
All right.
I do appreciate the very fact that you were able to write down a interrelationship of the variables which emerge as major themes of your study. I do commend and I agree with the comment that was made by Dr. Pedrosa earlier. I think it would be safer for us not to include the arrowheads because
Yes.
arrowheads are directional. And you see, when we put arrowheads, that is actually directed to the use of the path analysis. Kasi there is already a direction that goes within the relationship of the variables that are being considered in the conduct of the study. So if this is the theory which was generated out of the results of the study, which the researchers had interpreted on the basis of the data gathered, we can have it presented in a manner na like this, but we do away with the arrowheads. Would that be all right, sir?
Absolutely, ma'am.
And last, super last na gid, Sir Magbanwa. I do appreciate the manner that you were able to write down some part of the transcriptions coming from the words of the participants or our informants, of our informants in order to support the claims or the analysis and the interpretation that was done by our researchers. I don't know if it's possible for us to call out who among the participants did actually said that, and we can perhaps create a code for them. Say, for example, informant number 2 during the FGD or during the interview said that because it will actually beautify the manner on how data analysis and interpretation is done rather than simply stating some of the informants said. You get what I mean? It's
because ma'am, yeah, ma'am, continue. Because ma'am, I tried to generalize some. I tried to because there are actually, ma'am, we have some pseudonyms we put pseudonyms on the participants upon transcription. I think the list of the transcription list is not actually with me right now. I'm at home. It is in the research office. But yeah, we can actually the information put the names of the students instead to at least put details on the justifications.
Because that will actually increase the validity of our claims when we can actually attribute that this transcription was actually said by informant number 1, number 5, and number 9 because there are 15 of them. But in general, again, I would like to commend the group for coming up with this particular research study. That would be all in my answer, Magbanwa.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasant
Good morning,
morning.
ma'am Bon.
Yes, Sir Jeffrey. Okay, and to the
Actually,
rest
I presented it with you, ma'am. Sa GSC. You're there.
Yes. So what do you call this? Thanks. It's nice to see you again virtually.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, what do you call this? Good morning, everybody, to the URI Learning and Development Center, especially the organizers from Sara Iloilo, to the Guimaras State College, and of course, to all the participants who are right now, and of course, you, Sir Jeffrey, in the group. So let me say congratulations to all of you, especially to the rest of the members, including, of course, my relative. Okay, we're of the same last name, so I know she is my relative. Okay, Prof. Nori, and then to Professor Diasis, to Sir Jeffrey, to you, and to, of course, Reverendly and Azeline. I think I remember you presenting this paper before in the GSC. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. This was presented during the research conference and the extension. I think this was and this was presented by my co-researcher, Ma'am Azilin and Ma'am Revende, I
Absolutely.
think.
Yeah, I remember that few months ago. Well, anyway, congratulations for that. And why do I remember? Because of course, it's on dish gardening, and everybody I think is going gaga about, they go crazy about being plantitos and plantitas. First and foremost, of course, I would like to agree. This is actually the nicest thing when you are grouped with the young ones, okay, and your former friends and students, and they really have given so much and so many information and data and all those suggestions. And on my part, I would like to say congratulations. You have given strong, formidable reasons why you came up with the study. Okay. You've discussed about people suffering from paranoia, stress, depression. I think I can relate to that, especially at the start of the pandemic. You also have mentioned about recent studies that would support your claim, including that of TAN 2020 on the new term pandemic. That's very good. You were also able, these are actually the nicest part, okay, of your study, especially those supporting details on the discussion, wherein you've mentioned some studies, is for example, Smooch et al. Okay, agreeing with the results, and what else? While listening to my partners here, Dr. Pedroso and Dr. Temelo, many of those questions were answered because one of them actually is on the concern of why education teachers have to go through such study on dish gardening. What is its relation? Because during accreditation, Sir Jeffrey, di ba, usually they would ask us, and they would actually tell us that research should be actually a product of extension, or extension should be a product of research. But I think you were
Yes, ma'am.
able to answer, Doc Dali, a while ago, that you are in partnership with many organizations, and one of them is TESDA. And I think that will
Yes, ma'am.
actually suffice and will give a very strong reason on why you go into dish gardening. You have also mentioned on, I also would like to agree first with Doc Pedroso and Doc Temelo on the word of impact. This has been actually an
Yes.
argument with so many researches on the use of impact, because it's quite difficult to measure unless, of course, you'll have another venue on that, or another instrument that will really measure the word impact. So maybe you can think together with the group later on how can you beautify this title, okay? This is actually my role as an English teacher, as part of this group, to look into my area is more on looking into how you use the words in your research, how you make use of grammar, punctuation, and all those stuff, all the rules of grammar, to make it more to beautify your work and not to be misled by, especially sa quali, sir. The reason why I also would like to agree with what Ma'am Dali had mentioned, to please include some of the narration. By the way, just a few more questions. Wrap up. I'm just trying to wrap up the suggestions of Ma'am Dali and Dr. Mello, and I would like to include them very, very little, ano na lang, sir, clarification and maybe suggestion. You have your
Yes, ma'am.
informants, right? Do they speak in English, or you have your interview in Hiligaynon?
Actually, ma'am, our interview guide is in Hiligaynon.
That's good.
And yeah, Hiligaynon sa ma'am. And then, however, the responses of the participant is actually multilingual. So
Okay.
we include that in the transcription, the actual language that they actually use. So it's actually in the transcription, ma'am.
Okay, kindly include that one, sir, in your methodology. So maybe, sir, you can have English and then you translate that in Hiligaynon. And I think you've also, what do you call that? Maybe in the portion where you're going to state their answers, if they answer English, that's okay. But if they answer Hiligaynon, because as what Ma'am Dali had mentioned kaina, for example, informant one, so if she answered in Hiligaynon and it is also followed by English, right? You did that
Yes,
also
ma'am.
in your transcription, so that's good. And I think that is something that you want to see, well, to prove, of course, your results later on. And lastly, sir, my concern is on recommendation. Would you like to give me just briefly what were your recommendation? Because basically most researchers would just leave recommendations after it, but for me I find it very important because we want to
Yes, ma'am, it
see
is.
Okay, what will be the contribution of this research to the people, to the informants, and to the rest of the people involved in the community? May I hear just even one or two of the recommendations you have?
Actually, ma'am, one recommendation, knowing the positive results, the acceptance of the beneficiaries. One recommendation is to work with the LGU, hopefully in other barangay as well, that they can actually, I know that they have different committees, education, environment. They can actually formulate programs which is specifically intended to this endeavor, so that at least it can suffice the need of the community for first independence when it comes to finances. Next, this actually, ma'am, this will give multiple what's this? It's like a domino effect, mental and physical therapy. So this can be
Yes,
used for health. This can be used
definitely.
for finances, economy. It can be used for relationship builders, social. So they can actually
Very
develop
good.
different activities
Because you can see
with
the
this
beauty
endeavor.
of your research actually, and whether there's a research or not, we all know that dish gardening or any type of gardening is very helpful to anyone. So I hope you'll give also emphasis on your recommendation, and hopefully
Mhm.
whatever you have there will be realized and will be supported by the rest of the organizations you are in. So once again, congratulations, Sir Jeffrey, and the rest of the members of this group, and hope to see you, okay, doing another research on this, okay, for the
All right.
benefit
Thank
of
you so much. Thank
everybody.
you for the insights.
Yes, okay,
God
thank
bless.
you.
So thank you very much, Sir Jeffrey, and to the rest of the team and to our panelists. Thank you. We're giving ourselves a little break. We're gonna have first the lunch break, so we're gonna be back at 1 o'clock. So get ready sa atong next research presenter. So for the meantime, guys, let's have lunch. Enjoy our lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
should be a pretty good idea of what these audio levels are going to sound like, and I'm not talking too loud. The second thing that we want to look at is the color. Both of these cameras are set in auto white balance, so really pay attention to the skin tones and how it reacts.
Good afternoon to all our participants. We are down to the afternoon session, and our panelists are all present. Dr. Dolly Rose, Tim Mello, Dr. Bona S. Palma, and Dr. John Erwin P. Pedroso. Good afternoon to the panelists, as well
Good
as to our
afternoon.
next research presenter. The title of the research is Mycelial Growth Performance of Different Mushroom Species Using Various Culture Media. Here is Renee Lara Bahade. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Okay, I will just prepare my presentation, sir.
Yes, please do.
Okay, share screen. Can everybody see my presentation, sirs and moms?
Yes, mom, we can see something that you have shared. Thank you.
So may I start my presentation? My research study actually entitled Mycelial Growth Performance of Different Species of Different Mushroom Species Using Various Culture Media. So mushroom is almost a perfect food because of its nutritional benefits. It contains high quality proteins. Sorry, my laptop is okay. So it contains high quality proteins, essential amino acid, fats, vitamins, carbohydrates, and fibers, and some have medicinal value. With its unique taste and versatile use, it is also regarded as a favorite garnish, an important delicacy in every Filipino household. So in Western Visayas, there are three species of mushroom that are commonly and commercially cultivated: the straw mushroom, or scientifically known as Volvarella volvaceae, then oyster mushroom, or scientifically known as Pleurotus austriatus, and milky mushroom, or scientifically known as Calusibe indica. And these species are best suited to the agroclimatic condition of the region and have high market demand. So at present, availability of mushroom in the market is one of the problems which the Agriculture Department gives much attention. With the scarcity of mushroom supply in the market, the Research Center here in Region 6 is advocating for a mass production of mushroom, which could be done by rapid multiplication of different species through tissue cultured method. So the following objectives of the study. So this study aimed to determine the mycelial growth performance of different mushroom species using different culture media. So the specific objectives of this study actually are: first, to determine which culture medium has a better mycelial growth performance in terms of its size of the colony, find out the interaction effect of different culture media in the mycelial growth performance of different species of mushroom, and last, to determine if there is a significant difference on the mycelial growth performance of different mushroom species using different culture media. So for the scope and limitations of this study actually was limited only to determine which culture medium has a better mycelial growth performance in terms of size of the colony. Much more, it is also the objective of the study to determine the interaction effect of different species of different culture media in the mycelial growth of different mushroom species, and also to determine if there is a significant difference on the mycelial growth of different mushroom species using different culture media. So the study was a two-factor experiment laid out in a complete randomized design, or CRD. So to control the effect of day, blocking was done by trial day. So each trial consisted of 9 treatment combinations with 4 applications per treatment combination, with a total of 36 experimental units. The experimental units of this research actually is the RAM bottles, were made per trial, and the study comprised of 2 trials. So the factor A for this research study is the different mushroom species, namely the oyster mushroom, straw mushroom, and milky mushroom, while the factor B was a different culture media, namely rice wash, potato dextrose agar, and corn wash. And the result of the study was analyzed using the analysis of variance in a complete randomized design. So this study was conducted at the Mushroom Laboratory of Western Visayas Agricultural Research Center, or WestVR, at Hamungay, Aharo, Iloilo City. So for trial 1 consisted of 15 days conducted from April 6 to 20, 2018, while trial 2 was conducted from April 20 to May 3, 2018. So the significance of the study: the result of the study provides additional information to the mushroom growers and farmers regarding the mycelial growth performance of different species of mushroom using different culture media. This also serves as the basis of mushroom growers and farmers, faculty in the agriculture, and students on how to choose culture medium and the species of mushroom for sufficient production. This also gives additional knowledge to mushroom farmers on how to produce quality mushrooms and provides information to all researchers who intend to conduct similar studies on the culture media of mushroom mycelia. For the experimental treatments and design, so the study used a 2-factor experiment in which factor A was the different species of mushroom, which I have said a while ago, and factor B was different culture media. So this two-factor experiment was laid in a complete randomized design, which was composed of 3 treatments replicated 4 times. The experiment was composed of 36 experimental units in the RAM battles. So randomization was done by drawing of lots. So here is the experimental layout for the 2 trials. So on the legend above that, the experimental layout actually is the legend of the 2-factor, the factor A for the mushroom species and factor B for the culture media. So for site selection, the location of the study was at the Mushroom Laboratory of Western Visayas Agricultural Research Center, WestVR, Hamungaya, Aharo, Iloilo City. So here are the preparation of culture media. So I have on the slides, I have given the procedures and the materials needed for the preparation of the culture media. So the same procedure and materials needed for the rice wash and corn wash agar, except for the rice grains and corn grains actually needed for that procedure. Next is the preparation of potato dextrose agar, because it's something different from the procedure needed on the preparation of corn wash and rice wash. So in the preparation of potato dextrose agar, so yes. Okay, this is the procedures for the corn wash agar, the materials and the procedures for the corn wash agar. So we have the procedure on the potato dextrose agar. Okay. In the preparation of potato dextrose agar, the following steps were observed. So fresh potatoes were peeled and 200 grams peeled potatoes were weighed. It was washed and sliced into cubes. Sliced potatoes were boiled in 1 liter of water until it was soft enough to be eaten. The decoction was strained through a cheesecloth and it was collected. So the decoction were placed in a casserole for boiling for 30 minutes, which was added with 20 grams agar, and agar was stirred until it was totally dissolved. So the fire were turned off and the dextrose powder were added to the decoction. So the ram bottles were arranged in an ordinary casserole and were sterilized for 2 hours. So after sterilization, the bottles were laid in slanting position so that the agar will not touch the bottle plug. So the agar slant was allowed to cool and solidify, and the bottles were arranged in upright position purposely to keep the organism in pure culture. So next is the isolation of pure culture by tissue culture method. Actually, this research and experiment is very taskful, and of course, this is prone to contamination. That's why during the experiment, I was really isolated on the mushroom laboratory room wherein the conduct of such procedure is being isolated or being separated on some other areas of production site for mushroom. Okay, so the isolation of pure culture by tissue cultured method was done by securing the materials and following the standard procedures. So the following were the materials used in the isolation of pure culture by the use of the tissue cultured method. So a young fresh mushroom fruit, empty rum bottles, alcohol lamp, denatured alcohol, 70% isopropyl alcohol, surgical blade with handle, spatula, surgical gloves, surgical mask, cotton, aluminum foil, rubber band, and isolation box. So in the isolation of pure culture method, the following procedures were undertaken. So number one, a young, healthy, and fresh mushroom were selected. The mushroom was disinfected by the use of 70% rubbing alcohol with a cotton swab. The tissue was cut 1 centimeter cube between the cup and stem using sterilized scalpel. The cut tissue was placed in a petri dish. Then disinfection of all materials were done by using 70% isopropyl alcohol. So after cutting, the tissue were placed on the middle of a flat bottle containing sterilized rice or corn, washed potato dextrose agar using a spatula. It was made sure the tip of the bottle was passed through the flame of alcohol lamp to prevent the entry of possible contaminants. So the mother culture was incubated for 7 days to 14 days at ordinary temperature. So here are the instruments for data collection. So the instruments used for data collection was actually the microcaliper to measure the size of colony of mushrooms in different culture media. So the methods for data gathering, so the size of the colony was taken by measuring the size of the colony formed in each experimental unit on the 7th, 8th, 14th, and 15th day using a caliper, a microcaliper within 24 and 48 hours interval. So the size of the mycelia was taken by adding the size measured horizontally to the size measured vertically, and the sum of it was divided into 2 to get the average, which was measured in millimeter. So statistical tool and analysis. So the data on the size of the colony on the 7th, 8th, 14th, and 15th day of tissue cultured mushroom within 24 hours, 24 and 48 hours interval were analyzed using the analysis of variance or ANOVA in a complete randomized design. Significant results were further analyzed using the Duncan's multiple range test or DMRT. So results and discussion. So two-way table of means showing the effect of media on mushroom mycelial size in millimeter on the 7th day of the study. So the statistical analysis revealed a highly significant interaction between the culture media used and different mushroom varieties. So this indicates that specific species of mushroom is best grown on a particular medium. Oyster and straw mushrooms grow best in corn wash medium, while milky mushroom for rice wash medium. This conformed to the study of Mehta and Bandal on the best grain substrate for faster mycelial growth, where wheat, sorghum, and oat grains were used in the study. So sorghum grain was the best substrate as compared to wheat and oat for mycelial growth. Interestingly enough, all three species performed similarly when grown in PDA. So another table show a two-way table means showing the effect of culture media on mycelial size on the 8th day of the study. So the statistical analysis revealed a highly significant interaction between the culture media used and different mushroom varieties. So the result implies that certain species of mushroom grow significantly in a particular culture medium. The results conformed to the study of Todsis, where he used 3 culture media, and the mushrooms were raised in a laboratory experiment. So the result revealed that the type of yam and a high concentration of yam-based culture medium has inhibited mycelial growth. So they observed mycelium colony in a diameter of mushrooms on different culture media was significantly different at 5% level of significance. So another table showing means showing the effect of culture media on mycelial size on the 14th day of the study. The statistical analysis revealed a highly significant interaction between the culture medium used and different mushroom varieties. However, the mycelial growth of mushroom in terms of size was not significantly affected by the different culture media. So the findings of the study is in congruence with the result of the study of Germain on the substrate quality of 4 different substrates, namely sawdust, cottonseed, wet straw, and paper waste. So the result of the study revealed that mycelia in a cottonseed and paper waste have higher density as compared to that of wet straw and sawdust. Another and the last result was the two-way table of mean showing the effect of culture media on mushroom mycelial size on the 15th day of the study. So the statistical analysis revealed a highly significant interaction between the culture media and different mushroom varieties. However, the result further shows that the growth of mycelia in terms of size of mushroom species was not significantly affected by the different culture media. So the result is similar to the findings of Nassim, which revealed significant differences in the size of mycelium of oyster mushroom, which took 6, 8, and 10 days, but in Chinese mushroom, it took 7, 9, and 10 days to complete growth in the media plate of malt extract agar, morajigi, and cooked medium and potato dextrose agar. So the size of mycelial growth in the type of mushroom but not affected on the type of media used. For the conclusions, here are the conclusions. So there was a highly significant interaction between the different mushroom varieties and the culture media used. Second, the growth of mycelial size of different species of mushroom was affected by the different culture media used. The mycelial growth of oyster and straw mushroom was optimized in the corn wash culture medium, while the milky mushroom was optimized on the rice wash culture media. For the recommendations, we have the following. First, use of corn wash culture medium in the production of oyster and straw mushroom. Second, use of rice wash culture medium in the production of milky mushroom. And last, similar studies should be conducted using other varieties of or species of edible mushroom using the different culture media. So here are the documentation of the different materials used in the experimentation. And of course, that is already the procedures I have done during the research or the experimentation. And thank you and God bless everyone.
God bless you too. And thank you very much for this great presentation. Well, it's time for our panelists to give some feedbacks. Good afternoon, Mambona. Good afternoon, Doc John Marine, and also
Good afternoon.
good afternoon, Doc Dolly.
Sir Jimmy, should I start first?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Very well articulated results in the process of experiment was just presented by Ma'am Renee Bahade. Ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir.
May I know if you are teaching?
Yes, sir.
You
I
are
am a
teaching
faculty
at what
member
level?
of Websu Kalinog campus, sir. I am teaching agriculture subjects.
Oh, very good. Now, your research adopted a so-called experimental design in the production of mushroom, which is very relevant to your own field, which is agriculture. And I find it very celebratory to have contributed to this kind of knowledge or body of knowledge in the culture medium of mushroom. I could understand that you underwent a tedious laboratory experiments to have produced these scientific results. And you have said a while ago that you are teaching in college and specifically in the program of agriculture. I know that the scientific researchers done like this have their own format and how you go about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Um, I would just like to be clarified onto the so-called mushroom. Why of all the many things that you want to experiment on, why mushroom?
Okay. I will answer now, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So actually, this research study dang nag-ano gini siya sa akon, sir, to conduct this one because with the collaboration with West VR, because I have a friend there who is formerly my classmate in my master's degree in agriculture, major in crop science at CAPSU. Buria. So we've been through talking about mushroom production and all. Then Sir Edin Panizales, actually, who is the in charge of the mushroom laboratory there, give a suggestion if somebody who could venture on the production of mushroom, but we need to have first the experiment on who among the species of the three species grown here in Western Visayas is more could give more production while could give more production of mycelium, because the mycelium actually is the one who is inoculated to the fruiting bags. That's why, sir, nga I did that research because the other classmate I have research on the production side, and I am the one who conducted the experiment on the mycelium side, sir.
Now, I could understand because your background is in agriculture and you need to do experimentation on a particular crop, and in this case is mushroom, and then you tied up with a classmate that would eventually do the production side. Um, it took you to this kind of interest because of your very own background. Of your
Yes,
very
sir.
own background. Yes, ma'am. It's a fair statement. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. But now, I would just like to look into that beautiful story that you have. Though you might have a very good format in experimental research, but I just don't know if it would work on your own end. In the introduction to the study, there is always a declaration that we say, hence or thus this study is undertaken. Am I correct, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Noted,
Yes.
sir.
Now, yes. So before that, I would just like you to incorporate a little of your own manifestation, as this interest is really a part of your personal interest, and with a beautiful background story why you say so. In the introduction of your paper, it would likely that you have discussed the scientific, the experimental, the design, and how the study is conducted. There, we could probably make a little tweaking that you incorporate your own personal side, just that statement, just probably 2 or 3 sentences before your introduction paragraphs will finally end before you declare, hence the study is undertaken. And another one is that you you have those recommendations. Uh, may I first invite everyone that we all together take a look onto the significance of the study of Ma'am Bahade. Could you please show us that slide, Ma'am Bahade?
Yes, sir. Sorry, because my laptop is lagging.
Yes.
That's why
Significance.
my camera is off.
Okay, significance of the study.
Study, yes,
For the
sir.
for the mushroom growers and farmers, faculty in the School of Agriculture and students, mushroom farmers and researchers themselves. And I could understand that what you have presented a while ago in the area of recommendation is already a summary. And I am confident that probably in your paper you have discussed this well, and you as well has to make a checkpoint if your recommendations are very congruent to the significance of the study, because it will provide a little rigor onto your recommendation. Um, and you have a while ago an oral manifestation of saying that you are as well teaching in the College of Agriculture and you are handling agriculture subjects. Am I correct, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, this is what I would like to make a fine or a refinement, if you may consider it so, that probably I would just like to check on you if these experiments were as well made to be applied in your teaching or applied in your practice when you teach agriculture, especially in crop production. You as well take a look into that, because this kind of practice may not be just a mere experiment and production of result and then presentation, etc., but there could be an underlying, an underpinning application that results might be as well very relevant to how your teaching can be improved in teaching agriculture subjects. Okay, so that's one thing that I would like you to consider, because as a teacher, then as a scientist, if it is a fair statement for you, and a researcher, you can as well look into these areas where you can apply the results, probably your realizations or your observations to be incorporated in your teaching of agriculture, specifically in the crop production that you have said a while ago. But I really commend, because it's my first time to have encountered such superlative description of a research that it was brought into the world of mushroom. Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Bahade.
Thank you very much, man, sir.
Good afternoon, Ma'am. Good afternoon, Ma'am Renee.
Yes, Ma'am
This is
Bon.
Ma'am
Hello,
Palma.
hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's nice to see you virtually. Okay. It's been a long time. We haven't seen each other, although I know
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
always together with my brother.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So, ma'am, congratulations listening
Thank you,
on your
ma'am.
research. I just don't know how you go through with this, mentioning about, I was able to listen when you mentioned a while ago, you have to be isolated, just like as if
Yes,
you have
ma'am.
gone through the COVID. How many days did you stay, or how did you go about it
Actually,
to
ma'am,
avoid contamination,
since
right? Mm.
yes, ma'am, because I've conducted it 7 days interval, ma'am. So we did that on the first day, and then the laboratory area actually was closed, and nobody could enter that area except me and the technical assistant provided by West VR during the gathering of data only, and then nobody could enter that room, ma'am, because that is really prone in contamination as strictly implemented by West VR.
And that will destroy the result of your study just in case.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, I did that
So,
thrice for the first trial and 5 times for the second trial because maybe of contamination. Although nga ang area, ma'am, is aircon, but then somehow maybe some of the materials and some of the dust there on the neighboring laboratory, so na-contaminate.
with
And
that
that's
alone,
why I
Mom,
took a lot of.
yes, Mom Renee, with that alone, it is really worthy for all of us to congratulate you for doing that. Not
Thank you
everybody
very
has
much,
that,
ma'am.
eagerness and commitment to do such heavy work in this research. But nevertheless, okay, let me continue. So I've also seen, okay, how you made your introduction a while ago. So I just would like to ask if you can add even one or maybe two relate, what you call this, studies that can really support your claim why, according to Doc Pedroso, of the many areas in agriculture, why mushroom? I think one of the reasons maybe is there abundance of mushroom in Kalinog, ma'am. Am I correct? Is there really an abundance of
For
mushroom in
now, ma'am,
Kalinog, or
because
there's a problem already?
for now, ma'am, not much with the
Yes.
production of mushroom. Actually, our students before did the thesis on mushroom production, but at this time, nga pandemic, ma'am, because the thesis of our students is
Pandemic.
actually on site. That's why nga we did not pursue for that research nga on mushroom na siya, ma'am. So, meaning to say, Dukaron, there's a
Oh,
scarcity of mushroom production. Even, ma'am, the Region 6 Department of Agriculture is advocating for mass production of mushroom, but how come? Because it's pandemic time. So that's the
that's why,
problem.
ma'am, I want it's nice if you can put it's nice if you can put that in your introduction and then support that in your related lit on why of all the plants here in Western Visayas I studied or I would like to do research with mushroom. So meaning to say that could be one. Okay, there is
Okay, noted,
actually
ma'am.
you please kindly include that. No, if you can also find a research or a study that can support your claim on the need to do a research on mushroom. Okay, so
Noted, ma'am.
that's one. Okay, and maybe additional support in your related literature. I also would like siguro to continue on. So Sir Dr. Drosso a while ago mentioned on the recommendation. In the conclusion, of course, I cannot say anything with how you do the process because I think the way you presented it a while ago, it was so detailed. You even mentioned all the things that we need to know, including the measurement of all those stuff. And I think in your area, you're very good at that. So I will leave that to you. Okay. What do you call that? The only thing, siguro, is on the conclusion, ma'am. Okay, if we
Yes,
can
ma'am.
proceed to that, Sigera, you have already there given us a lot of discussion on methodology. Ma'am, I think Doc Dali will go back to that later on. Okay, that's her expertise. I've seen the result, but it seems to me, siguro there is something lang, ma'am, that we need to consider with conclusion because it seems to me it appears more like a findings like there was a highly significant interaction between the different mushroom varieties in the culture media use. Therefore, what can you conclude? Maybe
Yes,
there
that's
would,
true.
siguro,
Okay, noted, ma'am.
what can you conclude on these findings of yours? That there is a need, and then you support that, ma'am, with your studies that you have mentioned also in your related
Okay,
literature, okay, to
noted, ma'am.
substantiate, okay, your conclusions. And then, of course, and lastly, I hope you get my point, sige, with that. And lastly is on the recommendations. I want to see, okay, because you have mentioned there a while ago, mushroom growers, like what Doc Pedroso had mentioned. Maybe you can also, ma'am, include there the funding. Maybe you can encourage the DOST. No, what area is that? The agricultural, government? Do you have that fund agriculture? I think there's a big fund allocated for agriculture. Am I correct, Ma'am Renee? No? Maybe you can
Yes,
mention that in
ma'am.
your recommendation, how it can improve the economy, how it can help us. Even the school, ma'am. Okay, you can recommend also in the school to give its support to your study. Okay, how we can improve actually the production of mushroom in the community. Maybe more elaboration on your conclusion and on your recommendation to better because you have already a very good methodology. Although maybe Ma'am Dali will have her chance of looking back to that later on. But the way I see it, you made a very good discussion on that. So let us support it with a very formidable, strong conclusion. At the same time, end it with excellence by presenting, of course, a very good recommendation on what the community can do and what the society can do, especially in the area of agriculture. There is a big fund, I think, in agriculture that needs to be used in order for us to better our lives, especially right now in this pandemic. And how can mushroom growing become a part of the livelihood, help the people in the community earn money, maybe produce more products when it comes to that, and of course to improve the welfare and the lifestyle, even the economy of Western Visayas, especially of course in the area in Kalinog. Okay, So that will be siguro ma'am my suggestions on the improvement inclusion of some important and related studies in your introduction, and then maybe in your related literature, and at the same time rephrasing and adding more support to your conclusion, and lastly to your recommendations. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Bon.
Congratulations again, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am.
I was
Ma'am
on.
Dal, nakamute ka, Ma'am Dal.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Palma, for reminding me that I was actually on mute. At the outset, I would like to say congratulations for Ma'am Rene Bahade for coming up with this highly scientific research that is funded as well by an external agency, the West VARC, if I did pronounce it right. But I just have some few considerations which I actually have taken note during the presentation. Ma'am Rene, would it be all right if you will redirect us to the objectives of the study? Thank you. Ma'am Ren? The reason why I would
Yes, Doc.
Thank
For
you.
a while. Because my laptop is lagging.
The very reason why I would like to look back into it, because during the presentation earlier, you made mention that ANOVA as an inferential statistics will actually be used. Can we move on to the next slide after that, after objectives? Okay. I think it's in slide number, before that, Ma'am Rene. So specific objectives of the study. Anyway, allow me to give, there we go. The reason why I actually redirected you and as well as the rest of the participants on this specific slide of the presentation, that is because during your discussion a while ago, you made mention that ANOVA was actually utilized, and that I agree, because statement of the problem number 3 would require actually the use of the analysis of variance. I was just kind of troubled because while I was listening to the discussion of the result, all of the results that were presented were on the aspect of the means, and there was actually no result that was intended to show significant existence of significant differences or non-existent of significant differences. And that I would like you to review as well. We can have that incorporated as part of the results of our averages or the means. So perhaps you can have the table laid out in such a way that it will hit two objectives at the same time. You will be providing your readers with the idea as to what are the salient points with which you were able to find out as part of the statement of the problem number 1 and 2, and at the same time you are also able to answer your statement of the problem number 3. Why did I brought this up? Because I have heard the words significantly affected during the discussion of the result for quite several times. So we are only allowed to utilize the word significant as part of our results if inferential statistics are actually utilized. And as I have already mentioned, I wasn't able to see the results of ANOVA in your presentation, perhaps because there is only a limited number of slides that is to be considered on this particular research conference. That's why some of the slides were no longer presented. However, I would like also you and the rest of the researchers, if there is a team, because you made mention a while ago that you did the phase 1 of the study, then another friend actually went through the second phase of the study, which is on the production aspect. And that I commend you, because it's not only going through the purpose of the research by doing the research per se, but it's also looking into the next part of why that particular research study is conducted, and that is going into the production. And that I commend for the conduct of this research study, because it did not ended at these particular aspects of the result, but it was actually pushed through by another researcher on, as I have mentioned, on the aspect of the production. So that's my first na observation. The use of the term significantly affected in the presentation of the result, but I did not see the result of the ANOVA. Also, if you were able to go through the inferential data analysis but failed to include it as part of your presentation, it would be later on if you wish to have this presented on other conferences, or later if you will have this particular research paper published on a research journal, it's good that we can really include the result of inferential statistics. Why? Because this will increase the validity of the creation of conclusions and recommendations. Earlier, you made mention that this particular tool is much effective than the other one, but without inferential statistics, with the use of means alone, that will actually not be enough for us to make very strong and direct statements like that. So I just want you to look back at it and to review it, para na later, if you wish to have this particular paper improved, that's one of the things that you can actually work with and improve into. Another one, there had been so much of the discussion on the procedure na part, but I do understand that because since this is an experimental research, so you have to discuss as well the things that were done during the pre-experimental stage, actual experimentation, and post-experimental stage. But what I would like to highlight is that much of the procedure only talked about what was done before the experimentation. Only little information was actually provided on the things that was done by the researcher during the actual experimentation and also during the after the experimentation. So I would just like you to consider that because your study is experimental in nature, perhaps you would like to trim down your procedure into 3 different parts: the pre-experimental, the actual experimentation, and the post-experimental. These somehow would lead you at identifying significant aspects with which you will include and not to include as part of your research procedure. And I would like to suggest as well that later, if you will have this paper presented in other conferences, we can perhaps provide some pictures to also allow our listeners to understand if what is meant about the things that are being talked about in this particular research study, like the culture medium that was utilized, how did the mushrooms actually look like in the day 7, day 8, day 14, and day 18. So if you can provide us a very short journey about how the things are undertaken, I think that would be very helpful on the part of the listeners who are non-agriculture majors and doesn't have a complete understanding or complete grasp of this particular research study. But all the more, I would like again to congratulate you for coming up with this particular research. And I do really appreciate the very fact that what really motivated you to do this is because, according to you, of the scarcity of the production of mushrooms in our region. So I would like to go back to the recommendation that was done by Dr. John Irwin and Dr. Bona earlier, that if we can perhaps include a research study that to support the claim that indeed there is a scarcity of the production of mushroom in our region, that would be a very beautiful picture that will enable you, the researcher, to justify the need for the conduct of this research study, and as well as the establishment of the gap between what is existing right now and what is supposed to be existing. Because that is the very reason why we are actually doing research, to bridge the gap between what is being practiced right now, because it's not yet into perfection, it's far beyond perfection, to what is supposedly be done, because this one is much nearer to the term perfection. So those are just some of the tidbits which I know you will you will listen to and you will take into consideration in your future research endeavors. Congratulations, Dr. Bahade.
Thank you, Doc Dan. Noted po. Thank you.
So again, congratulations to our presenter, Ma'am Bahati. Thank you very much, and to our panelists. Now it's time to move on to our next presenter. He's going to present the topic technology exposure, its relationship to the study habit and academic performance of students. Here is Dr. Renelo G. Berondo.
Berondo from Capiz State University. With me is Sir Jason A. De La Fuente from Northern Negro State College of Science and Technology. Today, we're going to present our research work entitled Technology Exposure, its relationship to the study habit and academic performance of students. The 21st century provides a great emphasis on the role of technology in the different facets of life, especially in the educational system, as it serves as a platform for teachers and students in the delivery of effective teaching and learning process. Technology advancements and development has widespread its significant role through technology in the field of education. However, the use of technology in the education sector still focuses on the dissemination of information. Ortiz and others stress that in the so-called digital age, it is necessary to help students to become more adept and technologically savvy on the pedagogical and technical use of ICT to advance their academic career. Schools as an academic institution are mandated to educate students holistically with different necessary skills for survival. In a complex and competitive era wherein things are run by technology, schools should shift to the demands of the present time as suggested by Laurenti to prepare students for a more sophisticated digital society. The social studies subject as one of the subjects taught by the teachers in the secondary schools has been regarded as the essential attribute for liberal education. Butcher believed that a good education in social science has become imperative because of its practical application to other disciplines and it widens students' perspective on society. However, to sustain its momentum as a game-changing field of discipline, there should be intensive training for teachers on the subject by integrating technology to effectively deliver quality social studies subject learning to the students. Apparently, in the technological world, students are exposed to technology not only at home but also at school due to the advent of different technological platforms like social media. The school administrators and teachers should design a curriculum wherein technology are properly integrated and take the advantage of technology in the delivery of quality and effective teaching for students' active engagement and positive academic performance. Technology has been a compulsory field as on the 21st century skills that students should possess to become adept in the new trends of education. Achter and Ozturk underscored the significant role of technology as they engage its practical application that enhances and fosters their cognitive development. Therefore, students should master the appropriate techniques to process, transfer, and acquire information brought about by different technological platforms in compliance with the legal and ethical norms of handling data for privacy. This was supported by Orzagos that technology education can provide opportunities for students not only in the academy but also in the workplace. Seemingly, De La Fuente stressed that parents are essential factors as they play a vital role in a student's career choice and good study habits to perform and excel academically in school and give pride to the family. In support of the role of parents, they provide a necessary tool like technology for their students to advance in school learning activities. The statement was supported by Hamlem that technology has a positive effect on students' cognitive development. Technology has been integrated by teachers in the teaching process as it can stimulate students' interest in active engagement in class discussions and to have better learning. Individual differences of students in their academic performance have been linked to intelligence, personality, and study habits. Magnanuson highlighted that when students have good study habits, portray a pre and post-academic achievement. Congruently, Marcus indicated that students in public schools have good study habits in social studies subject, thus led them to perform academically. Cargando affirmed such findings that students would have well, even outstanding academic achievements if they develop good study habits. Therefore, the academic success of the students in school is greatly affected by their ability to have a good study habit that can stimulate their positive engagement for meaningful learning activities. Several factors identified in student study habit preference was gender groups. Wilson asserted that there is a statistically significant difference between male and female in terms of visual, auditory, and tactile individual learning study habits. Based on the study habits conducted by Singapore and Caucasian undergraduate students in Michigan, it was reported that Asian female students have a strong preference for auditory and visual learning. Research on study habits has an enormous significance concerning establishing the context of applying students' understanding for positive learning and excellent academic achievement. The given overview inspired the researchers to conduct an investigation, gather empirical evidence to determine the extent of technology exposure and its relationship to the study habit and academic performance of students to provide appropriate intervention to achieve academic excellence in social studies subject. The study sought to determine the extent of technology exposure and its relationship to the study habits and academic performance of students in social studies subject. Specifically, it aims to determine the level of study habits of the respondents according to their profile in terms of age, sex, educational attainment of parents, household size, and monthly income. Moreover, it attempted to answer the relationship between technology exposure to the study habits and academic performance of students in social studies subject. The null hypothesis of the study. There is no significant difference in the students' technology exposure as to their study habits when grouped according to age, sex, educational attainment of parents, household size, and monthly income. There is no significant relationship between technology exposure, study skills, and academic performance of the secondary school students in social studies subject. In reference to Figure 1, it shows how the study habits, or the study was conducted. The student's profile as to age, sex, educational attainment of parents, household size, and monthly income. The respondent's exposure to technology and study habits is considered the inputs to determine the student's academic performance in social studies subject. Figure 1 showing the schematic diagram and the framework of the study. the research design. The descriptive correlation research design was used in this investigation. Accordingly, descriptive research is a method that describes a situation of a given state of the phenomenon in terms of specified aspects or factors. Seemingly, correlation research determines whether and to what extent variables are related. Thus, the utilized design in this study was deemed essential and appropriate as it attempted to determine the extent of students' technology exposure to their study habits and academic performance. Using the Slobin's formula, the identified respondents of the study are the 174 students who were randomly chosen from a total population of 688 during the school year 2018-2019. Moreover, the study was conducted in the 3 selected public secondary schools in the schools district of the Pascapis, Philippines. The researchers employed a standardized survey questionnaire, which consists of 3 parts. The first and second parts are adopted from Laurenti, while the third part from Hoppers, as used by Marcus. Part 1 is the profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, parents' educational attainment, household size, and monthly income. Part 2 is the scale composed of statement indicators to capture the level of technology exposure of the respondents. The response choices were always, often, sometimes, rarely, and not at all. While Part 3 is the study habit inventory comprised of 14 statements. Moreover, the average grade of students was taken from the office of the school's principal for validation and accuracy of the gathered data as to academic achievement of students. Before the data gathering starts, a permit was secured from the school's division superintendent and school heads or principals of the 3 high schools. After the permit granted, coordination was done with the secondary school principals for the schedule and of the data gathering. Data gathering and retrieval were done by the researchers. The researchers sent a letter to the division superintendent and school principal asking permission to conduct the study and to access the respondents. Teachers were given informed consent and explained to them the purpose of their participation and assured that their responses will be treated with the utmost confidentiality. To ensure 100% of data retrieval, the researchers personally administered the survey questionnaire to the respondents. Then, it was analyzed using the appropriate statistical tool in statistical packages of social sciences software. To provide precise analysis and interpretation of the gathered data, the researchers utilized descriptive and inferential statistics. For descriptive analysis, frequency count, mean, standard deviation, and percentage was used. To determine the relationship between the extent of technology exposure, study habit, and academic performance of the respondents in the social studies subjects, persons are product moment coefficient of correlations was used, and also t-test and the analysis of variance for the independent samples. The results was interpreted at 5% level of significance. The following variables were used in the study to categorize the academic performance of students in social studies subjects as follows. For technology exposure, for the study habit. Table 2 indicates that most of the respondents are ages 16 and above, that comprises almost 49.42% of the total population. This was followed by 15 years, which are the 79 samples, or 45.40%, whilst 14 years old and below got the lowest percentage, about 9 of the total respondents in terms of age. Moreover, Table 3 shows that there is a small gap in terms of the number of samples between male and female respondents, with 88 and 86 respectively. The figures further convey that the respondents are male dominated than female in terms of sex. As reflected in Table 4, the majority of 55.75% of the respondents' father was a high school graduate, and 8.5% are master's degree holder. The same percentage of about 5.75% for a doctorate master's degree with doctorate units and bachelor's degree with master's units respectively. Moreover, the same respondents 5.17% for a high school level and elementary graduate. Furthermore, 8 or about 4.60% are bachelor degree holder and 7 or 0.02% are elementary level. In terms of the educational attainment of the respondents, mother as highlighted in Table 5, it was found that majority of high school graduate with 79 samples that comprises of about 45.40% of the total population. Moreover, 25 or 14.37% are a master's degree holder, 21 or 12.7% are high school level, 10 or 5.75% are bachelors with master's degree units, 7 are elementary level, 6 or 3.45% doctorate degree holder, 5 or 2.87% are master's degree with doctorate units, and 3 or 1.72% are elementary graduate. In terms of household size of the respondents, Table 6 revealed that the 121, which is about 69.54% of the total population, have 4 to 8 family members. 34 or 19.54% have 9 and above members, while the 10.92% have 1 to 3 household members. On the other hand, Table 7 presents the monthly income of the respondents' parents, in which 10,000 and below and 10,000 and 1 pesos to 15,000 gain the same results of 59 or 33.91% of the total respondents, while only 56 or 32.18% of the parents has an income which is above 15 and 1 peso. The computed mean of 17,390 indicates that the respondents' households were living above the national poverty threshold of 14,000 for the family of 6, according to the Philippine National Economic Development Agency, or NEDA, in 2010. Based on Table 8, the level of respondents' technology exposure shows that 54 or 31.3% of the samples have very high exposure. The 43 or 24.71% are high exposed. 32 or 18.39% are average, 23 or 13.22% are low, while 22 of them are at a very low level of exposure to technology. The computed mean of 3.90 indicates that the respondents have high level of exposure to technology in general. As to the study of the respondents, Table 9 highlighted that almost 91 or 52.30% have a very good study habits, whilst 33 or 47.70% of the samples are at good level. In general, the level of the respondents' study habits is very high, with a grand mean of 87.48. Moreover, as reflected in Table 10, it indicates that in general, the students' academic performance in social studies subject is in the satisfactory level with a grand mean of 85.11. There are 95 or 54.60% who are in the satisfactory and 63 or 36.21% in the very satisfactory level respectively. In reference to Table 11, the results of the analysis using t-test revealed that there is no significant differences in the technology exposure of the respondents when grouped according to age, with a value of f0.887 with a p-value of 0.414. Therefore, the null hypothesis is thereby accepted. This implied further that regardless of age, the respondents have the same perceived technology exposure. Moreover, Table 12 presents that based on the result of the t-test as to whether there is significant differences in the technology exposure of the respondents when grouped according to sex, the findings indicated that there is a significant difference in the technology exposure when respondents are grouped according to sex, as shown by the t-value of 2.209 and at 0.029 level of probability respectively. Thus, the findings revealed that there is positive statistical evidence to reject the null hypothesis. Furthermore, the results conclude that the technology exposure of the respondents was directly affected by their sex. The results affirm the findings of Padasas and CP that the male and female students differ significantly as to their exposure to technology. Table 13 indicates that based on the result of the analysis using the F-test, there is a significant difference in the respondents' technology exposure according to the educational attainment of their father, with a f-value of 0.925 and a p-value of 0.000 respectively. Therefore, the null hypothesis, which states that there is no significant differences in the technology exposure of the students when classified according to the highest educational attainment of their father, is thereby rejected. The findings affirm to Padasas that the technology exposure of the students significantly differs when grouped according to their father's educational attainment. Moreover, as shown in Table 14, the findings indicated that there is a significant difference in the technology exposure when respondents were grouped according to the educational attainment of their mother, with a f-value of 2.925 and a p-value of 0.000. Therefore, the null hypothesis, which states that there is no significant difference in the students' technology exposure when they group according to the educational attainment of the respondent's mother, is also thereby rejected. As shown in Table 15, based on the result of the analysis on the differences of technology exposure when the respondents were grouped according to household size Using the F-test, the findings indicate that there is no significant difference in the level of students' technology exposure, with the F value of 0.376. This was basis for the accepting of the null hypothesis that there is no significant difference in technology exposure when students are grouped according to household size. On the other hand, the result of the analysis using the F-test in Table 16 indicates that there is a significant difference in technology exposure when respondents are grouped according to family monthly income, with the F value of 13.392 with a P value of 0.000. Therefore, the null hypothesis, which states that there is no significant differences in the technology exposure of the students according to the family monthly income, is thereby rejected. The findings implied that the higher the family monthly income of the respondents, the higher was their exposure to technology. The results affirm the study of Oxeniot and Pedrosa and others that there is a significant relationship between technology exposure and household monthly income. The reflected findings in Table 17 indicates that there is no significant differences in the respondents' study habit when grouped according to age. This was the basis for accepting the null hypothesis that there is no significant differences in the study habits when classified according to age, with the F value of 0.797 with a P value of 0.452. The results suggest that the students' study skills are similar regardless of age. The findings indicated in Table 18 shows that there is a significant differences in the study habits in social study subject when respondents were classified according to sex, given a T value of 3.440 and the level of probability, which is less than 0.001. The null hypothesis is thereby rejected. This affirms the findings of Padasas and CP. The results of the analysis using the F-test as indicated in Table 19, there is a significant difference in the study habits of the respondents in terms of educational attainment of their father. Therefore, the null hypothesis, which states that there is no significant difference in the study habits when the respondents were classified according to the educational attainment of their father, is thereby rejected. It was found out that respondents whose father have a higher level of education had better study habit than those with a lower level of education. Moreover, Table 20 indicates that there is no significant difference in the study habit in social study subject when respondents were classified according to the educational attainment of their mother. This was basis for accepting the null hypothesis, which states that there is no significant difference in the study habits of the respondents when classified according to the educational attainment of mother. The results suggest that students' study habit is similar regardless of the highest educational attainment of their mother. As shown in Table 21, the result of analysis on the difference in the study habits in social studies subject when the respondents were classified according to household size. The findings indicates that there is no significant difference. This was the basis for accepting the null hypothesis, which states that there is no significant difference in the study habits in social study subject when the respondents are grouped according to household size. While Table 22 revealed that when respondents were classified according to the family's monthly income, the results of the F-test convey that there is no significant difference. The result leads to the acceptance of the null hypothesis, stating that there is no significant difference in the study habits in social studies subject when the respondents are grouped according to household monthly income. This means that the study skills in social studies subject is similar regardless of the family's monthly income of the respondents. Table 23 revealed that there was no significant difference in the academic performance of the respondents in the social studies subject when they were classified according to age as shown by the computed F value. This means that regardless of age, the respondents' academic performance towards the subject remains the same. When students are grouped according to sex, the result of the t-test revealed that there is no significant difference in the performance of male and female respondents. The results lead to the acceptance of the null hypothesis, stating that there is no significant difference in the academic performance of the respondents when they were classified according to sex as shown in Table 24. The F-test result under Table 25 shows no significant difference in the academic performance of the respondents in the social studies subject when they were classified according to the educational attainment of their father. This was the basis for accepting the null hypothesis, which states that there is no significant differences in respondents' academic performance. In Table 26, when students were classified according to the educational attainment of their mother, the result shows that there is no significant differences in the academic performance of the respondents. The result serves as the basis to accept the null hypothesis, stating that there is no significant difference in the academic performance of the respondents when they were classified according to their educational attainment of their mother. As reflected in Table 23, based on the analysis on the difference in the performance of the respondents in social studies subject using F-test when grouped according to household size, the result shows that there are no significant differences in the respondents' academic performance in social studies subject. Thus, the null hypothesis stating that there is no significant difference in the performance of the respondents when they were classified according to their household size is thereby accepted. On the other hand, Table 28 shows with a given value of f.59 and the p-value of 0.469, it was found out family income has no significant difference in the student's academic performance in the social studies subject. The results of analysis of the relationship on the extent of technology exposure and study habit in social studies subject as reflected in Table 29 with a given R value of 0.193 and the p-value of 0.011 indicates the presence of a positive moderate correlation between the two variables. Therefore, the null hypothesis stating the absence of a relationship between the extent of technology exposure and study habits is thereby rejected. This implies that the higher technology exposures directly affect the respondent's study habits. The finding indicates in the Table 30 revealed that there is no significant relationship between the extent of technology exposure and the respondent's academic performance in social studies subject. The results led to the acceptance of the null hypothesis, stating that there is no significant relationship between the extent of technology exposure and the student's academic performance in the social studies subject. The result of analysis on the relationship between study habits and academic performance in social studies subject, as indicated in Table 31, with a given R value and a P value, it was found out that there is no significant relationship between the two variables. Therefore, the null hypothesis stating that there is no significant relationship between study habit and academic performance in social studies subject is thereby accepted. It implied that academic performance in the social study subject of the respondents is not significantly affected by the study habit. Improving the quality of education is a complex and challenging process that involves intensive and concrete action, planning, and decision making of academic stakeholders. Decisions of policymakers on how to improve the quality of education should anchor on the assessment of the existing procedures and practices that includes the expansion and application of relevant technology to provide meaningful learning experiences to students in the context of technological aids of the educational system. Students have high regard and perception of significant role of technology in their academic success. It is therefore imperative that students should be provided with opportunities to expose themselves to different technologies, for it helps enhance their cognitive abilities. Technology is essential nowadays for it to become partners of teachers in the delivery of quality and effective teaching, thus provides interactive engagement to students. Thus, teachers in the academic should take advantage of the use of different technological platforms to attract students' attention towards the subject. The present study revealed that students have a very good study habit in social studies subject. This implies that students develop an interest in the subject as they were exposed themselves to technology as a source of their academic learning activities. The satisfactory academic performance of students in social studies subject should be elevated to a higher level or even towards outstanding or excellent level. Thus, intervention should be done to address this phenomenon. Moreover, male students have significantly higher exposure to technology, which was being inferred that this group of students has the greater chance to excel academically in social studies subject. The academic institution should look at it as a gender bias issue that should be addressed by providing equal opportunities to different gender preferences as their exposure to technology for the academic endeavor. Based on the findings, the following are recommended. First, the Department of Education or DepEd, through its management personnel, may come up with academic plans to regulate students' technology exposure through strong collaboration and partnership with stakeholders. Second, the school management may provide and expose students to different technological platforms for academic purposes to enhance their study habits not only in social studies but also in other disciplines. Third, the teacher may design, develop interactive learning activities in social studies by integrating technology to attract students' interest in the subject. Fourth, other researchers may replicate the present study to further validate the results using the different variables setting in context. Here are the references used in this study. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Birondo. I guess our panelists are now ready to say something about your presentation. So we're going
Thank
to
you.
Dr. Dolly Rose Canella, Dr. Bona, and Dr. John Irwin. Good afternoon, guys, again.
Good afternoon, Sir Jimmy. And then I would also like to say good afternoon to our presenter, Sir Berondo. And hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The title of your study is Technology Exposure, its relation to the habits and academic performance of students. Is it correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I think we're having feedback. It is. Thank you. So the title is could probably be improved by not necessarily articulating the word relationship. Why then? The relationship will only be established in the research question, perhaps, or in the statistical treatment. Because what if there is a zero relationship in the context of numericality is revealed, or there is no significant relationship? So it defeats the purpose of being too one directional onto the inclusion of such terminology. That is one point that I would like you to look into. And the other one is, should there really be an arrow in the conceptual framework that links the study habit to your dependent variable? As I saw a while ago in your presentation, it was clearly posted that there is an arrow. That means that this framework is really sure that the study habit is profoundly relating to your dependent variable, if you may happen to see the so-called conceptual framework. These are the two technical aspect that I would like you to consider. One is the titling that you could probably adopt in saying technology exposure, habits, and academic performance of students, and so on and so forth. Okay. The other one is in your live presentation, I would really like to commend that you made an effort of having your presentation recorded. However, I would just like to unravel that mystery. If you really intentionally put a background music in your presentation. There's not. Or probably you just somehow played a music to provide an ambience of your presentation, which I myself could look into this presentation, which probably provided you a little novelty in the so-called presentation in a research conference. But I think there is more important onto your very own oratory. It means the data that you are presenting rather than providing further ambience without having music, which likely you wanted to provide us with an atmosphere of an academic lullaby. But it's not actually the point of how presentation could really be presented or staged. And then these are just general comments that I would like as well to share to everybody, that in our live presentation, I would like to invite everyone to take a look onto our practice, that if there are guidelines sent to us on how many minutes should our presentation be, we as well consider this to make a good packaging of our presentation, especially if you want it presented in a oral international conference or national conference or local conferences. And then I would as well like to emphasize that in our presentations, there we could consider to be educated in two ways. One is our academic presentation. And when we say academic presentation, it's like our thesis defense, our like dissertation final defense, that we put everything for our panel to appreciate how things would run. But in this kind of presentation, it's like a presentation of the other way around. It's a knowledge knowledge presentation or knowledge dissemination presentation, because the results have already been made. The results have already been presented, or in fact, we have already accumulated degrees. It may be master's in education, social studies, or PhD degree in social sciences. Therefore, we could probably simplify this kind of presentation, which is knowledge assessment presentation. Because after all, we are no longer providing people with the so-called technicalities of through and through or fit until the T, in which we just simply wanted to be educated on how things have run and for your knowledge to be disseminated. And that as well may be very valuable to other presenters that you may consider, because we as well we need to provide knowledge and at the same time a sort of novelty and entertainment in academic ambience. I know that we are all eager to present our study. However, we as well need to make a little delineation on how much time we are going to use, or else we will all end up like number crunchers. And I myself is not a number cruncher. Will it make sense if that is going to be so? And this kind of platform that we join, an international colloquium, research colloquium, is a platform for us to celebrate the results of our study, to be disseminated in a way that people would be educated, get ideas, and so on and so forth, but not necessarily to provide everything that it would run in a so-called 38-minute presentation, or else it would like the dissertation final defense. I hope that everyone may as well consider the so-called recommendation that I am sharing in general, especially into the so-called live presentation or oral presentation through a technique of knowledge dissemination presentation only. Okay, but all in all, it was very comprehensive. It's a very comprehensive, Sir Berondo. But I would like you to look into the technical detail on providing your study, the title, and at the same time, the so-called conceptual framework that you have figured out a while ago and presented. And at the same time, the live presentation that we use in order to provide people the so-called knowledge dissemination opportunity, which has a little creativity. It has to be time bounded in order for us to give a good presentation. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay, good afternoon, Doc Ronilo, and of course the partner. Uh, I think we have Sir Jason de la Fuente, correct? I'll save Doc Dali for last, okay, especially because you have lots of tables in there. Okay, and I think she'll be giving you a very good discussion on that later on. It's nice to see you again virtually. Okay. First, I would like to agree with Dr. Pedroso in the manner of presentation. As an English teacher, you know me, I'm very particular with that, especially when it comes to international conferences like this one. We really have to be very particular with the time. We always have to put our shoes on our listeners, on those who are actually trying to attend to this. Okay, will they be interested in my topic? What will they feel? Okay, so Doc Ron and the rest of our participants, I hope we are not just addressing this. Of course, this is a specific address to the presenters, but I hope those who are listening, and the reason maybe why you are here with us right now is you're going to gain insights, learn so many things. So in case it's your turn to present, you know exactly what to do. So Renelo, I like the way you know you appear on the screen. Okay, including your background. Okay, that handsome face of yours. Oh, we missed that. Okay, it's been a long time I haven't seen you. But nevertheless, okay, let me just give the following comments. I only have five. I've listed five siguro. Let me start with okay, one. Your introduction, you have a very good introduction. However, we have to remember everybody that our introduction serves multiple purposes, just like movies, right? We have to start it amazingly and, with all those beautiful things that we can do so we can actually hook and glue our audience to listen to us. You have presented the background of your study, you have introduced your topic and even the aims, you have given an overview of your paper. That's commendable, Dr. Ron. Okay. However, we have to remember, oh, may however si Mamo Palma. Okay. A good introduction will provide a solid foundation. And what is meant by that? Okay, a solid foundation will encourage our readers to continue reading up to the last portion, up to the recommendation. It's just maybe we can just cite, okay, thoroughly, but not excessively all those citations in the intro. If you've noticed, I think you have a very long introduction in there, right? So usually, that when we make our introduction, you start on a broad topic. Maybe you talk about technology because your study is, of course, on technology exposure. Maybe you can include something on the study habits of the students right now, especially in the new normal, if you want to emphasize that. And of course, maybe you can add one or two studies that will support your claim on the academic performance of students. I've also seen that you have given us various discussions and studies, 2012, 2019, 20, the rest there. So Ron, I think there are many studies already done in 2018, 2019, and 2020. If you would like to consider that, I don't know if you still have time to do that, although this is already a dissertation done. But just in case you want to publish, no, you don't have to touch it right now. Maybe if it has been approved by your panel, we're just suggesting that in case you want to publish in a reputable journal, okay, so that it will be easily accepted. Siguro, it's nice if you can change some of the related literature to recent ones. I've seen so many studies recently already. Okay, so that is one. Number two is maybe we can also visit some of our sentences in there. So I would like to encourage you to maybe call a friend. Okay, I know you're very good in English. I know you then. Okay, but sometimes we get so familiarized with our study that we miss some words, right? And I think for me, no, when I check my dissertation a year after, and I've seen, oh my God, there are some grammatical errors I've missed. When you get so engrossed with your study, you become so familiarized that you don't see anymore. So maybe you can call a friend and maybe ask him or her to check on the grammar area, consistency on the tenses. I think I've seen some areas there, Sir Ron. Okay, if you can do something about it, and of course some sentences wherein maybe the antecedent should be there instead of singular, mga amo lang na bagay. I'm in when you publish, they're very particular with that. Okay, and then of course consistency in the use of the plural and singular possessive, sir Doc Ron, like kung sa students s apostrophe or student apostrophe s, para may consistency. You have a very good study, and I always believe that to make it perfect, these rules in grammar will really help you in publishing your in acceptance and easy acceptance of your study in a reputable journal. And even the use of our apostrophe sometimes, I hope we don't miss that, sir. Okay, and what else? Our recommendations, I'm always very particular with this when it comes to being a panel. Well, we know that recommendations are arguably the most important part of the analysis, which some students sometimes or even some researchers miss, because this is actually where we will suggest specific interventions or strategies to address the issue. So Dr. Ron, also check on that, of course, in your study. And lastly, siguro in the manner of presentation, because you have a very good study, I want to see you maybe in other conferences. Are you okay? Are you what do you call that? I think you're okay right now, no? Just to be more, not really. You're confident. Siguro, sir, ano lang, maybe, how do I say that? Confident in a manner of telling the people, my study is this is true, I've done this before. So, kumbaga, let me call it in Tagalog, medyo may angas para they'll really believe in you that whatever you're saying there is true. Okay? And if you intend really to use music, again, next time, siguro just make sure na your voice will be louder than the music. Okay? But nevertheless, mula na siguro, Doc Ron, okay, you have a very good study. This is very timely. It will really help our students, our institution, of course, because it has something to do with technology. And being on an online class right now, your study will be of great help to the students, to the teachers, and to the entire community. So, job well done. And what do you call this? A little smile will do siguro next time when I see you again in your presentation. Okay, congratulations to both of you, Doc Ron and Doc Jason. Okay, thank
Doc.
you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Birondo and Dr. De La Fuente. It is a collaborative research from two SUCs, and at the outset, I would like to commend the researchers on doing such. However, just like what Dr. Pedroso and Dr. Palma said, we are here to actually provide some notes with which will enable you to further enhance your study later on. I took a screenshot of your objectives of the study. This is basically because this is my way of checking as to whether each of the statement of the problem or research objectives are well answered or are well addressed in the discussion of the research results. And Dr. Palma is correct. You provided us with a very clear and exhaustive presentation and explanation of the things which you were able to gather, of the data which you were able to gather, and of the things that you were able to investigate in this particular research journey. Let me start with asking you to revisit your research paradigm or the research paradigm. I noticed that the antecedent variables, the profile of the respondents, their demographic profiles, was actually written together with your independent variables. So I suggest we can separate these two types of variables, antecedent first in the leftmost, followed by the two independent variables, and then later our dependent variable, which is our students' academic performance. Am I right? We also have to provide appropriate non-directional line in order to provide a very clear illustration of the interrelationship of these variables that were included in the conduct of the study. Allow me also to take this opportunity to correct you and as well as the rest of the members who are present in this group that we call the statistical tool Pearson R or Pearson's R, but we do not call it as Pearson R moment coefficient of correlation. Kasi si Pearson R or si Pearson's R is actually the shortcut already of the Pearson product moment coefficient of correlation. So it's either we call it using its full name or we call it using its nickname or its shortcut name. I would also like to call your attention on the appropriate use of scales because I was able to see as part of the presentation the thing na 1.89 and below. While listening to you earlier, you made mention that the questionnaire is actually Likert in nature. So I presume that the lowest from among the choices is 1. Why do I have to pay attention to this? Because when you say 1.89 and below, this has actually something to do with the consistency on the presentation of the levels of measurement of the variables that are considered in the study. When you say 1.89 and below, that would mean it's inclusive of a 0. So the data is actually ratio in terms of its level, but that's not actually the case in your study because the lowest from among the option is 1. So I believe that all the variables are interval in terms of their level of measurement. So we just have to be very careful of that. The appropriate use of the scale to very well define the level of measurement of the variables that are used in our study. I would like also to suggest, if it's okay with you, that every time we talk about the result of the t-test, we take into consideration or we report the value of the 3 important test statistics. What are these? the T value, the degrees of freedom that is supposedly be represented by small letters D and F. I know sometimes our laptops have the autocorrect function. That is why its tendency is actually to present letter D in an uppercase. But I would like to remind you, and as well as everybody else, that the degrees of freedom should be both in lowercase letters, and as well as the significance level. Be also very careful with the use of the F test. F test is another term that is used for ANOVA, and big letter F, or the big letter F dash value, is a test statistic that is utilized for ANOVA together with the significance level. But in your case, you were consistent at actually using small letter F value. Small letter F kasi is a statistic, is a test statistic for frequency, while big letter F is a test statistic for ANOVA. So we just have to be very careful for that. Another one, I don't know if this is just a clerical error, but table 13 in the discussion of the result, you made mention na the hypothesis is not rejected, but in fact, the value is less than 0.05, or it's the other way around. So kindly be consistent with the proper ways with which our conclusion is to be made. Be very mindful of whether it is to be rejected or it is not to be rejected on the basis of the computed P. There was one ANOVA result. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's on the educational attainment of the mothers, but I cannot anymore remember the variable that was associated with that. But you made mention that the ANOVA result was found to be significant. The result is significantly different. If that would be the case, I would suggest to run as well the post-hoc analysis, para later, if future researchers would like to make commendation or would like to pursue the research study which you already did on this particular stage, at least they can later on create some interventions, and they can pay attention as to what group are they going to take a good look or a closer look, because they are the ones who are actually having a much of a trouble when it comes to technology exposure, study habit, and academic performance. So si post-hoc naman na test need not to become part of the actual na tables, because there are already lots of tables that were presented in your result. But the result may be reported, then the table may be appended na lang. Dr. Pedroso was quite right in saying that there was, sorry, Doc Bona, I'm a mathematics major. There were a lot of table to so that I am safe at possible grammatical error. There were a lot of table that was presented during your discussion, but I'm trying to look into the objectives of the study. You can perhaps provide 3 tables for the means and standard deviation. Table 1 for the mean and standard deviation of the students' technology exposure. Table 2, means and standard deviations of their study habit. Number 3, means and standard deviations of their academic performance. Table 4 will be the t-test result for technology exposure. Table 5 will be the ANOVA result for technology exposure, and so on. And there should only be 1 table for correlation, kasi there are anyway 3 variables taken 2 at a time. So it's like having a 4-row table. So para na it's easier for the readers and as well as for the listeners to grasp the salient parts of your report or of the study which you are presenting. And in relation to that, allow me to go back to the objectives of the study, the one from which my discussion had actually started to evolve. There was no mention that the study is also interested at testing for differences of a particular variable when the demographic profile of the respondents are taken into consideration. But mostly of the results actually dealt with this. So I hope in the writing of the objectives of the study, you do it as brief as possible. You state the very main reason of why this study is conducted, and then you provide another slide for the specific objectives so that the readers, the listeners, and most especially the researchers are well guided on what are the things that are being ascertained or that are being derived at in the conduct of this research study. But all the more, everything was done almost perfectly, but as I have already mentioned, it's always our job to provide some glimpse of recommendation so that you can further enhance your work. I hope that in the future endeavors, all the statistical tools that I was able to share with you, Dr. Berondo, will already be taken into consideration. That would be all for now. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miranda, and of course to our panelists. We're down to our next research presenter. Is going to tackle the topic computer self-efficacy, information technology, competency, and teaching effectiveness of teachers among higher education institutions. Here is Professor Arthur C. Sokania. We are giving a little ample time for Professor Arthur Sokania to prepare. So let's first move on to another presenter. The title of the topic is Knowledge, Practices, and Teaching Performance Among Teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administrations. Here is our next presenter. We have Annalyn Asebuke Hanaban. Good afternoon, Mom.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here today. I'm Annalyn A. Hanaban, currently connected at Nebraska College. I am here to present my research entitled Knowledge, Practices, and Teaching Performance Among Teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration. In the new era of globalization, teaching is one of the most complex jobs. A teacher's role involves more than simply standing and discussing in front of a group of students. It is not only teaching how to learn theory and understand why theories are important, but also to teach students to learn how to apply the theoretical frameworks in practice to adapt to the rapidly changing work environment. Specifically in the field of office administration. Bachelor of Science in Office Administration is a four-year degree program designed to provide students with knowledge and skills in business management and in office processes needed in different workplaces, such as general business office, legal, or medical office. The BSOA program prepares students to be able to carry out theoretical, administrative, supervisory, and managerial tasks. In addition, the program also trains students to develop their skills in keyboarding, filing, and shorthand or stenography. Teaching entered the program of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration is even more challenging. It demands broad knowledge of the subject matter, curriculum, and standards. clerical expertise and skills, technology management and entrepreneurial techniques, work values, passion, and a strong desire to produce competent graduates. One could be an effective BSOA teacher if you have best academic documents to be used and a good classroom command with these resources. First, course materials and activities, student outputs and assessment tools. But as time changes, courses are revised, as in the case of BSOA, to suit the needs of the society, the employers, the diversity of students. Hence, teachers must keep abreast of these changes. Article 1, Section 2 of SEM 019 Series of 2017 provides that all private higher education institutions with existing BSOA program are required to shift to an outcomes-based approach. State universities and colleges and local universities and colleges should likewise strictly adhere to the provision in this PSGs to prepare students to be able to handle clerical, administrative, supervisory, and managerial tasks. So this is according to CHED-SEM 019 series of 2017. Administrations and teachers of higher education institutions are the major role players in the successful implementation of CHED's outcomes-based quality assurance system for BSOA curriculum. However, implementing the system will take time and present many challenges. It is therefore imperative that an assessment of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers of BSOA program be conducted. The assessment could help HEIs and administrations and teachers achieve CHED's program development for BSOA and competency requirement identified for teaching the subject, or target an improvement of a specific knowledge, skill, or attitude to attain a higher competency level. It is along these thoughts that the author pursued the current study. For the statements of the problem, this study determined the level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province, Philippines for the school year 2019-2020. Specifically, the studies of answers to the following questions. What is the profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation? Number 2, what is the level of knowledge among teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province when taken as a whole and when classified according to age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation? Third, what is the level of practices among teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province when taken as a whole and when classified according to age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation? Number 4, what is the level of teaching performance among teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province when taken as a whole and when classified according to age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation? For number 5, are there significant differences in the level of knowledge among teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province when classified according to age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation? For number 6, are there significant differences in the level of practices among teachers, a Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province when classified according to age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation? For number 7, are there significant differences in the level of teaching performance among teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province when classified according to age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation? For number 8, are there significant relationships among levels of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province? So for the theoretical frameworks of the study, for the level of knowledge of teachers, the study was anchored on Lee Schulman's theory of teachers' knowledge in 1986. So Schulman proposed 7 categories of knowledge that make it possible for teachers to teach and deal with more than practical knowledge. So we have knowledge of content, general pedagogical knowledge, curriculum knowledge, pedagogical content knowledge or PCK, knowledge of students, knowledge of educational context, and knowledge of educational ends, purposes, and values. So this Schulman's theory is useful here in this study because it describes categories of teachers' knowledge required for successful teaching and used to identify the challenges of BSOA teachers in the context of the new BSOA curriculum. Okay, next, for the level of practices, this study was anchored to the educational theory or outcomes-based education of William Spedy. The most detailed articulation of the theory underpinning OBE given by Spedy, 1994-1998. So outcomes-based education means clearly focusing and organizing everything in an educational system around what is essential for all students to be able to do successfully at the end of their learning experiences. This means starting with a clear picture of what is important for students to be able to do. Then organizing the curriculum, instructions, and assessment to make sure things learning ultimately happen. Such an approach proposes that someone can determine what things are essential for all students to be able to do, and that is possible to achieve these things through an appropriate organization of education. So in this study, the only educational theory practice is essential for the attainment of the SOA program development as required by CHED to shift to an outcomes-based approach. Next slide, please. Okay. As to teaching performance, this study was anchored on the theory of performance advocated by Ober, as cited by Kane 2005, which develops and relates 6 foundational concepts to form a framework that can be used to explain performance as well as performance improvement. So to perform is to produce valued results. A performer can be an individual or group of people engaging in collaborative effort. Developing performance is a journey, and level of performance describes location in the journey. Current level of performance depends holistically on 6 components. So we have the context, level of knowledge, levels of skills, level of identity, personal factors, and fixed factors. So the 3 actions of purpose for effective performance improvements. This involves a performer's mindset, immersion in an enriching environment, and engagement in reflective practice. So that is according to Catullus 2017. So the theory here explains the role of teacher as motivator inside and outside the classroom. To learn and applies what he or she learns, the theory is most significant in the determination of how respondents perceive their teaching performance as BSOA teacher and as what the child requires in the new curriculum. This study will be enriched by looking at the respondents' personal and professional circumstances and how it will affect their teaching performance given the extraordinary challenge to shift in outcomes-based education as mandated by CHED. So next slide, please, Sergey. Okay. Next slide. Additionally, this study was linked in the student-centered learning based on constructivist theory of psychologist Drew Page. So according to Andrews, he asserts that social constructivist learning content will empower learners to become lifelong learners with the emphasis on learning to learn. So constructivism emphasizes learners' construction of knowledge and belief. Learners construct information from the environment and combine it in their present knowledge. So learners' construction of knowledge is determined by instructional conditions that stress social interaction. So that is according to Sham 2012. So here, this theory is applicable for BSOA educators since it is important that learners' understanding should be facilitated by means of activities, class discussions, and exercises that are done outside and inside the classrooms. These classroom practices support the outcomes-based education of the CHED or SEM 019 series of 2017 for the BSOA program development. So next slide, please. Okay, for the conceptual framework of the study. So this study determined the level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province. So the respondents in the study were the sample of BSOA Organic Administration and faculty in the department when grouped as to their profile in SOOPs and loops. So respondents were grouped as to their demographic profiles, namely age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation. So their personal profiles were crucial in understanding their views about the particular problem. Therefore, it was imperative to obtain said information. It is also explained the level of maturity of respondents were important variables in this study. This included their perceptions, attitudes, assessments, and the ways of looking and understanding a particular educational challenges, demands, and changes. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, for the independent variables or age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation, which were the assumed causes of dependent variables of this study. So as to age, the respondents were categorized into 20 to 35 years old, 36 to 50 years old, 51 to 65 years old. So it was presumed that 36 to 50 years old teachers have always thought of something innovative about their expert and advanced in the level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance. So as to sex, the respondents were categorized into male and female. It was presumed that female respondents have different level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance than those of the male respondents. As to civil status, there was a belief that the single teachers gave more time to students and more eager to learn, more knowledge, improved level of practice, and teaching performance. So in this study, civil status also was categorized into single and married. Next slide, please. As to highest educational attainment, okay, respondents were categorized degree, master's degree, and doctoral degree. So researcher believes that respondents who have attained higher education were assumed to have higher level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance. As to type of institution, it was recognized that the state universities and colleges offer more on-campus resources, so often attract distinguished scholars as professors and may offer quality training for teachers. So therefore, it was expected that SOCs have complex level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance for BSOA teachers. So in this study, respondents were categorized into private, SOCs, and LOCs. As to school category, respondents were categorized into university and college. So researcher believes that respondents in the university were assumed to have higher level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance. So as the program accreditation for different education institutions or programs, there are specific types of accreditation. HEIs undergo with accreditation to ensure quality assurance process and to confirm they met set of service and operational standards. Researcher believes that respondents who have attained higher level of accreditation were assumed to have higher level of knowledge, practices, teaching performance. So respondents here were categorized into none, level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 program accreditation. So furthermore, the mandated new curriculum for BSOA gave interest to the researcher to conduct this study by reviewing of related journals, articles, and studies for HEI's compliance. So professional development of the SOA teachers and personal experience in teaching skills-based subjects in the SOA. So the information gathered from the literatures guided the researcher to define the variables of the study and eventually the development of questionnaires as an instrument to answer the specific problems posted. It highlighted the significance among knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among the SOA teachers in Iloilo province. So it was observed that each of these three variables was significantly and positively related to one another, affirming the direct relationship on positive interrelatedness of these three variables. So the current level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers of the SOA Iloilo province was assessed through a self-assessment form made by the researcher anchored in CNO 19 series of 2017 for the SOA and from the other literatures read. So the results were analyzed, and from the finding, there were recommendations to address the gap. So the schematic presentation of the conceptual framework is presented below. So this is the research paradigm. I have the independent variables and the dependent variables. For the independent variables, I have the profile of the respondents. And then for the dependent variables, the level of knowledge, level of practices, and level of teaching performance. Next slide, please. Okay, the significance of the findings of the study could be significant to the threat, college administrators, the SOA teachers, the parents, students, and for future researches. Slide. So for the scope and limitation of the study determined the level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration in Iloilo Province, Philippines for the year 2019-2020. The study was limited to the organic BSOE teachers in HEIs in Iloilo Province. This BSOA organic administration and faculty members came from 2 private schools, 1 college, and 2 state universities. So this was conducted last December 2019. The researcher utilized a researcher-made questionnaire based on literature's readers and the SMO 2017 requirements. So questionnaires were validated by experts and were subjected to reliability tests. The validity of questionnaire was determined by presenting the questionnaire to the panel of experts with the use of 8-point criteria, good and states. The reliability was tested to 30 teachers in Iloilo City. So the data were tabulated and subjected to statistical analysis. So both descriptive and inferential statistics were used in the study. So the statistical tools used were the frequency count, percentage analysis, mean, mandate, mu test, cross-clockwise test, and sparing rules. So 0.05 alpha was used as the criterion for the acceptance or rejection of the null hypothesis. All data gathered for this study were analyzed using the statistical processing software known as the SPSS. Next slide, please. So for the summary of methods, so this study, again, determine the level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers of the SLA in Iloilo Province. So the descriptive research method was used as the research design of the study. A researcher made questionnaire on the level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers were used to gather data from the respondents. So again, they were classified according to age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, type of institution, school category, and program accreditation. So the validity of questionnaire was determined by presenting the questionnaire to the panel of experts with the use of 8 points criteria of good and safe. So reliability was tested 30 teachers in Iloilo City. So the data were gathered, tabulated, and subjected to statistical analysis. Both descriptive and inferential statistics were used. The statistical tools used for the frequency count, percentage analysis, mean, month, mu test, cross-police, age test. So the 0.05 alpha was used as the criterion for the acceptance and rejection of null hypothesis. So all data gathered for the study were analyzed using the statistical processing software known as the statistical package for the social sciences, or SPSS. So here, the findings of the study. So the data gathered from the study after a careful detailed analysis yielded the following findings. Number 1, majority of the BSOA teachers were female, 36 to 50 years old, married, a bachelor's degree, and were teaching in private schools in colleges that have no level of accreditation. The level of knowledge of teachers, number 2, for the level of knowledge of teachers when taken as a whole was a mean of 4.72 or very high knowledgeable. Both male and female teachers were very highly knowledgeable with mean scores of 4.83 and 4.67 respectively. So teachers aged 20 to 35 years old, 36 to 50 years old, and 51 years old and above were all very highly knowledgeable with the mean scores of 4.74, 4.74, and 4.68 respectively. Both single and merit teachers were also found to be both very highly knowledgeable with mean scores of 4.87 and 4.69 respectively. All teachers with bachelor's degree, master's degree, and doctoral degree were also very highly knowledgeable with the mean scores of 4.78, 4.63, and 4.80 respectively. Teachers in the private schools, SOOPs and LOOPs, were also found to be very highly knowledgeable with the mean scores of 4.83, 4.78, and 4.42 respectively. So teachers teaching in universities and colleges were also very highly knowledgeable with the mean scores of 4.65 and 4.76 respectively. Next slide, please. Okay. Number 3, teachers teaching in schools without any level of accreditation, in schools with level 1 accreditation, and in schools with level 2 accreditation were all found to be very highly knowledgeable with the mean scores of 4.80, 4.60, and 4.61 respectively. Number 4, for the level of practices of teachers when taken as a whole was mean of 4.73 or very highly practiced. So both male and female teachers were very highly practiced with the mean scores of 4.84 and 4.68 respectively. Teachers aged 20 to 35 years old, 36 to 50 years old, and 51 years old and above were all very highly practiced with mean scores of 4.63, 4.77, and 4.74 respectively. So both single and married teachers were also found to be both very highly practiced with a mean scores of 4.87 and 4.70 respectively. So all teachers with bachelor's degree, master's degree, and doctoral degree were also very highly practiced with the mean scores of 4.78, 4.68, and 4.68 respectively. Teachers in the private schools, SOOPs, and LOOPs were also found to be very highly practiced with the mean scores of 4.83, 4.84, and teachers teaching in schools without any level of accreditation, in schools with level 1 accreditation, in schools with level 2 accreditation, were all found to be very highly practiced with mean scores of 4.75, 4.72, and 4.62 respectively. For number 5, the level of performance among teachers of PSOA when taken as a whole was mean of 4.67 or very high teaching performance. Both male and female teachers had very high level of teaching performance with mean scores of 4.76 and 4.63 respectively. So teachers aged 20 to 35 years old, 36 to 50 years old, and 51 years old and above all had very high level of teaching performance with mean scores of 4.79 and 4.64 and 4.64 respectively. Very high teaching performance. So both single and married teacher were also found to have very high level of teaching performance, but this was 4.83, 4.63, and respectively. So all teachers with bachelor's and master's degree and doctoral degree had also very high level of performance with the mean scores of very high teaching performance. As to educational attainment, the teaching performance of bachelor's degree was 4.71, very high teaching performance. So the master's degree was 4.56, very high teaching performance. And the doctoral degree was 4.82, very high teaching performance. So when classified according to type of HPIs, the teaching performance of private school was 4.74, very high teaching performance. The SUP was 4.81, very high teaching performance. And for the LUS was 4.40, very high teaching performance. So as to school category, the teaching performance of university was 4.69, very high teaching performance, and the college was 4.64, very high teaching performance. As the program of accreditation, the no accreditation was 4.69, very high teaching performance. So the level 1 was 4.66, very high teaching performance, and the level 2 was 4.62, very high teaching performance. So here I have conclusion. Number 1, teachers in the SOA program courses among higher education institutions or HEIs in Iloilo province generally have very high levels of knowledge regardless of their age, sex, civil status, educational attainment, and school category they belong to. And the program accreditation, their schools have or do not have. So number 2, teachers in the SOA courses among HEIs in Iloilo province generally have very high levels of practice regardless of their age, sex, civil status, educational attainment, and school category they belong to. And the program accreditation, their schools have or do not have. So number 3, teachers in the SOA courses among HEIs in Iloilo province generally have very high levels of teaching performance regardless of their age, sex, civil status, educational attainment, and school category they belong to. And the program accreditation their schools have or do not have. So continue. Number 4. Okay. So the levels of practices and teaching performance of teachers handling BSOA courses vary according to the type of institution they are teaching in. So there are more female BSOA teachers than male BSOA teachers among HEIs in Iloilo province. So number 6, there is a significant relationship among the level of knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers of BSOA in Iloilo province. So next slide, last for the recommendations. Okay, the following recommendations were based on the foregoing findings and conclusion by the researchers. So number 1, teachers of the BSOA curriculum should correlate and integrate different courses of the study that are essential to an effective educational program and for optimal student achievement. Number 2, the school administration should ensure that 75% of office administration, business, and professional courses should be taught by teachers with related master's degree. Number 3, the deans and program administrators should link and integrate different courses of study that are essential to an effective educational teaching and instruction. Number 4, the teachers should consider other measurable factors of education, emphasizing development of integrity, professional attitudes, and continuing desire to learn. Okay. Number 5, The higher educational institution should provide evidence that learners are meeting outcomes-based course objectives. Number 6, the teacher should encourage learners to participate and offer regular, timely, and specific feedback and reinforcement of learning through outcomes-based education. So number 7, the school heads should encourage teachers in the school to observe their colleagues and provide constructive feedback and discuss the different instructional practices in the classroom. Number 8, further studies should be conducted to examine the correlation of the level of practices and teaching performance with the type of institution where BSOA teachers are teaching in. Number 9, similar study on teachers' knowledge, practices, and teaching performance among teachers on the level of the new are recommended in order to validate the results of this study. So that's all for today. Thank you and God bless everyone.
Thank you very much. It's time for our panelists to say something about your presentation.
Good
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hanaban. The title of your study is Knowledge, Practices, Teaching Performance among Teachers of Bachelor of Science in Office Administration. And I
Yes.
believe that you are well inclined in this study because this is your program of specialization. Is that a fair statement, madam?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, it
Yes, sir.
is. Now, my first contention is into the titling of your study, that it is bringing me onto that notifiable contention in the mentioning of the program itself, which is very specific. Bachelor of Science in Office Administration. Now, among I would first present to you the contention that I am talking about in saying the value of anonymity in research, in which it would probably be very much connected into the so-called ethical considerations, despite that this something to do with the quantitative research, but still we come up with a good consideration of providing anonymity to our respondents or our program and so on. Antemano, if the results are non-favorable, the results would be non-favorable to your respondents, or it won't be or there are non-favorable results. Should there be an instance that they will tarnish or their study will tarnish the reputation of our likely example, people, the teachers, the institution, or the program itself. That is why in that ethical consideration, it can be manifested through by adopting the technique of silencing the obvious clues in order for us to retrace on where the result should be favorable or non-favorable. And that, I think, is in the context of outrightly mentioning bachelors of science in office administration, which in fact, if we are going to adopt the so-called fair statement, why not saying to have a more intriguing title, to breathe life and respect to whatever result that the study may reveal? Because one here is we are mentioning that it is in the province of Iloilo, and probably researchers would take a look meticulously on what schools are offering this kind of program, and then we could already retrace. What if it's non-favorable? What if their levels of knowledge would not be that favorable or would be beautiful, or their practice or their teaching performance? And titling could be very tricky. For example, instead of saying or outrightly mentioning Bachelor of Science in Office Administration, and these are teachers of this particular program, we can as well be a little lenient and provide novelty and intrigue on what program do we mean by in saying knowledge, practices, and teaching performance of teachers, of tertiary teachers. And
Yes.
Bachelor of Science in Office Administration will only be a part of our delimitation. And
Yes.
I am so happy that the result is as well favorable in terms of their knowledge, in terms of their practices, teaching performance vis-a-vis the different variables you have as well included, antemano, that it had been favorable, but it could make a little lenient onto that part of considering or being silent or being discreet. Uh, and
Yes.
the second one is in the theoretical background, you have mentioned about Jean Piaget.
Yes.
Jean Piaget, the argument that you presented a while ago was highly specialized in the context of the students. And when we go back to your very own title, it is very clear that we are talking about teachers, right? It could have been the literature that where you got this paragraph related to Jean Piaget have already made it more specific, the writer made it more specific to the students. But there is as well a trick there that when we only get to copy that and we fail to have it localized into the context of our own research, we may forego that very minute detail that instead of mentioning that Jean Piaget is relating to students, you can as well recast that term from being students to the teachers because your study is on the teachers and not onto the students. De modo that the students would enjoy the effects of how knowledgeable, on how well practiced, and how well versed in the teaching performance of the teachers. They are recipients of that. But the study itself would warrant us that we focus on to the teachers. And that paragraph is likely presenting, and it comes to me that it is mentioning about the students. Okay? And the third one, Ma'am Hanaban, since this is very specific to the BSOA program, and we have considered that because that is your line of specialization, may I know if how many participants were considered? It was clear to me that you tested your instruments because you declared that these are researcher-made instruments, that you trialed it to 30 teachers at first. But I was trying to look into the whole journey of your presentation that you failed to mention the number of participants that were considered in the study. May I know how many did you consider, Ma'am Hanaban?
They're all 56
Oh, 56.
organic faculty.
So may it be organic or inorganic, and the play of term would entirely affect the whole
Yes.
ethics of the study itself. But is this a participant consideration that you took them all technique, take all technique, or
So,
you did sampling?
sample doc,
Mm,
30 in Iloilo City.
30 in Iloilo City. It means that there were 30 participants, right? 30
Yes.
participants. But you as well have trialed or put to test your instrument to 30 teachers. Am I correct?
Yes, doc.
Oh, are the 30 teachers who became a trial group for testing your pilot testing, your instruments were as well as the same 30 teachers
No, sir.
who joined in the finals?
No,
No.
sir.
Oh, no. So if there are 56 participants all in all, yes, your
Yes, sir.
eh,
Yes, sir.
56 participants all in all, and you chose 50, I think at the back of your mind, there is a formula that I've used that I would like to request Dr. Dali to confirm this later on the
Yes.
so-called consideration of participants using formula, or should we help Ma'am Hanaban to instead consider take all technique to further help her refine her study? Okay, so I will leave that to Dr. Dali. And
Uh,
yes, ma'am. And then number four contention that I would like to present is in your research paradigm, you place there the different variables, and we consider it independent variables. Their sex, their income, probably their educational level, and so on. And on to the right, where our dependent variable, I would just like to call that attention of that repetitive words and saying levels of knowledge and so on and so forth, levels of participate practices and so on and so forth, and teaching performance and levels also. We just simply call it knowledge, practices, teaching performance, and so on and so forth. After all, you've already made a very good clarification in your manuscript. Okay. And because you have already included as an independent variable these qualifying characteristics of your participants, like their sex, their educational attainment, their income, and so on and so forth. No? Uh, I think I will try my very best to be the best that I could be in quantitative research, and I hope that I would be blessed by the heavens by this attempt. In your statement of the problem, I recommend, Ma'am Hanaban, that we forgo question number one because it is a profile of the informants of your participants. Therefore, this can be a part of the methodology itself and
yes.
in the presentation of your respondents in chapter 3. Does it make sense? Is it a
Yes,
fair
doctor.
statement?
Yes.
Yes. And then lastly, uh, there is probably we need the help of the great the paramount expert in the so-called grammar, Dr. Palma, in a while, if my suggestion would as well be viable and fair, that I have heard a multiple times of that word should in the recommendation. It seems like I am compelled, I am imprisoned, I am handbound, that I really have to follow. What if I won't follow? Because these are just recommendations. For example, if I were a medical doctor and someone comes to me to ask if what is probably the best medicine for cough, then I would say you drink water, you drink oregano, and so on and so forth. And then when that patient of mine goes home, he does not drink oregano and a lot of water. So it's like a recommendation in a practical sense. Now, to refine the terminology in the recommendation, we need to entertain that idea of replacing the word should into a more friendly, in a low toned manner that we can make it more positive ambience. Like, for example, if we could state one of the recommendations, it would be promising when considering OBE instruction in order to help BSOA teachers or instructors to increase knowledge and put knowledge into practice and come up with a teaching performance that will help the institution grow or the students grow and to become curriculum developers themselves. So it becomes more lenient, and the reader and at the same time listener won't as well be startled when we get to say and emphasize the word should. I hope that is a fair statement. And I would really like to commend your presentation because it was well detailed and the numericality is very, very intensive. And that will be treated in a while by Dr. Dali. Okay. And then one more thing for everyone to learn that we as well be very considerable with the time allotment in presenting in the oral presentation for the international conference because each one is probably given 30 minutes and we as well need to be considerate for the succeeding presenters to as well make use of their time on a time which is highly provided to them by simply following the so-called timetable in our program. But that is very beautiful discussion, and I commend you for that. And I hope that these friendly reminders and suggestions would as well be taken into consideration that your paper would as well be a very good document for everybody to learn and its replicability would as well be considered to be applied in other programs. Thank you and a pleasant afternoon to everyone. Let's be time bounded with our presentation because it's going to be sunset and it's going to be in conformity to the Jewish tradition that it's already Sunday and Sabbath day. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Doc Pedroso. Okay, Ma'am Dal, I'll do the honor for a while. So let me congratulate you, Doc Annalyn. Hi,
Thank you.
Doc.
Good
Okay,
afternoon.
congratulations. Okay, I love the energy. And for all of our participants who are listening right now, one of the most difficult things actually on a research presentation, if you're assigned in the afternoon, when all of your listeners have droopy eyes, okay, and they're maybe in an air conditioned room or maybe at the comfort of their houses, that you really have to be lively in presenting your research or else you might fall asleep. Am I correct? Okay. So this is one thing that I love, okay, with listening to you, Doc Hanaban, because you're able to awaken our senses, okay, with your presentation, with your diction and enunciation, of course. That's another plus factor when you are presenting on a research conference. Aside from, of course, you look great on the screen with your proper attire, you also have to consider how you sound. Are you audible? This may be just minor things, but I hope our participants, and I've seen there are at least 133 of us right now. My God, it's very overwhelming. So I hope whatever we have shared in here, our participants will actually learn a lot. So when it is their turn, then maybe they'll get some ideas and they'll be able to do it with an ace. Okay, they'll be able to ace the presentation. Ma'am Hanaban, I just would like to, aside from, of course, congratulating you for a job well done. Now I think you can smile. Okay. Although I know you still have a lot of things. Some of my students, sometimes when we do the editing thing, they would always tell us, Ma'am, can we go about this? Can we just leave this one? But details and little details on a research will mean a lot. If you listen to your ma'am, to Dr. Mello a while ago, when she mentioned about the big letter F and the small letter F, they do matter. Yes, they do. So little details on a research presentation is a must. They're all very important. And in our case in English, even period, even commas, even apostrophes, we're very particular with that because a problem or a lack of period and a comma may mean another thing when you present your sentences. So one thing I would like to add with this beautiful research, ma'am. Okay, I leave the analysis in all the. Can you hear me, everybody? With all those stuff later on, especially with the methods used to Doc Dali, will be on this area. One is, um, let me see. I have only here five. The first one, I think, ma'am, is on your related literature, on your theoretical and conceptual framework. I have seen there some studies I hope that, as what I have also recommended a while ago to the rest of the presenters, maybe we can find, if you want to publish this in reputable journals, maybe we can find recent studies to support our claim.
Yes.
They will look forward to that. Another is maybe we don't miss putting the source, Doc. Okay, I think I have seen long paragraphs. I'm looking to the sources or references, but I couldn't find one. I hope, maybe I've just missed that, but just in case, I just would like to remind, including all our participants right now who are listening, to please never miss, okay, citing your source. Plagiarism is not really very active in the Philippines, but nevertheless, it's a must for all of us. It's very imperative that we always have to consider citing the sources if we take a line, a sentence or two from somebody's work. Okay, it's our responsibility as researchers. You don't like other people using your own work without acknowledging your effort, right? So it's just like that. Okay, so if we take
Yes.
somebody's ideas, siguro ano lang, siguro in a hurry kita sometimes. And also,
So I have it here. I
thank
was
you.
not able to put because of the time.
Okay. Yeah, I understand, Doc. So reminder lang ni Amon, Doc, mga reminders also to all our mga participants man. Thank you, Doc. I know you'll take note of that. At the same time, aside from citing inside our research, we should not also forget that whatever sources or references we have cited in our research, it should also appear in our references. At the same
Yes.
time, don't forget also the edition. If it is APA 7th edition or the 6th edition, we have to be consistent. I've seen some inconsistency, not just in the presentation of Doc Hanaban, but the rest. Maybe you can also check if, especially if you're going to use et al. Okay, what edition are you going to use? So you'll be consistent. Consistency is also one important thing in research. Second is, also, I keep on reminding this with recommendations. I think you were able to discuss very well your recommendations. You were able to tie it up with your significance a while ago. I think there were 9. I hope I did not miss anything. No, recommendations that will really make this study worthy, worthwhile, and of help to our society. But again, let me just remind, okay, Doc Hanaban, siguro maka-ano kita, ma-review natin ang aton conclusion. For most, this I will address to Doc Hanaban, okay, and the rest of our participants. We should always differentiate results from our conclusions in our recommendations. Let us always remember that when we make conclusions, we have to create a call to action. So what now? After I found this, what now? What can I conclude? Okay, so siguro additional one sentence or two, ma'am, to conclude your point.
Yes.
After you have
Well,
found yes. So
yes.
that will be based on your
Thank you.
summary. Okay. And siguro, what else? The last one, I think. Siguro sa slides naton. Okay. I don't know how. Siguro, I don't know if you have limits sa slides ninyo, Doc. Pero feeling ko usually sa mga presentations kita may limits kita. So maybe I suggest, Doc, and the rest of our participants, if you're going to present, better siguro if we follow, of course, the rule, mga 5 sentences siguro, kay mas better if the rest will just be a discussion so that our eyes won't get tired, the listeners will not get tired of looking at the screen. Okay, I think we all know that. So just a reminder, so it will be a perfect presentation. But nonetheless, if these things are followed, you have the energy, you have the enthusiasm, Doc Hanaban, you have made a very good research that will surely help the students, and of course, your own institution, that let me say congratulations. And I hope those things that we have shared will also be taken into consideration. And good luck for your study. Wishing that it will be published in a journal so that it will really be of help to everybody. Thanks and congratulations, Doc Annalyn.
Thank you. Well noted, all the suggestions. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hanaban. Before I start, I would like to commend you for having been so lively at your presentation, despite that it's actually a wee hour in the afternoon already, but you did it well and you did it gracefully. And for that, we commend you for a very good work. Can you still hear me, Dr. Hanaban? Okay. Um, Allow me to start with the choice of the theories that were cited as part of theoretical framework. Let me just inform you that the framework of Schulman right now is already modified, and it's not anymore PCK, but it's already TPAC. So perhaps you can have that read, you can have that visited, you can have that reviewed, so that at least the citations that you were able to write down as part of your theoretical framework is abreast with the current trends, most especially in the field of education. You can mention the TPAC, then simply zero in on the aspect of the content knowledge, because your study is actually specific to the level of knowledge of the teachers for the BSOA. I was listening to your answer to the question that was raised by Dr. Pedrosa earlier as to what sampling was done, but it is still unclear to me. I know that 30 respondents were considered during the pilot testing, but I am more interested at how were 5 schools identified for the actual data gathering. Kasi there were groups of private institutions, there was LUC, there was SUC. So I would like to hear a clarification as to that.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Dali.
Dr. Hanaban, can you still hear us? Nakamute ka, Doc. We cannot hear you as of the moment because nakamute ang imo na microphone. So kindly turn it on. Thank you.
Yes, Doc. Hello, Doc.
May I ask if what was the sampling that was observed or that was adopted in this particular research endeavor? Did you use random sampling or did you use non-random sampling? Because this has something to do with the choice of the statistical tools that you were able to present earlier as part of your presentation.
Bati, ano to man? Hello. Hindi, bati. Hinay.
Sorry. I hope that you can hear me well right now because I have already placed the microphone so near at my mouth. Mama Naban, I would like to be clarified actually as to what specific sampling technique did you employ? Did you use non-random?
Random, Doc.
Random. What specific random sampling? Kasi there are a lot of stages that you have to consider. So say for example, pwede kasi nga nag-stratified ka. Amo to kagina na I was actually listening to your answer, the one that you were able to discuss and to share sa question that was posed by Dr. Pedroso, but to me it's still unclear.
Yes. Frequency.
No ma'am, sampling ma'am, sampling. What among the random sampling technique did you employ? Did you use simple random sampling? Did you use systematic sampling? Did you use cluster sampling? Did you use stratified sampling? Or did you use multi-stage sampling? I already have enumerated all the sampling methods.
It's stratified.
Okay, so stratified. How were... Kasi ma'am, sorry ha, I would just like to correct you on that particular note. Kasi when we talk about stratified, supposedly all the schools are taken into consideration and there should be a representative coming from each school. So on that thought, on that matter, I would like you to carefully review. You know why? First and foremost, you mentioned that non-parametric statistics were utilized. So I was thinking na, basi nag-non-random sampling siya. But that was my thought. That was my idea at the beginning. But now you are telling us that it was actually stratified. Kung stratified kasi, Doc, there could have been representatives coming from the different schools, may it be
Kasi the clusters the strata this time are the type of or the category of school. So private, LUC, and then we have SUC. So I know that there are a lot of private school or there are more than one private schools in the Iloilo province. At the same time, I know that there is more than two um, LUCs and as well as SUCs in the province of Iloilo. So I would just like to have these things clarified. So perhaps you can have that reviewed and make that very clear on your methodology. Because as I have already mentioned, the type or the choice of statistical tool is actually a very big question mark on my part as a statistician right now. So I was actually in doubt whether sampling procedure was actually carefully laid out base nag non-random sampling kita doc and dalipatan ta lang. So I want you to have that clarified as well. Second, you made mention that the researcher made tests was actually subjected for pilot testing. So I presume that there is a reliability score for that to provide a very valid claim about that particular consideration that we did as part of our methodology. I think it would be a very great help if we can report the reliability score. So that's also one of the things that I want you to take note of. Dr. Bona was right. I think the conclusions are simply mere repetitions of the research findings. Also, research findings as part of the on the last part of the presentation should no longer bear numerical values because numerical values, as we suppose, are already part of the discussion. So we have to do away with the reporting of the numerical. This is a recommendation not only for Dr. Hanaban, but for the rest who are also listening in this particular virtual hall. I would like you to take note of that according to Dr. Bona, conclusion should actually be a statement of what is to be done right now after having identified that these are the findings of my study. So those are supposedly the things that we will see in our conclusion. And conclusions need not to be enumerated. We don't need to observe the one-to-one parallelism between our SOP and between our conclusion. That is not anymore observed. Conclusion can actually be a free verse of idea coming from a researcher on the things that are to be observed now after finding this specific research results. So that's another thing. I actually do not want to hurt your ego, ma'am, but I would like again to go back at the question earlier of why is there a need to use non-parametric test when random sampling was observed?
Hindi ko siya nakita. Ang ako niya, I forgot.
Sige lang, ma'am. I do understand you, ma'am Annilyn. Perhaps a statistician was also able to guide you. So I presume that there was a violation probably in the randomization, in the normality test. So if there is, we can perhaps report that to our readers so that they would believe that the choice of the statistical tools are actually the ones that is appropriate for our study. You know what kasi Ma'am Hanaban, I am not actually the type na I am against a particular type of a statistical tool or a statistical analysis. For me, all of the statistical analyses are valid and are useful. But the manner on how researchers use them, that is of a question mark on my part as a statistician. So every time you use a non-parametric test, when sampling technique was done randomly, that would be a very big question mark on my part, except you can show me an evidence that a violation for the requirement of the use of parametric test was violated. So I want everyone to ponder on that as well, because this is an international research fora, and we have to be very certain on the use of the statistical tool that we are actually utilizing for our research study. Also, I do not know if I just missed it or Was there a result or was there a report on the result of the inferential data, specifically on significant differences, Doc? Na-report tagid man ang result ni Man Whitney Yu kag ni Cruz Calwalis. I saw the relationship. I saw the result or the findings for relationship. But I did not catch the part of the presentation that discusses the result for the result that we address, the statement of the problem number 5, number 6, and number 7. So these are supposed to use Man-Whitney-U test for 2 categorical data and Cruz Calwalis H test for 3 or more categorical data. And last, you don't have to worry, Doc Annalyn, because I can see from my screen na naga-red ang imo na internet connection. So I presume that there is actually something wrong with the internet connectivity now. All I actually wanted you to do is to listen to my recommendations. And if you still have time, you can have it talked with your statistician to straighten these things so that later on, if you will present it to another fora or to another colloquium, or if you will decide to have it published, I think everything is done accordingly.
Reliability.
My last comment has actually something to do with the recommendation, which Doc Bona had already talked about in her as one of her comments prior to my presentation of the recommendation. Doc John Pedrosa was correct. We have to we as much as possible, we do not provide recommendation that is prescriptive in nature because our capacity or our what they call this integrity as the ones giving the recommendation may be questioned later on by other researchers and as well as by our respondents. Second, we have to be very careful that our recommendations has to be anchored with the result of our study. I would just like you, Ma'am, Dr. Hanaban, to be directed at the 4th recommendation. It was mentioned there, if I did capture it correctly, the teachers are recommended something like that there was a mention to have more integrity. On my end as a teacher, even if I'm not a BSOA teacher, so I do not find it appealing because it's something like we are questioning the integrity of our teachers. So we have to tone down our recommendations. That's one. Second, we have to make sure that our recommendations are clearly anchored from the results of the study. So why did we mention about integrity? Why did we mention about cooperativeness, something like that? If I did catch it right, because these variables were not actually part of our research study. And I do not want you later to be questioned by members of the group with whom you will be presenting your research paper in future research colloquium or future research endeavors. But I would like to congratulate you once again for coming up with this research study. There were a lot of statements of the problems that are to be answered, although I did not hear and I am not sure whether some of them had been answered, but I would like to commend you for coming up with this very good work, and most of all for doing the presentation in the liveliest way you can. So congratulations, Dr. Hanaban, and to the rest of the members of the research team who had helped and assisted you in this endeavor. That would be all.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. It's time to move on to our next presenter. His topic is computer self-efficacy, information technology, efficacy and teaching effectiveness of teachers among higher education institutions. Here is Professor Arthur C. Sukenia. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Moderator, can you please allow me to share my screen?
Please do.
Okay, screen sharing. Can you now see my screen?
We can't see anything right now.
Professor Sukenya, if it's okay and if it could be of help, you can have it presented using the entire screen and not just a window so that it's actually safer to do that. That might have been the problem, the reason why we cannot see the presentation now. There you go.
Okay, can you see my screen now, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, sorry. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I am Arthur Sekenia, a teacher of Guimaras State College assigned at the College of Business and Management. And my study is entitled Computer Self-Efficacy, Information Technology, IT Competency, and Teaching Effectiveness of Teachers among Higher Education Institutions. So this study determined the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competency, and teaching effectiveness of the faculty members. The respondents in this study were the sample of faculty purposely taken from higher education institution in Iloilo. The descriptive research method was used as the research design of the study. A researcher made a questionnaire on the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competency, and teaching effectiveness of the faculty were used to gather data. They were classified according to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings attended. The validity of the questionnaire was determined by presenting the questionnaire to the panel of experts with the use of 8-point criteria of good and skates. The reliability was tested to 30 faculty members in the province of Iloilo. The data were gathered, tabulated, and subjected to statistical analysis. Both descriptive and inferential statistics were used in this study. The statistical tools used were the frequency count, percentage mean, Mann-Whitney U-test, Kruskal-Wallis H-test, and Spearman-Rowe, with the aid of Computer Statistical Package for Social Sciences, or the SPSS software. The level of significance was set at 0.05 alpha. The findings of the study were majority of teachers were 36 to 50 years old, female, married, bachelor's degree holder, general education, 11 to 20 years of teaching experience, and 11 to 20 number of IT trainings. There was a very high level of computer self-efficacy, competency, and teaching effectiveness of teachers, and there were no significant differences in the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competencies, and teaching effectiveness of teachers when classified according to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings attended. There were significant relationships among the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competency, and teaching effectiveness of the teachers. In the 21st century, computer self-efficacy, information technology, or IT competencies are considered vital in transforming effective teaching in the Philippine education, specifically in higher education institutions. Teachers of higher educational institutions are expected to achieve technological competence and implement better forms of teaching practices which improve the student learning experiences. This is supported by MacDonald and Siegel, 1992. Computer self-efficacy is the belief in one's ability to successfully perform a technologically sophisticated new task. Humsha in 2011, adopting ICT competency standards and adequate training will help teachers to incorporate ICT effectively in education. The computer technology helps for the reduction of workloads, for the advancement of knowledge, improve efficiency of school activities, storing outputs and other academic-related data. Considering the critical role educators play in the return of these substantial investments, more detailed researches are necessary to fully examine the factors influencing the teacher's teaching effectiveness by the use of IT. The level of integration of IT by teachers into their teaching methods may be influenced by a number of factors. More information is necessary to determine the critical factors influencing their decision to adopt legally. Yes, have HEI's administrations and teachers have become aware of IT essentials, reduce costs, increase productivity, improve teaching performance, and develop the learning organization, learning process organization. Hence, it's important to understand how technologies are utilized to
Please bear with us. We're having a little problem with the technical aspects. In a few minutes, we'll be getting back to Professor Sukania. Sir Sukania, can you hear us?
Yes, you continue, Sir Art.
While we're waiting for Professor Sukania, we are requesting also Sir Jodar P. Sadoheto to please get ready.
now.
While we're fixing something, we would like first to ask Sir Sadoheto, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. We'll give you the final cue.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please
Sir Arthur, we would be giving you first a little break. We're having a little problem. I'm pretty sure your connection is not really that good. So let's have the presentation of Sir Sadoheto. So I'm going to introduce first the topic he's going to present to all of us. The topic is implementation, compliance, and capabilities of schools on disaster risk reductions and management, inputs to curriculum and integration. Here is Sir Jodar P. Sadoheto. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, please allow me to share my screen.
What are you crying? What are you crying? Tell me, what are you crying?
Okay. Okay, sir. Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Jodar Pisatuhito, the District DRM Coordinator of the Schools Division of Iloilo. So the title of my research is Implementation, Compliance, Capabilities of Schools on Disaster Risk Reduction and Management, DRM, Inputs to Curriculum Integration. So okay. Introduction, the Department of Education had prompted school authorities to practice disaster preparedness measures in their particular schools. Preparedness can mitigate the effects of disaster on school, teachers, and most especially to the learners. Moreover, disaster risk reduction and management is not only about preventing the damages on property, but mainly about the coordination of people in order to save lives, to prevent intrusion in the provision of education. So active participation in disaster preparedness of teachers, students, parents, and their communities is also encouraged, for this is an effective way of raising their awareness about risk reduction. Thus, the administrators, teachers, staff, parents, and students can work together and maintain school-wide safety and minimize the effects of emergencies and other dangerous situations. According to the RA number 10121, acknowledge then the need to adopt a disaster risk reduction and management approach that is holistic, comprehensive, integrated, and proactive in lessening the socio-economic and environmental effects of disaster, including climate change, and promote the involvement and participation of all sectors, just like DepEd and others, and all the stakeholders concerned at all levels, especially in the local community. So the disaster preparedness being in a multi-level system, so we have global, regional, national, community, and individual, became also a multi-relational, physical, social, economic, environmental. Within the social system of the community, there are still various subsystems interdependent of each other according to Rinquillo 2020. So the main objective of my research is to determine the level of implementation, compliance, and capabilities of schools, disaster risk reduction management, DRRM inputs to curriculum integration of the school DRM coordinator and the school heads in the schools division of Iloilo, Philippines for the school year 2020-2021 elementary level. So these are the specific objectives. First is to determine the level of implementation of the school's disaster risk reduction and management of the school DRM coordinator of the school's division of Iloilo, including the school heads. So second is to determine the level of compliance of schools disaster risk reduction and management of school heads and school DRM coordinators of the schools division of Iloilo. And last is the level of capabilities of the schools disaster risk reduction and management of the school heads and schools DRM coordinator of the schools division of Iloilo. So this is my conceptual framework. So I have here the independent variable. So respondents profile, these are age, sex, level of status, length of service, the educational attainment, rank and designation, size and location of the school. The dependent variables are implementation on DRM, compliance on DRM, capabilities on DRM. So the inputs, curriculum integration. So the significance of the study, the result of the study may be useful to the following. So first is the DRM school coordinators, which is in the lower level. The coordinators assigned in the unit may benefit of this study. The findings of this study will provide them data and information on the possible strengths and weaknesses in their planning, preparation, and implementation during the disaster. The result of the study may give them inputs for future planning and priority resources and activities, which is the priority of the DepEd nowadays, especially as teachers in the elementary and also the school's DRM coordinators. So also the school head. The result of the study may provide an objective basis for the top management on the readiness of the school to respond to disasters in terms of human and other resources. The knowledge of these inadequacies will be placed in a better perspective to come up and implement better strategies for the school to be more responsive in times of calamity, especially nowadays, because of the protocol. Also, the DRM and the school heads work together to have a safe school for the teachers and also for the learners. And the learners, the result of this study may serve as an eye opener on the part of the learners to take seriously the lectures and drills that will be conducted by the school. Read the signages, which are very important nowadays, posted in the conspicuous places, and know the location of the fire extinguishers so that during the actual calamity, they will be able to do their share in assisting the school officials and the residents. And also with the local government, which the DepEd and also the LGU are working together for this. Findings, the study will be served as inputs to local government unit, executive and official as to the areas they are strong, the areas that they need to improve, and the resources needed to allocate in order to respond efficiently during the disaster. Actually, the LGU and the DepEd working together for this a long time ago. Teachers, the finding of this study may benefit the teachers assigned in every school. They may provide awareness, knowledge on what they are going to during the calamities. It will provide them data and information on the possible strengths and weaknesses in the preparation and implementation during the disaster. So this is my research design method. The study was used descriptive correlational design to describe and measure the level of the following relationships. So school compliance and capabilities on risk reduction and the management among school heads and the teachers in the schools division of Iloilo Elementary. And this design subject scores on two variables was measured without manipulation of any variables to determine whether there is an association according to Criswell 2014. So the correlational research, sometimes called associative research, the relationships among two or more variables are studied without any attempt to influence them. In correlation research, sometimes called associative research, the possibility of the relationships among two or more variables studied according to Frankel Wallen 2012. So the methods, distribution of questionnaire for teachers, learner respondents but in my case, I'm sorry because I forgot to erase the learners. This is for the teachers and the school heads. And then next is collection of accomplished questionnaire. and then is data analysis and interpretation. So the result in discussion, the findings of the study revealed that the respondents' level in implementation in all the areas are generally very high implemented on the nature of their task and functions as educational leaders. The respondents' level of school compliance are generally very high, complied towards school disaster risk reduction management role. The respondents' level of capabilities are generally very high on their assigned duties and functions as supervised and lead when it comes to schools disaster risk reduction and management. So the t-test, according to in my statistical tools, findings revealed no significant difference in the level of implementation in all areas. No significant difference in terms of school compliance in all the areas, and no significant difference in the level of capabilities as results revealed. So I have here the person R. Findings revealed a significant relationships noted between implementation and school compliance, whereas significant difference revealed implementation and capabilities. It denotes that the respondents who were high on their level of implementation in the school's disaster risk reduction and management may not have or may have the school compliance, and conversely. Thus, the highly significant result brought impact to the DRRM in school. So this is my budgetary requirements. So proposal making, the research supplies, I have here 2,000 pesos. Gathering of data, research supplies, honorarium validators for my statistician, or the transportation, food, and contingency fund, 50,000 pesos. Analyzing data by my statistician, I have the amount of 5,500 pesos. Printing office supplies, 2,500, and contingency budget, 5,000 pesos. The total is 65,000. So this is the research timeline. So I started on December 2020. Then the preparation of survey instrument. I also use the all its data. So January 2021, preparation of communication letters to the schools division of Iloilo. So the same time, the collection of the instrument on February 2021, also the preparation for the distribution. So I use the all is data for that, and we me and my team went to the districts to give all the data for our respondents. So next is write-ups preparation, May 2021. Right, presentation of research output is on was June 2021. So this is my reference, and thank you so much. I'm done, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. It's time for our panelists to give some recommendations.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Satuhito.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Oh, thank you for renaming me.
Sorry. Good afternoon, sir. Sorry for that.
Oh, no need to be sorry, Alvin. I like it. Okay, anyway, kidding aside, thank you very much for that. Another twist in this afternoon's content of the so-called concepts of research that you were into an area which not most of us are getting very much interested with.
Yes,
and that is disaster risk reduction management. And all of us in this world wanted to keep ourselves abreast and at the same time prepared if disasters may come, which knock on the wood, we don't want to. Am I correct? Is that a fair statement, Dr. Satuhito?
Yes, Doc.
Yes,
you're correct.
now it is. Therefore, despite that there are no presence of this kind of calamities or risks, but we wanted to provide ourselves with a safe ground by having these things or issues taught to our students and our teachers as well. And this is only made possible if these issues are made to be integrated well in our curriculum or in our curriculum delivery or our different subjects or in the different activities in our school. May I know if do the different schools in the first district of Pototan as well hold fire drills and earthquake drills?
Uh, sir, again, sir, again, can
Um, may I know if the schools in the District 1 of Pototan as well hold fire drills and earthquake drills?
Yes, sir. We are doing that every, I think July, because July is the resilient month for the disaster risk reduction. And then we are doing that quarterly. We have four for the simultaneous
Mm.
earthquake.
And it has been practiced
Yes.
pre-pandemic,
Yes, Doc.
pre-pandemic.
Yes, Doc.
And I believe that despite that we are in the virtual world, at least our students, our teachers could as well apply those what they have practiced when they were in school to as well be a part of their own safety measures when these risks happen in their own houses or in their own backyards or somewhere when they are present at. And that is a very commendable work of the different schools to have observed fire drills, earthquake drills, and so on and so forth. And I want to wish more that flood would be coming over and swept us all together, like what happened to us in Baguio Frank, right? Now, in the so-called area of implementation, compliance, capabilities of schools on DRMM, I would like to be elucidated, and probably it would be as well a fair opportunity to other audience that we all be elucidated onto the content on how implementation was done, compliance, and capabilities. What were included in these different data gathering materials? And that we could now have a good bird's eye view on what particular activities were made for implementation, for compliance, and how do we say so that our schools have these level of capabilities? Could you please have us elucidated on this matter?
In that matter, Doc, the Division of Iloilo is always providing a trainings for all teachers, always providing Zoom meeting during the pandemic for that. And also we are doing the online earthquake drill, which is very visible in the Division of Iloilo. And then regarding with the integration in the school, some teachers, Doc, is integrating the DRM in their subjects, especially in Araling Panlipunan and sometimes in science.
Yes, and these areas that I could have wished that you have as well articulated in your presentation, that you provided us details on what were included in the implementation, what were included in the compliance, what were included in the so-called measures of their capabilities. And this will provide a beautiful note and a little rigor on your manuscript if you wanted this study to be published, because this is right now a so-called in thing, especially if you wanted to have these papers to as well be published in a national or international level. And like the National Culture for the Commission in the Arts, they are right now encouraging people to conduct studies, qualitative studies that are very much related unto the disaster risk reduction management thing. But this one is already a prelude to probably you can make a tweak, and then later on you can get further funding in the NCCA. Okay, and I really commend you being an educational manager yourself for having these things entertained and to become very useful into your very own practice as an educational leader. Thank you very much and good
Thank you so much.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon,
Good
Doc
afternoon, Doc.
Jodar. Yes, good afternoon. Okay, allow me to say first, congratulations for taking this area when no, very few actually have interest on such research, what do you call this, on this research area. And the, what do you call that, implementation, compliance, and capabilities of schools on disaster risk reduction and management, etc. And I have just read an article actually talking about the National DRRMN plan. And just to reiterate, actually, it serves as the national guide, correct me if I'm wrong, Doc, not, on how sustainable development can be achieved through inclusive growth while building the adaptive capacities of communities and, of course, the resiliency of vulnerable sectors, especially right now when we are experiencing not just the pandemic, but at the same time, in many areas, of course, there will be earthquake, there will be flood and typhoons. I just don't know what's going on with our lives. But nevertheless, you're going into this research is one good thing that will enlighten us and allow us to be hopeful along the way. So, good points in your presentations. Allow me to say one, your manner of presenting it when Ma'am Hanaban a while ago has this very good energy, very lively. On your case, you're very calm. Okay, I like
Thank
I like the way you presented it. Very calm, yet oozing with confidence. Okay, as if you really know how to deceive us. And I think you're not deceiving us. It's just that maybe you're confident in your study, why you presented it very well. I also would like to say congratulations for the slides. I always love looking at the slides, which are neat, clean, very few lines, and it's easy. It's actually eye friendly. I think the audience, our listeners, or the rest of the participants will agree with me when it comes to that. This is also what I've been telling the rest of the presenters, those who will be presenting later on. So it's easy for us to read, it's easy for us to grasp what you want us actually to see in your presentation. And at the same time, you're very obedient in following maybe the time allotment in your presentation. How, okay, now there goes with my however. I think, okay, nobody wants to hear that. But just to make it, okay, perfect, okay, because you have, I know that this study of yours will be of great help to society. If we have listened, I think all of us have listened to the what do you call this, to Doc Jocaris yesterday, no, to his amazing, stupendous discussion on why we go and research. He made mention about this will not only end because we are required as a thesis maybe or as a dissertation, but something that will actually be of help to the community. That is why there's research. And yours especially is commendable because this is what we need at the present time. Okay, so I'm really happy, sir, that you made a research on this. And however, ko lang, sir, is this. Okay, if you, I don't know if you can still play your slides, but nevertheless, if you cannot, there are only some slides in there, and then I take some screenshots on those areas. One, let me, okay, let me just, sorry, my dear, Sir had just for a while. I'm clicking on my cell
Yes,
phone.
okay, ma'am.
Siguro first will be on the object, because I think this is already a finished research. Am I correct, Doc?
Yes, Doc.
So
Yes.
we have to prefer siguro using the past tense. Okay, past tense siguro, in which area? Just go, later on check mo lang sa iyong mga ano dira.
Yes.
I couldn't see it anymore, okay? But the conceptual framework of the study will be presented. Maybe you can just say is presented in figure 1. Okay, that is on the conceptual framework, Doc.
Yes, Doc. Yes,
Sige,
Doc.
oo.
Noted.
Okay, very good. And then I like also the idea when you use may instead of, as what we have mentioned a while ago, forcing your participants to do this and to do that. We are not here to preach, okay? As researchers, we can only guide uh, readers to follow or not, like what Doc Jucaris had mentioned also yesterday. No, you're not there to tell them on what to do, but and then you just don't tell them that if you've seen this, you already have the cure for all the illnesses of the world. So that's very good. Even with the discussion a while ago in your recommendation that we have to choose our
May
words and
piyaya, tangan, ano.
another is please let us not forget this one siguro. Doc, can you still hear me?
Yes, Doc, loud and clear.
In research designs and methods, I have seen there the study was use descriptive. Just get rid of the word was. Maybe you can say use,
Yes,
and
Doc.
then also in this design subject scores. I don't know what you mean to say subject scores. It is the participant scores. If it is a person, then maybe you can put the apostrophe. If not, then maybe you can get rid of that. And last few things, siguro, Doc, maybe we can get rid of putting comma after the word that, after the correct. Okay. Okay, I think there
Noted,
are.
Doc.
Sige, Doc. Okay. I hope you can hear me despite there are some interruptions. And also, so, maybe we can request some of our participants to turn off the microphone. Siguro, Doc, respondent's profile, we can put apostrophe there.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Okay. Mga little things, but I hope it will help you in your in the total package of your what do you call this? And also, I would like later on, I think Ma'am Dali can mention also of whether T-test should be written in capital letter or not. I think it's in small letter, and even its Pearson's R. Doc Dali, ha, please do. Okay, I think you are an expert on this mga statistical tools because many of our students and even researchers actually have difficulty on what to write. It matters both in mathematics and in English. Writing capital letters and small letters will have a different meaning. And there's something that slipped in my mind. And of course, hopefully I can still remember before I say that. Also, the last thing that I would like to say to sum up everything is ari na lang, Doc. Oh, there you go. May background na ako din. Sige, si Ma'am Dali go ma-mention later on. So, let us be careful siguro sa mga amo lang na, Doc, no? To have a complete, perfect package of your research. Okay, call a friend,
Thank you so much,
a friend
Doc.
is good in grammar, but nevertheless,
Yes.
congratulations for that warm, calm
Oh.
presentation and very nice slides.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Doc, which I remember, ang SPSS, I think it's written in capital letter, no? Statistical package for social sciences, but the software, I think, is small letter. Okay.
Yes, Doc.
Sige, Doc Dali,
Thank
it's
you
your
so
turn.
much, Doc.
Okay, help us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Satohito.
Good
I
afternoon,
tried
Doc.
to read your family name so that I will not be able to have it mispronounced. So,
Okay.
here come one's environmentalist and somebody who was the care not only for the academe but for the entire world. So my felicitations and salutations for your work, most especially for coming up with this particular research study. But just like what we did and what I did basically with the other presenters earlier, allow me as well to share some of my insights so that you can further enhance this particular research project or this particular research work. Let me start with the research paradigm or the research paradigm. Because relationship was considered as part of your research objective, I suggest it would be safe for us to create a line that would connect the three dependent variables to establish from the very beginning that correlation between and among them is actually investigated. I don't know if it's part of the hard copy, but the one that was presented to us earlier in the PowerPoint slide there was no line. There was actually no line that connects the three dependent variables. So I would like to suggest you to revisit on that, to look into that. The research results were clearly presented, but specific research objectives of why the study is conducted, I do not know if I just missed it or it's not really part of the research presentation. Was it part of your presentation, sir, the research objectives? Kasi after the paradigm, you immediately proceed with the significance of the study. So I do not know if I just missed it out or
Uh, I have the copy of that doc and I presented the objective of the study and also the main objective
the main
before the
objective. So pardon me for that. But anyway, I am
Doc.
assured that the results were presented comprehensively because I was listening very well to the result of your study. Doc Bona was very correct. We have to be very particular, most especially if we are presenting results of the inferential statistics. You made mention about whether or not significant differences existed or significant relationship existed, but there was actually no result of the test statistic. If you don't want to show the t-value and the df for the t-test, or the R value for the Pearson R, at least report to your readers the value of the significance level, because this will somehow validate your claims and your findings later on as to whether differences or relationships are indeed significant or not. I also would like you to take this into consideration because I might have just missed it in the presentation. But I would like to ask if how were the respondents identified? The one in the district of Pototan, District 1 of Pototan, were they taken using the total enumeration or were they chosen using a specific sampling technique?
Doc, for that doc, I used the multi-stage
Okay.
random sampling doc.
Utilizing the what, Doc?
The multi-stage sampling by utilizing the 4 districts doc, the second, third, fourth, and yes, a second, third, fourth, 3 district doc. Sorry for that. Yes, we group this by clustering.
So sampling was utilized. They were clustered according to their district. Were there representatives coming from each district, sir?
Yes, Doc. We what do you call this? We do clustering sampling because we get the data from the schools division of Iloilo of the teachers. Then we do clustering with my statistician, Doc.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking you about that is because I might just mislooked at it. I thought all the while that the study focused on the District 1 of Pototan, but it's on the whole district it's on the whole division
of Iloilo, Doc.
Utilizing 3 districts.
Yes, Doc.
So that's correct. You were correct at telling na cluster sampling was utilized because again, kung stratified, all the 5 districts could have had a representation.
Yes,
but in your case, you utilized cluster sampling. So I do commend you for that.
Thank you.
My last question and my major concern actually, sir, is the inputs which had became a basis or the reason why this particular research study was considered. According to you in the research paradigm, you would like to have the DRRM integrated in the basic education curriculum. Am I right, sir? But in the course of the presentation, I wasn't able to see any proposals on how such integration may be done.
Yes, Doc. I have that in my research ko, but I did not include.
Oo, kasi it's very clear na that will be, and I would like to commend you as well because you were able to utilize the correct manner on how offshoot of the study are supposedly presented. You made use of broken lines instead of straight lines. So that's a big thumbs up
Thank you.
on my part as a researcher and as well as a statistician. But point of notion, be very careful because since it became part of your paradigm, you have to give due justice on that as well. So whether you like it or you like it, you see there is no you like it or not, but you like it or you like it. You really have to provide bits and pieces of the proposed integration of the DRMM to the curriculum because this is actually the heart and the soul of this particular research study. one last. I was just a little bit parang I find it awkward that in that presentation of the result you were talking about all areas. I think you mean that this has something to do with the categorization of your antecedent variables. Tama ba ako, sir? The demographic profile. But to
Yes.
cut the very long story short, you did not anymore enumerated them, but simply used the all areas. I suggest you also make mention about each and every variable, most especially that they are big. They have big roles as well in the conduct of your study. But generally, I'm looking into the picture of how the research study was conducted and your research journey as a researcher. I would like to commend you, and you mentioned earlier that you have actually co-researchers on this particular endeavor. Congratulations for a very job well done.
Thank you, Doc. I think, Doc, I have my classmates. They are doing also the research, so we did it by team. Because they have also their own topic or research dissertation. So we are team. So we are helping each other for that.
That's good, diba? Because we are not an island at the field and the schema of research. We have to be there to help one another. Even kami, nanday Doc Ryan, Doc Bona, Doc John Erwin, and Doc Romy, we do acknowledge our limitations as well. So kapag in terms of grammar, parang alarms na this kung sinong tawagon, di ba? Do things
Pag
like
math, alam na this.
we have to acknowledge our limitations. And I do appreciate that, Dr. Satohito, and
Yes,
for the
Doc.
team that you are doing it together because you acknowledge the limitations of each other. You see, sometimes a smile or just a tap of a hand to our shoulder coming from our team members would already mean a lot. So big thumbs up for that.
Thank you so
Congratulations
much.
and my felicitations again.
Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you very much to our panelists again, Sir Sadahito. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you
Now
so
let's
much.
get back to the one we had before because of the technical problem. The line was cut, so we're getting back. Professor Arthur C. Sukenya. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. You may now share your slides.
Buttons. Um, Sir, can I be allowed to share my screen? I could not
Yes, please do share.
see it. I could not see the share screen button, sir.
You are allowed to share.
I can see. I hear you. But no, sorry, so sorry for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Go lang,
Okay,
Sir
sir, shall
Art.
I go back?
Kaya
Can
yan,
you see
sir.
my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm very sorry for that, for the technical problem. So my study is related to information technology, but I am having a problem right now. Okay,
That's
so
one of our limitations.
okay, so good afternoon once again. I am Torres Kenya, DM and LPT from the College of Business and Management of Guimaras State College. Okay, so this study is entitled Computer Self-Efficacy, Information Technology, or IT, Competency and Teaching Effectiveness of Teachers Among Higher Education Institutions. Study determined the level of self-efficacy, IT competency, and teaching effectiveness of the faculty members. Respondents of faculty were mostly taken from higher education in Iloilo. The descriptive research method was used as the research design of the study. A research-made questionnaire on the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competency, and teaching effectiveness of faculty were used to gather data. They were classified according to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings attended. The validity of the questionnaire was determined by presenting the questionnaire to the panel of experts with use of the 8-point criteria of good and skates. The reliability was tested to 30 faculty members in the province of Iloilo. The data were gathered, tabulated, and then subjected to statistical analysis. Both descriptive and inferential statistics were used in this study. The statistical tools used were the frequency count, percentage, mean, Mann-Whitney U-test, Kruskal-Wallis H-test, and Spearman-Rowe with the aid of Computer Statistical Package for Social Sciences, or the SPSS software. The level of significance was set at 0.05 alpha. The findings of the study where majority of the teachers were 36 to 50 years old, female, married, bachelor's degree, general education, 11 to 20 years of teaching experience, and 11 to 20 number of IT trainings. There was a very high level of computer self-efficacy, competency, and teaching effectiveness of teachers. There were no significant differences in the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competencies, and teaching effectiveness of teachers when classified according to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, number of IT trainings attended. There were significant relationships among the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competency, and teaching effectiveness of the teachers. For the rationale of the study, in 21st century, computer self-efficacy, information technology, IT competencies are considered vital in transforming effective educationally in HEIs. Teachers of higher educational institutions are expected to achieve technological competence and implement better forms of teaching practices which improve the student learning experiences. This is supported by McDonald and Siegel in 1992. Computer self-efficacy is the belief in one's ability to successfully perform a technologically sophisticated new task. Kumsha in 2011, adopting ICT competency standards and adequate training will help teachers to incorporate ICT effectively in education. The computer technology helps for the reduction of workloads, for the advancement of knowledge, improved efficiency of school activities, storing outputs and other academic-related data. Considering the critical role educators play in the return of these substantial investments, more detailed researches are necessary to fully examine the factors influencing the teacher's teaching effectiveness by the use of IT. The level of integration of IT by teachers into their teaching methods may be influenced by a number of factors. More information is necessary to determine the critical factors influencing their decision to adopt technologies into their instructional delivery. In view of the changes that have taken place, HEI's administrations and teachers have become aware of the IT potential to establish competitive advantages, reduce costs, increase productivity, improve teaching performance, and to develop the learning process organizational. Hence, it is important to understand how the implemented technologies are being utilized to facilitate students' learning. Computer self-efficacy must be explored in HEIs. It is vital in conceptualizing the integration of technology inside, outside the classroom. This study seeks to help teachers with information about the efficiency of the technology adopted, about how it is being used, and if professionals are able to properly improve teaching effectiveness. Thus, this study was conducted. Now for the statement of the problem. Sorry, my presentation is too small. This study aimed to determine the computer self-efficacy, information technology or IT competency, and teaching effectiveness as basis for IT-based instructional delivery among higher education institutions in Iloilo, Philippines for the year 2019 and 2020. Specifically, this study aims to answer the following questions. What is the profile of respondents in terms of age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings of the faculty members? Number two, what is the level of computer self-efficacy of the members when taken as a whole and classified according to the given variables? What is the level of IT competencies of faculty members when taken as a whole and classified according to their demographic profiles? And what is the level of teaching effectiveness of faculty members when taken as a whole and classified according to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest level of education attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings? Are there significant differences in the level of computer self-efficacy of faculty members when grouped as to age, sex, status, or marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings? Are there significant differences in the level of IT competencies of faculty members when grouped as to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings? Are there significant differences in the level of teaching effectiveness of faculty members when grouped as to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, and major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings? And the last one, are there significant relationships among the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competencies, and the teaching effectiveness of the faculty members among higher education institutions in Iloilo? Okay, so here are the hypotheses. There are no significant differences in the level of computer self-efficacy of faculty members when grouped as to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest education attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings. There are no significant differences in the level of IT competencies of faculty members when grouped as to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest education attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings. And there are no significant differences in the level of teaching effectiveness of faculty members when grouped as to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings. And the last one, there is no significant relationship among the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competencies, and teaching effectiveness of faculty members among HEIs in Iloilo. This study will cover in Bandura's 1997 self-efficacy theory. Bandura has defined the self-efficacy as one's ability to succeed in specific situations or accomplish a task. One's sense of self-efficacy can play a major role on how one approaches goals, tasks, and challenges. The theory of self-efficacy lies at the center of Bandura's social cognitive theory, which emphasizes the role of observational learning and social experience in the development of personality. The main concept in social cognitive theory is that an individual's actions and reactions, including social behaviors and cognitive processes, in almost every situation are influenced by the actions that individual has observed others. Because self-efficacy is developed from external experiences and self-perception is influential in determining the outcome of many events. It is an important aspect of social cognitive theory. Self-efficacy represents the personal perception of external social factors. According to Bandura's theory, people with high self-efficacy, that is, those who believe that they can perform well, are more likely to be viewed difficult tasks as something to be mastered rather than something to be avoided. From Tippins and Sohi in 2003, which have studied the relationship between IT and organizational performance through resource-based view or RBV, understand that IT per se may not generate a sustainable advantage, according to Barney in 1991, and should not be studied as a standalone feature because it can be easily imitated by competitors. These authors believe that IT can provide benefits for the organization if combined with other organizational resources through the complementary and post-specialization. Given the concept of specialization understood as the fact that that a resource has little or no value without the presence of another. Moreover, Compo and Higgins in 1995 asserted that low computer efficacy may lead to a decline in performance. This study will also be linked to the concept of IT competency by Tippins and Sohi in 2003, which has three dimensions. The first is the IT objects that are related to tools like the software, hardware, operating systems, support staff, internet, and intranet. The second dimension is the IT operations understood as methods, processes, and skills required to complete a focal task. And finally, the third dimension is IT knowledge linked up to how the company has technical awareness of IT objects. Proponents of ICT in education argue that ICT make huge resources of information available for learners anytime, anywhere, so almost for free. And that is occurring at a pace that never been witnessed all throughout the history of humanity. However, opponents of ICT in education claim that having these information sources available for students and people is something, and utilizing them accordingly in the course of education is something else. Making information available for students will not attract them to act positively and transform this information into effective knowledge, as those researchers used to argue. Pro-ICT people further argue that ICT use in school is crucial to equip students with the digital literacy skills needed for the information age, as by Manuel Castells in Castells 2009. These technologies can also be effective to improve understanding of difficult to grasp concepts through the use of multimodal and media representations, according to M. Skinner in 2009. So this argument is used by several sources to maintain ICT can be used to raise students' achievements and therefore justify expenditure inflicted by these technologies. Some proponents of ICT in education even went beyond arguments. For instance, Mitra 2006 to claim that ICT can compensate for poorer quality teachers, especially in rural areas. Many other proponents see ICT as a catalyst to reform pedagogy that was difficult to achieve through traditional means, according to Cornu 1995 and Joshi and Morty in 2004. In opposition to that, there are groups who think that ICT is not a universal solution that can work in any context, and the use of ICT in teaching and learning is very much interrelated with the context, culture, values, and people who should act on these technologies to make them effective, since technology alone cannot make the difference, as stated in Tsuyama K in 2011 and Rabaya K in 2013. Okay, for the conceptual framework of the study, the approach of this study was designed and conceptualized to determine whether there are correlations among variables. The respondents were classified according to their demographic profiles, namely age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings. These independent variables with demographic profiles such as age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings. The dependent variables were the level of computer self-efficacy, IT competency, and teaching effectiveness, the desired outcome or output or output of this concept was developed and develop a conclusion to determine the IT-based instructional delivery. Okay, so here's the paradigm of the study. The respondents, age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, attainment, major field of specialization, numbers. And for the dependent variables, we have the level of computer self-efficacy, level of information technology or IT competencies, and the level of teaching effectiveness. And for the outcome, we have the IT-based instructional delivery. Okay, so this section presents several related literature and studies which are deemed important and relevant in the conduct of this study. So we have here the conceptual literature, the nature of computer self-efficacy, all this. Okay, so although the use of technology improves student and motivation, relying on online learning environments alone likely will not lead to better grades associated with trainedness intentions to use computers. Their perceived ease of use, according to Isha, Chang, and Cheng, I don't know if I pronounced it well, in 2014, and test performance according to Hauser, Hall, Bradley, and Jeffrey in 2012. Although the growth rate of online learning systems is astounding, the lack of research on individual differences affecting users' adoption of online learning is problematic. Bandura in 2016 pointed out that as technologies and informational changes continue, personal efficacy is an essential topic for study. Research developed the concept within the domain of general computing. Okay, then we have here the history of computer self-efficacy measurement. Early measurement computer self-efficacy first stemmed from the acceptance and availability of computers in the 1980s. Murphy, Hoover, and Owen 1989 published one of the first measures of computer self-efficacy, which focused on mainframe computer skills. Researchers criticized the measurement tools of the 1980s because they referred to develop skills rather than envision capabilities. Other measures became quickly outdated because they contained references to outdated software programs such as WordPerfect, according to Kumpu and Higgins in 1995. Cassidy and Ecos in 2002 developed the computer user self-efficacy scale, which contained the item DOS or DOS-based computer packages don't cause many problems for me. That's Conrad and Monroe believes with outdated measurement tools, although their now antiquated computer technology use scale reference TRs, the CDs, and the video recorders. According to Howard in 2000, Howard asserted that many computer self-efficacy measurement instruments are not only outdated but lack psychometric properties. Xu and Wang in 2008 studied both self-regulation and computer self-efficacy in their study and utilized items from 8 different authors. So regardless of the validity issues with past computer self-efficacy measurement tools, researchers envisioned theoretical applications and the future usefulness of such developments. Cassidy and Ecos 2002 envisioned computer self-efficacy measurement instruments as tools to identify students with low computer self-efficacy who may face motivational obstacles and negative perceptions of control in their learning environment. According to Compo and Higgins, in 1995, they asserted that low levels of computer self-efficacy are associated with high levels of anxiety and stress, which ultimately leads to a decline in performance. Okay, we have here another one, validity concerns in computer self-efficacy scale. Constructs relating to computer self-efficacy are often used interchangeably in the literature. For instance, San and Rueda in 2012 investigated relationships among motivational and engagement variables for participants enrolled in online courses in gerontology and engineering at the university in southwestern United States. Internet self-efficacy was the overall construct measured by the web users' self-efficacy scale. Although San and Rueda operationally defined the construct as computer self-efficacy in the study, an example item contained in the technology scale is I am not really sure
Sir
what a
Art?
modem does.
Sir
Yes,
Art,
yes,
will it
ma'am.
be okay if we
Yes.
can, you have already given us, I hope it's okay, no, for our organizer and of course, Sir Art. I think you have
Yes,
given us
yes,
ample
Doc.
discussion on the validity. We want really to know more on the results in discussion, especially, no,
Okay,
your
ma'am.
methodology first. I think we need that really. Thank you, Sir Art. I hope it's okay with you.
Yes, Doc Bona. It's okay, ma'am. Doc
Okay,
Bona.
thank you.
Okay, so I will proceed to the validity of the instrument. Reliability. Okay, so I will proceed to the summary of the study. Okay, so this study determined the level of computer self-efficacy, competency, and teaching effectiveness of teachers. The respondents in this study were the sample of teachers purposefully taken from higher education institution in Iloilo City. The descriptive research method was used as the research design of the study. A researcher made questionnaire on the level of computer self-efficacy, competency, and teaching effectiveness of teachers were used to gather data from the respondents. They were classified according to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings attended. The validity of the questionnaire was determined by presenting the questionnaire to the panel of experts with the use of the 8-point criteria of good and skates. The reliability was tested to 30 teachers in the province of Iloilo. The data were gathered, tabulated, and subjected to statistical analysis. Both descriptive and inferential statistics were used in this study. The statistical tools used were the frequency count, percentage, mean, Mann-Whitney U-test, Kruskal-Wallis, H-test, and Spearman-Rowe, with the aid of computer statistical package for social sciences software, or the SPSS. The level of significance was set at 0.05 alpha. Okay, so here's the findings of the study. Sorry, it's too small. Okay, the first finding, majority of teachers were 36 to 50 years old, female, married, bachelor's degree, general education, 11 to having teaching experience, and 11 to 20 number of IT trainings. The level of computer self-efficacy of teachers when taken as a whole was 4.51, very high. When classified according to sex, the self-efficacy of the male was 4.58, very high, and the female was 4.49, very high self-efficacy. As to the age, the level of self-efficacy of the teachers, 20 to 35 years old was 4.51, very high self-efficacy, and 36 to 50 years old was 4.51, very high self-efficacy, and 51 years old and above, 4.53, very high self-efficacy. As to the civil status, the efficacy of the single was 4.55, very high self-efficacy, and the married, very high self-efficacy also. As to years of teaching experiences, the self-efficacy of 10 years and below, and then 10 to 20 years, and then 21 years above, all very high self-efficacy. As to educational attainment, the self-efficacy of bachelor's degree, of master's degree holder, doctorate degree, very high self-efficacy. When classified according to major field of specialization, the self-efficacy of ABM was very high also, very high self-efficacy. The general education, very high. Social sciences was very high self-efficacy. And as to the number of trainings attended, the 10 and below was very high self-efficacy, and 11 to 20, very high self-efficacy. In the 21 trainings and above, very high self-efficacy. The level of teaching competencies of non-education graduate teachers, when taken as a whole, was 4.26, very high competent, very highly competent. When classified according to sex, the competencies of the male were 4.38, very highly competent, and the female also very highly competent. As to the age, the competencies of the young teachers, highly competent, and the older teachers, very highly competent. So there's a little difference. As to civil status, the competencies of the single teachers was highly competent, the married, very highly competent, and the widow, very highly competent also. When classified according to length of services, the competencies of the short service teachers were very highly competent, and the longer service teachers was very highly competent. As to educational attainment, the competencies of the doctorate degree was very highly competent. The master's degree with PhD units was very highly competent. The master's degree teachers were highly competent, and the bachelor's degree was very highly competent. As the major field of specialization, the mathematics teachers was highly competent. The English was very highly competent. Filipino, highly competent. Science, very highly competent. Social studies, highly competent. MAPE, very highly competent. And Tech Voc was very highly competent. The level of computer competency of teachers, when taken as a whole, was 4.51, very highly competent. When classified according to sex, the competency of the male was 4.54, very highly competent, and the female, very highly competent. As to age, the level of competency of 20 to 35 years old teachers and 36 to 50 years old teachers, very highly competent, as well as the 51-year-old teachers, very highly competent also. As to civil status, the competency of the single was very highly competent. The married, also very highly competent. As to the years, the number of years, or the years of teaching experiences, the computer competency of the 10 years and below was very highly competent. 11 to 20 years, very highly competent, and 21 years and above, very highly competent. As to educational attainment, the competency of bachelor's degree teachers was very highly competent. The master's degree, very highly competent, and doctorate degree was very highly competent. When classified according to major field of specialization, the competency of ABM was very highly competent. As to the number of IT trainings attended, the 10 and below was very highly competent, and 11 to 20 was very highly competent. And the 21 was very competent also. The level of teaching effectiveness of teachers when taken as a whole was very effective. When classified according to sex, the teacher's effectiveness, as to the male, very effective, and female, very effective. As to age, there's no difference, very effective also. And as to civil status, all very effective. As to years of teaching experiences, very effective also. There's no difference. Okay, so as to educational attainment, those who are teaching, the teachers of BS degree teachers was very effective. The master's degree was very effective, as well as the doctorate degree, very effective. When classified according to major field of specialization, like the ABM, general education, the social science, very effective. As to the number of IT trainings, 10 and below, 10 years and 10 trainings and below, 11 to 20, 21 trainings and above, still very effective. There were no significant differences in the level of self-efficacy of teachers when classified according to sex, civil status, age, length of teaching experience, educational attainment, field of specialization, and the number of IT trainings attended. There were no significant differences in the level of, of competence of teacher when classified according to sex, civil status, age, length of teaching experience, education attainment, field of specialization, and the number of IT trainings attended. There were no significant differences in the level of teaching effectiveness of teachers when classified according to sex, civil status, age, length of teaching experience, educational attainment, field of specialization, and number of IT trainings attended. There were significant relationships among the level of computer self-efficacy and competencies, level of self-efficacy and teaching effectiveness, and level of competence and teaching effectiveness of teachers. And based on the findings, the following conclusions were drawn. Majority of teachers were 36 to 50 years old, female, married, bachelor's degree, general education, 11 to 20 years of teaching experience, and having 11 to 20 number of trainings, of IT trainings attended. And the second one, there was a very high level of computer self-efficacy of teachers when classified according to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings attended were all very high computer self-efficacy. There was a very high level of competency of teachers when taken as a whole. And when classified according to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings attended were also very high information technology or IT competencies. There was very effective teaching of teachers when taken as a whole. And when classified according to age, sex, marital status, years of teaching experiences, highest educational attainment, major field of specialization, and number of IT trainings attended were also very effective teaching. There were no significant differences in the level of computer self-efficacy of teachers classified according to their demographic profiles. And there were no significant differences in the level of competency of teachers when classified according to age, sex, marital status, and the other demographic profiles mentioned. The null hypothesis, there were no significant differences in the level of competencies of teachers classified according to variables were not rejected. There were no significant differences in the level of teaching effectiveness of teachers when classified according to their demographic profiles. The null hypothesis that there were no significant differences in the level of computer self-efficacy of teachers classified according to variables were not rejected. There were significant relationships among the level of computer self-efficacy, competency, and teaching effectiveness of teachers. So this led to reject the null hypothesis. The following recommendations were based on the foregoing findings and conclusions by the researcher. The teachers who are non-information technology graduate can make use of computers as instructional tool. They should learn from other teachers on how to present their lesson in PowerPoint and other digital media device. The teachers can effectively manage their classroom when students are using computers and can make instructional delivery effective and efficient. Teachers should possess or purchase their own personal computers for learning, instructional, and personal purposes. The school administrators should have seminars on computer-based technical knowledge in using various software applications for instructional use besides Microsoft Office application and other counterparts for the enhancement of learnings. Teachers should have their own stored files using electronic mails and Google Drives and its counterparts for storing of data and instructional materials. The teachers should present the minimum content of subject matter tailored to the student's knowledge and should allow the student to organize and distribute part of assignments to be performed in the subject. The higher education institutions administrators should give opportunities for scholarship to teachers in order to be updated with the recent trends in computer technology. The teachers should present complicated lessons with use of multimedia presentations and be able to incorporate creativity in delivering of lessons through the use of computers. Similar studies on the computer self-efficacy, information technology, competency, and teaching effectiveness on other level and venue is recommended in order to validate the result of the study. Okay, and I also have here the references, but I failed to put it in the presentation. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sir Arthur. It's time for our panelists to make some recommendations for you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Thank you very much for that presentation on information technology and ideas related to computer vis-a-vis the teaching performance of teachers of the HEI. Later on, I would just like to make an early manifestation that I would give the opportunity and probably the academic responsibility to Dr. Timelo to provide us with a good idea onto the so-called sampling method that Sir Arthur have adopted, as it is being obviously in your title that you mentioned about teachers among HEIs, then we can be all together elucidated into the considerations of schools and choosing of reliable participants, as in the case of teachers in this particular study. And there was as well a mention of 30 participants were who underwent pilot testing through the different instruments that the researcher have written for this particular endeavor. And I would as well like to request Ma'am Dali to please help us be elucidated onto the final participants, if this case is very much applicable to the one that we have treated a while ago onto the case of BS Office Ad Research. And the one thing that I would like to early on recommend is that Sir Arthur, if I got it correctly, you included in your research question number 1 the profile of your participants. Did I get it correctly?
Yes.
Yes, it is. And you did. So this recommendation that I would like to expound to you is this, that I would like to fairly recommend the profile of the participants to be included in the methodology, because this kind of profiling one requires so much tedious statistical treatment like the t-test, the ANOVA, and whatever mathematical considerations, but simply just the frequency count and then profile them, that you could provide a very good picture of who your participants. Therefore, when you discuss about your participants, it would be nicer that this kind of part of the manuscript be strictly be seen in chapter 3 of your study, or probably you can discuss it and how your participants look like. I hope that that would be a fair statement. Okay, and all the rest I give it to Ma'am Dali, especially into the statistical treatment of those long number crunching questions, which I can't really manage. But for the information of everyone as well, I would just like to make an oral manifestation of the so-called review of the related literature. So allow me to read verbatimly what I wrote here, that it would provide us a faster proceeding onto what I would like everyone to as well be educated with. Please, I recommend everyone to revisit the theoretical framework of the study. Texts were exemplifying concepts that directly hit students' learning since the title clearly underscores teachers of the HEI. Then we can recast those ideas to fit in the context of your study. Despite that this is clearly a quantitative research or a descriptive survey, but we can make a personalized uh, underscoring of the very theoretical stance of those theoretical theories that you have included, just like what you have mentioned on the theory of Bandura. Um, uh, uh, did I get it correctly? Yes. But in that
Yes, yes, correct.
case, yes, in that case, you were mentioning about learning. So it is like another addendum that your literature or your theoretical framework is focusing on students learning, coding, Bandura's theory. But this study is perfectly talking about teachers. Therefore, we talk about the teachers themselves. So there would be no problem at all that you would really crack your minds in order for you to look for a theory that fits onto the teacher. You may use Bandura's theory, but you need to personalize it according to the context of your study, that it would sound that it is a background for the teacher. Okay, so in the conservative, and the second one is onto the so-called review of the related literature, which is on the chapter 2 of our research papers. Now, in the conservative school, our review of the related literature is to divided into several parts, and each part is different subparts. But allow me to use the term the so-called conceptual literature, and the other is the related studies. RRL of today, for sharing this to everyone, is no longer an enumeration of a salad of literature. Now, research in research, especially in the part of the RRL, a is already requiring a very skillful condensing of literature to find out the gaps on where we will position our research. That is why we call this chapter as our review of the related literature. I hope that the participants in this conference is listening well, because this may be a a a pinch of salt that you may take, or a spoonful of sugar for you to sweeten your day. But there is another approach right now to the so-called review of the related literature, which I am manifesting to everyone. Therefore, RRL is like writing an essay utilizing those pieces of literature that help shape the study. Moreover, this is now a new literary garment that you will use in your study to clothe your academic paper. Kinbag-o na siya naton. Nagsulat na kita sang aton nga bag-o nga kasulatan kay ginfit naton ang mga daan na nga mga literature sa aton nga konteksto. So kung may balikan kita gani nang about IT, computer efficacy, we will go back to the literature personally written by Sir Arthur onto this particular matter. And later on, right after writing our personal essay, academic essay on this particular topic to be included in our review of the related literature, we can already chunk these essay onto different themes to make a literature a new contribution to the literary article or your critique on a particular stance of a particular topic. So wala na kita nagapang literature shopping. Kaginabutang naton sa aton nga chapter 2. Now, gone are those days that we simply include chunk and fragmented literature that were lifted from other studies only, but they were left untreated. The term is condensed. The different literature theme and the ideas that were condensed according to the study of the individual. Please, everyone, take note of that. The reason why we have chapter 2 of the research, review on related literature, review means, everyone take note, means digest, tunawa, masticate, usapa, engulf, tunlasang dako, or aptly called condense. Kinapalapuyot naton ang ginatawag nga literature nga ini kay ginfit naton siya sa aton nga konteksto, not just literature shopping. On the other hand, RRL is not mere copying of the literature that were already written without treating them according to your own whims of what the literature or what your study is trying to tell you. This part, beautifully and creatively and personally, provides a proof on how research titles provide the readers how skillful is the researcher in managing written documents processed to be useful in his or in her study. An enormous amount of literature were condensed. Amo na ang nanamin ko. And lastly, if we include qualifying personal variables such as sex and the like, they should as well be found in our pieces of literature for them to be noted. This will give us a stance that we do not impose variables in our research because they are literature driven, they are literature based. And because of that, it provides now as a clue that we have a positioning. May posisyon kita sa literature nga ginagamit naton bilang gap. Lastly, RRL is a personal and a beautiful academic essay vis-a-vis your research topic. So I hope that makes sense, that what I have shared could as well be probably entertained by people because this is already a new trend of writing the literature. And I could really commend Sir Arthur because he already have that. But towards the greater heights, you can as well entertain that. But I like your study because it's something to do with technology. It has something to do with computers. And today the computer proves that I could appear very beautiful with a very shiny face without blemishes. And that will have helped me understand how IT, how computer makes one beautiful. But in line with research, entertain the skill on literature writing. Okay, thank you very much. I hope that would help everyone, the so-called RRL. That may sound a little tedious.
Thanks so much, Dr. Pedroso.
Doc Pedroso, there's a question for you there on the chat group. If it is
where
okay
is
to
that?
ask, how many RRL should a researcher include? Is there a minimum or a maximum?
You need to find your niche first. I could not say as a doctor, despite that I am not an obstetrician and a gynecologist that could bring forth life from those who are pregnant in the academic research, I will not make a manifestation that you would only consider 10 articles or 10 studies. No, read more. And then come up with a good data collection. And from there, you make a very good tahi-tahi. I hope that you understand what tahi-tahi is. You make tahi-tahi of the literature, and there you will find out what the gap, and you could position your very own research there because after all, we think that it is just a whim that I'll research and then find the article, but actually the very first thing that I would always recommend to my PhD students and master's students, and as well as I kill my undergraduate students when they write the research paper, is they present to me a good amount of literature that they were able to masticate, engulf, and then defecate. No? From there, you will now see on where to position yourself. If you happen to have read 20 researches, then you find out now where you're going to make yourself a niche to this literature or to this study, go on. If you find 15, go on. But later on, the less number of literature that you were able to review, when you get to relate your findings to be, to be, to be backed up by literature, you will find it difficult. The more literature that you read, the more literature that you consider, the more that you were able to masticate and defecate it, the more that you will become skillful in presenting a very creative and a scientific argument in your findings and analysis. So call it, go on and swim to the ocean of knowledge. And I hope that when you swim in the ocean of knowledge for this review of the related literature, please don't forget, bring with you a life jacket. Call a friend, call Ma'am Bona, call Ma'am Dali, or ask help from Sir Romy. These are all great gurus in the world of research. And as what I've said to Ma'am Dali, I will take charge of the so-called beauty in research. Thank you very much and good afternoon to everyone.
Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you so much.
You see, what else can I say? Doc Dali. Okay. So what do you call this? Those who are with us in this 3-day conference will surely be very thankful to the organizer because they actually hit two birds with one stone. You're right. You beautify your research at the same time you learn a lot actually. So anyway, Sir Art, you can smile now. Inhale,
Yes,
exhale.
Doc.
I know the feeling when you want to present, but then there's a problem with the connection, the rumbling in your stomach,
Yes, Doc.
okay, and how your heart beats so fast. But nevertheless, okay, you
Yes,
made
Doc.
it. That's one of the limitations we have. No
Thank
matter
you
how
so
good
much.
we are in computer, when it's the signal that has something that has a problem, then you cannot do anything about it. But nonetheless, God is good. He allowed you to finish your presentation. Okay,
Yes,
since
Doc.
Sir John made, allow me to say this, a spectacular discussion on your RRL, which we totally agree. All of us, I think, will agree on that because based on experience, usually what do students do? They just copy paste. Oh my God! Whenever I edit, I edit what you call the thesis and dissertation. I am really quite, sad and mad when I see such things as, copying and then pasting it to make it thicker. No, we're already in the age of, the Gen Z. We just don't copy and paste. So you were
Dr.
able to get,
Bona,
yes,
I
yes,
call
doc.
that literature shopping.
Yes,
Literature shopping.
correct. Okay, you just put it all in your bag, right? No? Okay, so it's a shopping thing, but it should not be. Okay, so since Doc Pedroso was able to give you those comments on the RRL, allow me to focus on the introduction. Okay, and always remember, I hope that before you end your what do you call this, all the participants including the presenters, before we end the afternoon, I hope you get a vivid and a clear uh, distinction on the 5 parts. Okay, we're talking about the quantity. Of course, when you talk about the quality, you have many parts. The difference with the introduction compared to the related literature in chapter 2, with chapter 3 methodology, and then 4, and then 5, because actually they are interrelated, but we have to make distinction. So again, when we come to the introduction, that's why you call it introduction per se, because you just give an overview. So Sir Art, maybe especially if we want to publish our research paper on a publication, always remember that maybe 2.5 page of a short bond paper will be enough for the introduction. As I borrow it from the famous Ducado, okay, you create this what we
Nalipat.
call cards. So you
Nalipat.
create,
Nalipat
yeah,
ito yung
you just what do you
introduction.
call this? You present a general overview of your study and then go so specific. You remember Dr. Joka's lesson yesterday? The our glass and Shabala from the general to the specific. Can you include, of course, Dr. Pedroso's idea on putting your why of all the things you're interested on this, and then you put their hands this study. So intro, sir, overview, including the one a while ago on the theoretical and conceptual, maybe a fun mentioning of Bandura's theory. One paragraph or two will be enough. We don't really have to discuss. It's just like, in a relationship, you don't have to give in everything. Okay, so that you'll be able, for us women, for example, if you want to attract, okay, men, like if you want to attract your readers, you don't give everything, okay? You just allow him to see a little of yourself, and then, okay, entice by giving supporting details, okay, recent studies that will support your work, to allow him to keep on reading your work. What next? What next? Okay, because if you give it all at the introduction, they will not be interested anymore to read through your work, and you will miss it because the most important parts are still at the chapter 3, 4, and then 5. So intro lang kita, everybody, all the participants. I hope now you get to understand, because it is an introduction, it's the rationale of the study. You simply have to give very few details, the most important details of your topic. Then after that, I think Doc Romy and the rest of the organizers will have another seminar, so we can discuss on, maybe one is, how to write very good related literature, and then maybe how to choose, with of course, with Doc Pedroso, how to choose research instrument or tools, if this is my study, and then of course, siguro other things and the expertise of Dr. Timelo, Dr. Odocado, and the rest of our friends, no, sa institution. Tapos, siguro I also suggest that we have also to focus on chapter 5, because ever since I keep on mentioning a while ago, we still cannot identify the difference on the findings, the implications, the conclusions, and the recommendations. Okay, just to give you one example. Okay, for example, this is my finding. I found out that the informants of my study are 8 suicide attempters from different places in Iloilo. So what will be then my conclusion? So maybe I can say that, that's the finding. The finding is the result or the data of your study. On your conclusion, it has no opinion. Always remember, it should be based on the data. I hope Sir Art and the rest of the team, and maybe the participants who are here, will now have a clear idea of what is the difference between findings and conclusions, or maybe among those. So maybe I can say that the suicide attempters described in the study were typical students, like that. Maybe they can come from different places, regardless of birth order. So that's my conclusion, okay, or however they perceive their family. And after I conclude, then what will be my recommendation? And that's another thing, no? We should not be preachers, okay, that because we made these findings, we are now free to tell people, do this or do that, follow us. No, okay? We can only recommend, and we have to choose our words, and that is also something that we have to consider. Now that I found out, maybe I can recommend, for example, just one example. Sorry, I'm taking your time. It's almost 6 p.m., but I hope that you are still with us, everybody. Maybe I can say, for example, that, free and open communication with children and parents, okay, is important. So they must rear them with love and commitment. I'm giving micro recommendation. I'm giving my advice, but I don't force them to follow. Like they should, they will. You know what I mean? Okay. So, and sometimes we individuals, when we are told to do so, we even want, after all, do that. Okay. So there you go. But nevertheless, let me say congratulations. Aside from God is being good to you because He allowed you to present. This is a very commendable research. Review lang guro, sir, ang ano naton, ang intro naton, which is quite long. Don't give everything sa introduction. That's why we call it gani, ano lang, no? Intro lang, background lang. Okay? And then your related lit, of course, you have to be very careful with that because it is also where you're going to find mga studies that will either support or contradict your results later on. By the way, mga participants, just an addition, we just don't get studies that actually affirm, okay, or concur to our findings. We also try to take note of those which may have a contradiction or contrast to the findings. And then later on, review your conclusions, likewise your recommendations, to make a distinction between findings and conclusion. Nevertheless, okay, congratulations, Sir Art. Okay, you're very young. You still have a long way to go. Okay, this is a good start. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc Bona. Thank you.
Good afternoon, almost evening, sorry.
Good afternoon, Doc
Good
Dal.
afternoon and almost evening to everyone, especially to our last presenter, Professor Sukenya. Professor John Irwin had actually given you some bits and pieces of the things you need to look into and consider in writing RRL. Same is true with writing of the introduction, background, or rationale of the study coming from Dr. Bona Palma. My sharing, not only to you as the presenter, but to the rest of the members of the group who are joining us this afternoon, is to take note that when we are using Microsoft PowerPoint, we have to be very careful not to overload the content of each slide. I am very particular with this because you see I am teaching ICT in mathematics education. And these are sometimes the things that would keep our viewers bored or not anymore attentive because of the many lines and the voluminous number of words that they can see in each slide of the presentation. If possible, have a number of lines that is at a maximum of 8 with a font size of at least 24. So that's 24 or more. If you are mentioning about procedures, like if you are discussing part and portion of your methodology, I suggest you utilize smart art. Earlier, si Sir na DRRM had actually utilized the concept of smart art in the presentation of the methodology. So I would like others to follow as well so that the idea will be contained in the simplest way and yet in a very comprehensive manner. Second point of consideration, this has something to do now with your presentation. The line that comes from your dependent variable, your input, process, and output. So there is actually a line coming from the process going to the output. Tama? The line there is solid, but that's broken. That has to be a broken line. And the line and the text box that contains your output should be the one that is a solid line. Kaya gin broken line mo tong imo nga box nga naga-contain naka imo nga outcome. When supposedly solid line na siya. And it's supposedly the line that connects your process to your outcome that is supposedly the broken line because it's an offshoot of the study. So kindly take note of that. I would like to ask you, Sir Sokenya, if what actually motivated you to create your own researcher-made instrument when there are already a lot of validated and widely accepted research instrument in the context of the variables that you have considered in the study. Before you answer, allow me to express my reason why I raise this question. Una is when self-efficacy kasi is very psychological in nature. So not all of us na teachers who are experts in a specific field will actually have the courage or will actually have the expertise to create items that are highly anchored from psychological nga mga notions. So that's one. Also, when it comes to teaching effectiveness, I do not know, but in our school, we have an instrument for that. I know that si DepEd may ara man siya, may RPMS something. And I presume that among the HEIs which you considered in the conduct of your study, there is also an instrument that is being utilized by the institution in order to evaluate or to address the teaching competencies. So those are some of the points of the considerations that I want you to look into. So what motivated you to create your own research questionnaire, sir?
Actually, Doc, it was adopted from a recent study. From the previous studies I found, maybe somewhere in the Middle East. Okay. And then I just maybe I got wrong when I said that it is a researcher-made questionnaire. It should have been changed.
But it actually underwent a process of validation and as well as pilot testing.
Yes, Doc.
So what's the purpose of going through this hardships when, may I ask, is the adopted spelled with A or is the adopted spelled with O? Kasi these two are homonyms but are not actually spelled.
Correct, Ma'am Dali.
When I say adopted, sir, that would mean revisions were actually taken into consideration. That's
revisions.
when you say adopted with O, that would mean it's copied into.
Yes, Doc, I got it. Okay, so I just made it as a reference, and then some of it I copied the questions, but with a few revisions.
So perhaps you can write a claim on part of your methodology with which the instrument was still subjected to validation and to reliability testing in order to do away with cultural biases and in order to do away with some other external factors which may affect the validity of the instrument which was utilized for the purpose of the study. And since pilot testing...
Doc,
yeah.
Doc, I actually got the wrong copy a while ago for my presentation, but because it was actually has been changed, 3 adapted research instruments, if you can see on my camera, that I have mentioned here in data gathering instruments, the 3 adapted research instruments or questionnaires were used to gather data.
Okay, so you can perhaps consider the inclusion of your PowerPoint presentation, sir. And since
thank you so much.
pilot testing was done and was utilized for this purpose, I suggest that you also report the result of the reliability testing para na at least clear na it underwent validation, it underwent reliability testing, and this is the reliability test value of the instrument with which you were able to pilot test. Dr. John Erwin earlier made mention that the concern on sampling method will actually be left for me to raise and to ask to our presenter. May I ask what specific inclusion criteria did you consider in order to justify that indeed purposive sampling was utilized?
We selected a school that is having teachers who are the teachers that
So may feedback mo audio, sir, and I cannot hear you well. Sige, allow me to clarify na lang some issues about purposive sampling. A sampling technique cannot be considered purposive sampling unless you have at least 2 inclusion criteria. If you only considered, say for example, the research local as a factor in the consideration or in consideration for the selection of the samples, then that is not actually purposive sampling. That is simply laying down sampling framework. So may area kasi kita na context nga sample, sampling framework, population, sampling frame, sorry. It's sampling frame. So basi sampling frame lang ang imo naging consider, so that is why I want you to look into that as well. And I presume that the reason why non-parametric tests were utilized because of the non-random selection of respondents which you claimed as part of your methodology. Am I right, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this is already the nth time that we, the panel members, had actually been repeating. Be careful in writing down your conclusions. Your conclusions need not to be repetitions of your findings, but you have to think of what will we contribute right now, or what will we do right now after having that particular research findings out of the data that we can gather in our study. And I would like to reiterate the message that was conveyed as well by Dr. Palma earlier, that we have to be very careful in the use of the word should in writing our recommendation, because it sounds like prescriptive. Okay, so that would be all. Thank you very much, Professor Shukanya, for having been open-minded.
Thank you so much, Dr. Melo. Well noted po lahat.
Again, thank you very much to all our panelists. Thank you, Dr. Dolly Rose, Dr. Bona, and Dr. John Irwin. We're going to see you back tomorrow. And again, Sir Arthur, thank you very much. Now, we'll be posting a link for your evaluation on the chat room. Please check on it. And again, see you back tomorrow.
Thanks, Sir Jimmy. See you all, everyone, tomorrow.
See you, everyone, tomorrow.
Doc Erwin.
Bye, Ma. Thank you so much.
Yes. See you tomorrow, Doc Rom and Doc Rai. Sir Jim, thank you.
Keep safe, everyone. Have a
Thank you
nice
so much.
Thanks.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
Wala ako na butang. Ay, sus. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.